have to work. Yeah, I have to work. See, we know you don't fucking work. So, whatever. Yeah, okay. That's a good thing too. Let me know. So just try on, chicken fucker.
I'm here. I'm just doing some things. Time to eat. When you go on this one phone, it's like you hit it doesn't want to respond. That one's getting old. so So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times in a row told me to wait 5 seconds. That fucking Vegas chat is fucked up, and they fucking doing that shit. Fucking wait 5 seconds and they haven't even posted. there, there. I advertised my stream in Vegas. Well, it's time. Yep, it's time, bitch. Bitch. Now here's a bitch. Here's a dumb bitch. Let's see if it lets me post it. We'll see what this does. This does. Fucking -3 degrees. Whatever they're doing in Vegas, it doesn't bother me at all. I pick up on shit like that. It's like I told Wigan last night. I'm not a spammer. If I were a spammer, I'd be running spam bots. That's all I wanted to do was disrupt a chat. They're the ones. So you guys, excluding Wiggin because he like has fucking free reign on trying to make me miserable, just to thinks he's fucking trying to motivate me because they want me mad. Mad if they're in the same room, especially you, Ziggy. Fucking Rusty, you're such a stupid fucker. You are one dumb motherfucker, Rusty. And King Rob, yeah, I was in White House chat just a little bit ago, and there they are. Zenny's a liar. There's no good vibes there. That's not a good vibes chat. Ain't no fucking way. You can't be friends with Rusty and call yourself good vibes. So there you go, Zenny. You got your answer from me. I tried. I wanted to get along, be friends, maybe have fun and shit. You know, the thing with the award, that thing with JC, nobody wants to talk about that. Just, oh, she's the best streamer. Oh, yeah, they are. Oh, no, she's not. She wasn't the best streamer. The best streamers got booted from YouTube. Alex Jones, Louder with Crowder, a few others. JC's just a full-on libtard from Canada. Hates America. Doesn't think that we deserve to own guns. Guns are killing people, she told the chief of police in my fucking village. We're still laughing about that. How about it, JC? I heard you violently go off air last night. Stop Lady Venom from posting in that fucking chat in Vegas. Fucking bitch. To anybody who associates with Lady Venom, don't be kind to me. You're not anyway. You just do it because you guys think you're trolls. I haven't even talked about her. She still has my mother's picture up on her community page. Why is that? Yeah, fuck it. You know, Rusty and Lady Venom should be put in the same coffin when they die and they get buried. They're the same fucking people. There's no difference between the two. They're both miserable fucking vituperative motherfucks. Just fucking hateful and abusive. You just nothing good about them. As I do that, they change handles and they start posting under a different name. uh, uh, yeah, my news program will be on at 9:00. Minutes away. I watched Rusty rage quit off of JT's panel just a little while ago with Ziggy up there. And Ziggy's fucking he wants to have a relationship with Rusty now. He's after Rusty now. How about it, Rusty? Rusty, you ain't got no man in your life. Any man you've ever had, you fucking threw him away because you're a miserable fuck. Rusty's the kind of person she makes mistakes in her life and everybody else is the fault for her shortcomings. She's waging war on everybody. Come on up here, Rusty. I dare you. Watch you beg people to come up on your panel. Nobody goes to your chat. The fuck wants to associate with you? What, JT and Gotti? It ain't gonna last. You fuckers are eating each other. Glad I don't have that problem. I made a mistake. I thought my doctor's appointment at the VA was this morning, but it's tomorrow morning. So tomorrow morning I gotta be in Watertown at 8:15. That's why I'm live now. I wouldn't have been here. It's a good thing I looked. I didn't just jump in the car and yeah, it's tomorrow, not today. It's the same old shit. Charm and Lady Venom, and I did pick up on something yesterday, but I'm gonna keep it to myself. I've known all along. Got titmice out there. Cool. Little tiny bird, and they're blue and white. They're not a bluebird though. Bluebird has yellow on them.
Right after Leno's final, it's like people lobby members of Congress in hopes of getting them to introduce certain bills or vote a certain way on pending legislation. Organizations called social impact agencies lobby Hollywood writers and producers to persuade them into incorporating political propaganda into their films and television shows to push whatever agenda the people paying them want to inject into the media ecosystem. After Donald Trump won the 2016 election, Jimmy Fallon was put under pressure to make his show more political because he was too weak on Trump. He also apologized for having Donald Trump on his show shortly before the election and regretted humanizing him after viewers and the media were outraged that Fallon was too nice to him. Remember when Trump let him mess up his hair? While making regular use of Trump as a punchline, Jimmy Fallon tends to shy away from politics and focus his humor on things like skits and games with celebrities. But since the network executives wanted to use the show as their own political weapon, Fallon was forced to turn up the heat on President Trump. After NBC fired Jay Leno as the Tonight Show host and replaced him with Jimmy Fallon in 2014, rumors were rampant in the industry that Leno was forced out because he was going too hard on President Obama. He was number one in the ratings and had been for 20 years. So people wondered why NBC would get rid of him since he was still on top. Well, Leno was the first late night comedian to take the gloves off and really start bashing President Obama. For his entire administration, the mainstream corporate comedians treated him with kid gloves, and very few of their jokes really took him to task. But after the hope and change wore off and was replaced by regret and despair for many Americans, Jay Leno started bashing Obama like nobody else in the business.
The White House has admitted that President Obama's chief of staff had advance warning the IRS was targeting conservative groups, but never told the president. Well, President Obama says the first time he heard about the IRS scandal and the AP phone record scandal, first time he heard about it was from the media. See, that's why President Obama holds press conference, not to explain what's going on, to find out what's going on. The president didn't know about Benghazi, didn't know about the IRS scandal, didn't know about the AP scandal. You know what this means? They took don't ask, don't tell out of the Pentagon and moved it into the White House. I always love when politicians say things like this. President Obama said today he welcomes a national debate over our surveillance policy. He said it's a debate we wouldn't have had 5 years ago. 5 years ago, debate we wouldn't have had 2 weeks ago if they all hadn't gotten caught. That's why we're having the debate. Exactly. President Obama told a group of school children that broccoli is his favorite food. You know, it's one thing to lie to the voters, okay? But, you know, when you're lying to kids, come on.
Sure do miss when comedians were funny. Jay Leno was my favorite comedian, not just because he was funny, but you couldn't tell what his politics were because he made fun of everyone. Bill Clinton, George W. Bush, Obama, it didn't matter. They were all fair game. But under the Biden administration, all the late night talk shows treated old Joe with kid gloves until the emperor had no clothes moment after the debate when it became clear that Joe Biden wasn't going to make it to election night. Right after Leno's final episode, Johnny Carson's former head writer, Raymond Miller, wrote an op-ed admitting the obvious, that the other late night hosts protected Obama, while Leno broke the mold, taking him to task. Sure, the other hosts joked about him, but it was all lighthearted humor and nothing like the way comedians treated previous presidents. And immediately after Jimmy Fallon replaced Jay Leno as the Tonight Show host, one of the first guests on his show the first week was Michelle Obama, who came on to promote Obamacare. Unlike Jimmy Fallon, Stephen Colbert, who took over The Late Show from David Letterman in 2015, made Trump bashing a staple of his show to the point where it's an odd obsession. But he wasn't so happy after election night back in 2016.
There's no way around it. This is what it feels like when America is made great again. I was wondering. I hope it would feel better because this.
That's probably the first time Stephen Colbert has ever made me laugh. But he pulled himself together, and President Trump became his number one enemy. Most nights, his entire monologue is about Donald Trump, and it serves more as a nightly anti-Trump editorial than stand-up comedy. And that's not even a secret at this point. In fact, one of the emails WikiLeaks released from Hillary's campaign manager, John Podesta, shows that a Clinton insider was able to get Colbert to do 2 different segments to promote the Clinton Foundation on his show. And this is what Stephen Colbert's viewers think actually passes for comedy. Of course, he also regularly spews anti-whiteism.
And white Americans will soon be a minority. And that's great. Our only spice is potato. Learn from history. The minority has never been able to control the majority without first denying the majority's humanity.
Former comedian Jon Stewart and his elitist friends are looking forward to it as well.
We are going to be a white minority very, very soon. I'm okay with that. To me, change is opportunity. And this country has evolved via change every year of its existence since 1776. There are always going to be people who don't want change. But just look at how much has changed among the things that we thought would never change, from pot to, gay weddings to you name it. The list is long. It takes time.
Jimmy Kimmel also uses his show as part of the anti-Trump entertainment complex, but not with the level of disdain and hatred of Stephen Colbert. But he promotes the liberal agenda literally every single night and is a valuable Democrat asset. After his newborn son was found with a heart defect and had an emergency surgery, Jimmy Kimmel gave a tearful monologue telling his viewers what happened, thanking the doctors and the nurses, but then turned his emotional story into an anti-Trump rant, blasting President Trump for planning to fix Obamacare. And Kimmel is widely credited with preventing the repeal and the replacement of Obamacare because his segment sparked the media coverage that convinced Rhino Senator John McCain, who cast the deciding vote against the legislation, to vote no on the repeal. Kimmel has also admitted consulting with Chuck Schumer to get material for his show to use against Republicans, and doesn't care that becoming a Democrat propagandist has cost him half of his audience.
I don't disagree. I mean, you're right. I have lost half of my family, maybe more than that. I mean, when 10 years ago, among like Republicans, I was the most popular talk show host. I mean, at least according to the research that they did. But I couldn't live with myself. I see this,
Yeah. Well, you're doing a public service. You, Colbert, the Seth Meyers, these are the guys. You're the guys who make us feel like we're not alone.
Of course, he doesn't care. It's not about the money or ratings. It's about the message. And when he first started his show 20 years ago now, Kimmel admitted this.
Really terrible.
Have you learned anything about being a TV show host?
Not really.
Yeah.
Well, one thing I was here right before the show started, and I really feel like you led me astray by not telling me how much lying I would be doing.
Oh.
For instance, you lie, you tell the guests you like their movies, you lie, you tell them you like their television shows. You lie, you act like you like them, and I really had no idea that I would become one of the biggest phonies in the world.
It's hard. Yes, that's what happens when you sell your soul to a major media conglomerate. You turn into a ventriloquist dummy, and whatever they want to come out of your mouth magically does. But after election night 2024, he wasn't so chummy.
More than half of this country voted for the criminal, still trying to figure out what happened. It was a terrible night last night. It was a terrible night for women, for children, for the hundreds of thousands of hardworking immigrants who make this country go, for healthcare, for our climate, in science, in journalism, for our allies in Ukraine, for NATO, for the truth, democracy, and decency.
A comedian crying during his show because the Democrat lost. That's the state of late night comedy shows these days. Stephen Colbert's first show after election night 2024 began with a cold open, a PSA basically of him sitting at his desk and looking like he just got out of a funeral and telling his audience that despite the tragedy that occurred, he's going to still do supposed jokes and try to make the morons who watch his show laugh. There's even a guide titled Leveraging Comedy for Social Change that was published by the Center for Media and Social Impact at American University in Washington, D.C., which notes comedy's ability to actually set a media agenda is well documented by research and in practice. The effect of one comedy piece can be magnified, infinitely increasing its ability to reach both target audiences and decision makers who are able to directly impact the issue. This is why the fake news media is always reporting on what Stephen Colbert or John Oliver say on their shows. And if you still have any doubt that comedy can be a vehicle for political propaganda, in an interview with CNN in 2008, Chevy Chase openly admitted that he used his position on Saturday Night Live back in the 70s for propaganda purposes. One of his famous skits was playing then President Ford at the time, who was facing off against Jimmy Carter in the 1976 election. And Chevy Chase admitted this.
I just went after him. And I certainly, obviously, my leanings were Democratic, and I wanted Carter in, and I wanted him out. And I figured, look, we're reaching millions of people every weekend. Why not do it?
Wait a minute. You mean to tell me that in the back of your mind, you were thinking, hey, I want Carter.
Oh, yeah.
Guy, and I'm going to make him look bad.
Oh, yeah. What do you think they're doing now? I mean, you think they're just doing this because Sarah's funny?
He's talking about Saturday Night Live skewering Sarah Palin when she was John McCain's running mate that year, by the way.
No, I think that the show is very much more democratic and liberal oriented. Obviously more for Barack Obama than McCain.
Obviously, yes. Many people actually credit Tina Fey's depiction of Sarah Palin on Saturday Night Live with being largely responsible for people seeing her in a negative light, because Tina Fey highlighted her quirks and accentuated her faults so much that the caricature ended up overshadowing the real Sarah Palin in many ways and permanently tarnishing her image. Kind of like what happened with Al Gore from Saturday Night Live, who is still a laughingstock.
Rather than squander the surplus on a risky tax cut for the wealthy, I would put it in what I call a lockbox.
The same thing can be said for what I did to Brian Stelter. One of the things I'm most proud of in my career, turning him into a laughingstock. But another thing that I'm proud of are my books. I think they're way better than my YouTube videos. So if you like my more serious monologues like this, then you'll love reading my books. So order Hollywood Propaganda, How TV, Movies, and Music Shape Our Culture in paperback from Amazon.com, or download the ebook from Kindle, iBooks, Nook, or Google Play. Oh, by the way, it's also available in hardcover as well. So head on over to Amazon.com or click the link in the description below and check it out.
At Tractor Supply, we're here to help your family stay warm this winter. From cozy layers to outdoor gear, take on the cold indoors and outside. Stay ready for winter for less, only at Tractor Supply.
Ice fishing again pretty soon. Yeah. The old nephew was begging me to go ice fishing with him. One problem. I don't have a four-wheeler anymore or a truck to fucking tote it with. That's the best part about going ice fishing is jumping on the four-wheeler and riding around. You see when the cat's away, the mice want to come in and play. You know, acid drip, you just a fucking a lonely old sad man living over there. Maybe you need to hook up with Rusty. Dumb fucker. How about I do this instead? Closer to the outlet. I don't like how that fucker works. You know what I mean? Bad.
The winter, the best. Slow your speeds down, lower your gears. Don't be in a hurry to get anywhere.
More helpful hints from BC Director of Public Works, Timothy Spriggs. We fill my truck, create space. 300 pieces of BC equipment could be out on the city's roads today. Scotland on WMAL and WMAL.com.
Sticking with public transit instead, Metro hopes to have about half of its bus routes running today in moderate snow service. As for rail,
we are going to try to run as close as we can to a normal service, knowing that, quite frankly, we want to run the trains to keep the tracks clear and the switches clear. But I think people should expect some reduced service out there, especially during the heaviest parts of the day.
Metro General Manager Randy Clark. Great snowstorms bring great snowball battles, and there's one taking place today at Meridian Hill Park in Northwest DC. Michael Lippin with the DC Snowball Fight Association has been organizing them for the past 15 years. He tells WMAL's O'Connor and Company there are no rules, but
we don't have charges. The battle charges are when, you get, 20, 30, 40 people on one side and then equal number on the other side. And when the two sides clash, that's just the nirvana of the snowball fight experience, because it's just utter mayhem.
the first ball is scheduled to be thrown at 11 this morning. Checking your money. The Dow futures up 246 points at this hour. NASDAQ futures up 230. Up next, traffic and weather on News Talk 105.9 WMAL.
Making sense of your world.
I can't believe this. News Talk 105.9 WMAL.
Okay, so with you, making sense of the news. Making sense of your world on the go.
Read your favorite shows. Get the day's top headline and access our podcast archive, all with the new WMAL app. This is for you.
Get the WMAL app on Google Play or the Apple App Store and stay connected.
The new year brings new health goals and wealth goals. Protecting your identity is an important step. Your info is in endless places that could expose you to identity theft, leading to lost funds. LifeLock monitors millions of data points per second. If your identity is stolen, our restoration specialists will fix it, guaranteed, or your money back. Resolve to make identity health and wealth part of your New Year's goals with LifeLock. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS. Visit LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQL.
ZQL, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit forming products to fit you and your family's needs.
Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZzzQuil nights. Explore our products at ZzzQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
News Talk 105.9 WMAL.
Making sense of the news.
Amy Whitten in the Hadid Carpet Cleaning Traffic Center.
70, new accident to watch for in Urbana, northbound just after Route 80, blocking the right lane. Southbound 270 just after the spur, crash reported. Light volume around the DMV, but we continue to have a number of accidents that are popping up, so please keep the speeds down. Northbound on 295 as you approach Pennsylvania Avenue, still dealing with a 3-car crash. You slowly get by there. Watch for the stopped car on the Beltway in Forestville on the outer loop after Route 4, Pennsylvania Avenue. That's stopped in the right lane. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com, the WMAL Stormwatch 7 forecast.
It's a snowy Monday across the DMV. Those snow showers will continue through the midday before tapering on this afternoon. Highs only in the upper 20s. It'll be cold, and that snow could pile up 6 to 12 inches of snow on average across the metro area. Into the back half of the day, just a few flurries, mostly cloudy and cold. Maybe a few more passing snow showers tonight. Heading into the day tomorrow, only in the low to mid-30s, blustery cold Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I'm 70 Sydney meteorologist Brian Vandergraff in the First Alert Weather Center.
27 degrees right now at Reagan National. I'm John Matthews, News Talk 105.9 WMAL.
9 FM and streaming worldwide on the WMAL app.
Chris Plant.
Every time I see that boy, Shannon, I think of you. That guy is to you what Coffee Man is to JC.
Yes. Well, that's not going to be true for everyone, of course. For example, it will never be true for Hillary, Diane, Rodham, Clinton, because this is it. She's at home with Bill. Bill's upstairs. Who knows what's going on up there? It's, he calls his bedroom Epstein Island. That's kind of weird. Don't you think? I think that implies a lot of stuff. But she's okay with that. They've settled into their, Speaking of which, how about a Presidential Medal of Freedom for Juanita Broderick? A Presidential Medal of Freedom for Paula Jones. Not sure about Monica Lewinsky. I don't think that's a different award. It's an excellent award, but it's a different award altogether. Well, happy Monday to you, and I'm back. I was away for how long was I away, Michael? I was away for 2 weeks. It was 2 weeks. Can you believe that? That's amazing. And Jasmine just gave me the evil eye because I was away for 2 weeks. Just gave me the evil eye, and I didn't go very far. I've got to say, I didn't go to South America, didn't go to Rome, stayed in Washington D.C. and had such goings on. What happened is my best girl and I, we moved from one place to another. And perhaps I'll get into a little bit more of that later. And we didn't move very far. Let me just say that we stayed in the same zip code. In fact, we'll get into the parking spaces and stuff later, but that is not very far. And now it's time to get back to work because, as always, there's a lot going on. And what is today? Have you checked your calendars? What is today? What is it, Michael? It's Ashley Babbitt Day. It's Ashley Babbitt Day here on the Chris Plant Show. A proud United States Air Force veteran shot and killed ruthlessly, mercilessly by a racist Capitol police officer for the alleged crime of trespassing. And the Democrat Party applauded. They love police shootings. They love racist police shootings. They love them as long as it's their racist shooting an innocent white woman who served 12 years in the United States Air Force. And the Democrats love police violence and lots of other violence, too. They like to pretend in their little demented Jeffrey Epstein Island fantasy world that the only riot that we've ever seen was on January 6th, 4 years ago. And there's kind of a funny thing today about all this because it's January 6th, right? It's January 6th. It's 1/6, and the news media, they love this day. It's Pearl Harbor. It's September 11th, and then January 6th. Never mind the Democrats literally murdering dozens of people during their Black Lives Matter riots across the country from Seattle to Miami. They span the globe. Just amazing stuff. Not quite the globe, but from coast to coast. And Washington, D.C., they were rioting here and attacking the Reagan Center and attacking the White House and forcing the evacuation of the President of the United States and the first family to the nuclear bunker and injuring 160 to 180 police officers outside the White House, setting fire to the, an 1815 Church of the Presidents across the street from the White House, and the Democrats set it on fire. They love burning churches. The Democrats remember when they blew up that church, killed the little girls, and the Democrats, they love stuff like that. In fact, they've attacked, since George Floyd, St. George of fentanyl, died of cardiac failure while resisting arrest again. Since then, they've attacked more than 500 Catholic churches alone. That's just Catholic churches. The Catholics kept track. The other denominations have not kept such close track. But never mind that. It is remarkable stuff. And so today, Kamala has to go into the Senate, and she's going to show up, allegedly, she's going to show up as vice president, and she's supposed to preside over the Senate while they, confirm the count of the Electoral College. You may remember there was an incident 4 years ago on this date, and the Democrats they've made a lot of hay out of it. They can turn something small into something big, and they can turn something big into something small because they're so corrupt. They're so amazingly, and this is what information dominance is for. It's about abusing power. That's the one thing they're really good at, is abusing the hell out of power. Oh, speaking of which, abusing power, Judge Merchan, radical left-wing extremist, would fit better in the Castro regime in Cuba, for example. And he has announced that he's going to sentence President Trump on January 10th. January 10th? Is that when it's January 10th? January 10th, that's when he's doing it. 10 days before Inauguration Day, and it's the end of this week. It's Friday. I hope he does it at 5 o'clock on Friday, because you know how they love to manipulate the news cycle. And Judge Juan Merchan, he's a commie pig dog, as they say in Germany. I'm translating, Schweinhund. He's not on the side of democracy. Is he a Soros guy? Because Alvin Bragg, the prosecutor, he's a Soros guy. And speaking of that, George Soros was given the Congressional Medal of Honor for valor in combat. No, not really. He was given the Presidential Medal of Freedom. George Soros was, but Satan couldn't make it. So his little baby Satan son, Alex Soros, showed up to accept the Medal of Freedom that Joe Biden awarded a bunch of people, a couple of whom are like actors and Hollywood people and shouldn't get the medal either. But these crazy, corrupt Democrats like George Soros, accepted by Alex Soros. Who's Alex Soros? I think they're engaged. Did they get married? Humma Weiner. He's shacked up with Humma Weiner. Alex Soros is. She really scored big there, ding, 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 billions and billions, and private airliners and all that stuff. And they stole all the money by fleecing banks and doing things like that. Quite a remarkable time we're in. Joe Biden. Oh, and Joe Biden's cursing at the White House, and he is so demented. It's still, I got to say, let me be the first or the last or somewhere in the middle. It's not too late for Joe Biden to step down as president, right? And still make Kamala president of the United States for like 20 minutes. I think that'd be pretty funny. Joe Biden did say that he's going to attend the inauguration, but the thing, he's going to be a vendor. He's going to be selling ice cold Cokes and Cracker Jacks and throwing it at people, because he continues to prove that his brain, she's a no good. That brain of his, she's a broke. That one, that's not good. It's pretty man. Joe Biden did try to speak. He tried to speak yesterday even, and then the presidential medals. What is up with that? Just extraordinary. The people that he gave this to, and I've got a list of people that Trump should award the Presidential Medal of Freedom. I mentioned a couple of them. Juanita Broderick, attacked and raped by President Bill Clinton, a Democrat who got off scot-free. Honestly, Ashley Babbitt posthumously getting the Presidential Medal of Freedom. She was letting her voice be heard on Capitol Hill on January 6th, mercilessly shot and killed by, what was his name, Lieutenant Byrd, the U.S. Capitol Police. And he's been rewarded and awarded and promoted, and he's a hero of the Democrat Party because of the racist killing that he perpetrated, and Democrats love nothing more than racist killings. They're the left. They're not liberals. So we've got a lot of stuff going on today because, well, first of all, I've been away for 2 weeks, and it's been an action-packed week, and it's January 6th coming back. Did I plan it that way? Huh? What am I doing after the show? Going down to the Capitol, maybe? Because a lot of stuff going on down there. But just some of the stories we have for you today. Biden calls on Americans to not forget January 6th attack. That's what he wants. I want you to not forget that Joe Biden is very severely mentally disabled, and he's been president for 4 years, and all the Democrats, and that means the media too, engaged in an open conspiracy to mislead, lie to the American people. And they succeeded. They succeeded because that's what information dominance is about. We should never forget that. I can never forget May 31st of 2020, when a mob of hundreds of thousands, no, millions of Democrats, really it was just thousands of Democrats, attacked the White House, set fire to the Church of the Presidents, one of the most historic churches in the United States of America. They set it on fire. The media said, oh, it's mostly peaceful. That was a mostly peaceful one. The Democrats injured 160 to 180 police officers. They forced the evacuation of the president and the first family to the nuclear bunker. And then the next day, President Trump walked across the street to the church and stood in front of the church with a Bible to draw attention to the fact that the Democrats had torched the Church of the Presidents across from the White House. The news media and late night TV made a joke of it. Right? Oh, look, Trump was evacuated. He hid in the bunker. He was hiding in the bunker, late night TV. They're not very funny, but they're radical left-wing pigs. So they got that going for them. And that puts him in good with the Democrat Party. Remarkable stuff. And then they attacked him. Oh, he's holding the Bible. And that's the fire had been put out in the Church of the Presidents, but never mind that. Biden warns Americans about risk of repeating riots similar to January 6, 2021. But go ahead and repeat the riots of May 31st, 2020, because the Democrats had normalized rioting from Seattle to Miami to Atlanta to Kenosha to Minneapolis and Washington and New York and Chicago, and literally dozens murdered, dozens of human beings. They're not like Haitians, eating dogs and cats in Ohio, anything like that. So we got that, and amazing stuff. And the video, I've got the audio for you today of Ashley Babbitt being shot and killed on January 6th. Remember, Joe Biden said that, what did he say, 5 police officers were killed that day. And then as president, he said another time, I think 6 police officers were killed that day. No police officers were killed that day. Only Ashley Babbitt was killed that day. But never mind that. There were other people beaten and it was that nice lady that had the hell beat out of her by we'll get all that stuff, but never mind that. No accountability, except everybody, they're still arresting grandmothers that prayed outside the Capitol, throwing it in gulags. They had to build a gulag archipelago for their political enemies, the Democrat Party. Yeah, and I pulled the headline. Trump took shelter in White House bunker as protests raged. The Secret Service evacuated the President of the United States because the Democrat mob was sacking the city of Washington like the Mongol horde that they are. Amazing stuff. And I mentioned Judge Merchan, Democrat Party activist abusing the power that he has. Trump slams Merchan, Democrats who, quote, just want to see if they can get a pound of flesh, end quote, amid failed cases. Now, honestly, they're planning on sentencing this radical left-wing political activist, not a judge at all. He should be disbarred, probably jailed for a day. Should go to jail for a day. Like, what was the name? Mike Nifong. Remember the Democrat prosecutor tried to jail the Duke lacrosse team over something that never happened. And he was disbarred. He's a Democrat, another pig, and he was disbarred, and he was thrown in jail for 1 day. He did 1 day in jail, which he deserved. I think maybe Judge Merchan should end up there too. And that Soros prosecutor, Alvin Bragg, I got to tell you, there's a new day coming. Remarkable stuff. Also, we're looking forward to the confirmation hearings for President Trump's cabinet, and there's a lot going on there as well. So I look forward to Kamala. The whole thing happens in the Senate after we wrap up the radio show today. But Kamala is supposed to be there. She's going to show up surrounded by a phalanx of armed men. But it turns out it's not her security detail. It's an escort forcing her to go to the Senate to approve the election of Donald Trump as president of the United States. Not since Al Gore had to go to the Senate to affirm the election of George W. Bush as a sitting vice president, having lost the election to the incoming president, had to go to So we got that. And these medals that Joe Biden gave out, what an embarrassment to the United States of America. Justin Trudeau in Canada, the blackface guy, he may resign, and the Liberals are losing power in Canada. I'm not sure how this will affect their chances at statehood. We'll see. Joe Biden says no more drilling offshore because he wants to try to hobble the Trump administration, incoming Trump administration, try to corrupt that by abusing the power that he has. He's going to give 2 speeches, they say, at the White House before he leaves on January 20th, assuming he leaves peacefully. Will he? He's going to give 2 speeches, but no press conference because he's really like a Soviet. Also, you see the Democrat running around New York City stabbing people in the subways. And this Democrat, he's got 87 prior arrests. And he's stabbing people in the subway, multiple people with a giant knife. The Democrats want to run him for office, maybe city council, maybe the state house before the U.S. Congress. Democrats. He's 87 arrests, but a faithful Democrat Party voter. We're, of course, at 888-630-9625.
There's only one Chris Plant. The Chris Plant Show. News Talk 105.9 WMAL.
Making sense of the news.
WMAL traffic from the Hadid Carpet Cleaning Traffic Center. 270 new crashes northbound after Route 80 Urbana blocks the right lane. In the Fairland area, Maryland, Briggs Cheney Road westbound is shut down between Roby Road and 29 Columbia Pike for the crash. Even though overall we have light volume, a number of accidents keep popping up. Just take it easy on the slick driving conditions. 3-car crashes on DC 295 northbound at Pennsylvania Avenue. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com, the WMAL Stormwatch 7 forecast.
Snow showers possible this afternoon with a high of 30. More accumulating snow possible this evening before ending, lows 22.
Traffic and weather brought to you by Hadid Carpet Cleaning. Whether it's snow, pet mess, or holiday traffic gets ground into your treasured carpets or oriental rugs, it's time for a cleanly resolution. You don't need new rugs, you just need Hadid. Call now, and for every 2 rugs cleaned, get the third of equal or lesser value free. Visit joehadid.com.
David Mead Snell here, owner of Mead's Heating and Air, letting you know that $79 furnace inspections are back. Book yours today with your friends at Mead's.
If your furnace lets you down, call the sharpest team in town. Please.
Want to meet someone not online? At It's Just Lunch, we make great matches and even arrange the dates so you can make a real connection with a real person. It's Just Lunch. Connection awaits. Guaranteed dates. Visit itsjustllunchdc.com or call 202-466-6699.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-515-6608. 800-515-6608. 800-515-6608.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to Izervay is treatment to slow GA progression. Izervay or avacin-capted Pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay and ask your doctor about Izervay today. Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
I was in the hospital with my son for 18 months. When he got injured, I wasn't prepared, but I knew I had to be strong. When I was told about John's injury, I was in complete shock. I just remember rushing into his room and giving him a big hug and letting him know I was there.
These veterans and families are just a few of the heroes we serve at Homes for Our Troops. For thousands of severely injured veterans, everyday life is filled with barriers.
Well, really the little things throughout the house. Counters that you can't roll up to. How to drag my wheelchair down steps.
I want to help, but he is so determined.
At Homes for Our Troops, we build specially adapted custom homes with features like wheelchair access, roll-in showers, and automatic door openers that allow them to function independently and focus on their recovery and family.
This house is freedom. It's hope. It's a new beginning.
This house has given me my family back.
To learn more, visit hfotusa.org.
WMAL, making sense of mainstream media because the double standard is real. Download the WMAL app to stream us for free.
Okay, let's see what else we have. We had a radical Islamic jihadi terror attack in New Orleans, a massacre, and had that FBI lady with a nose ring. The on again, off again nose ring is here. You know, this is not a terrorist attack. It's just the car attack and shooting the police and the IEDs, but not a terrorist attack. The FBI showing up again. Aren't they amazing? Just amazing. And an attack at the Trump Hotel in a Tesla car. And they're telling us, oh, no, he's a Trump guy. Yeah, because everything they say is a lie. Speaking of which, Adam Schiff is back in Washington. He's in the Senate now because California needs to be sawed off of the continent and given to Nicaragua or something. They're completely out of their minds. But he's attacking Kash Patel, Adam Schiff is, because Schiff is a racist. What other possible explanation could there be? Let's go to the telephones, Michael. Let's go to Stephen, calling from beautiful Daytona Beach, Florida. Stephen, you're on the Chris Plant Show. Hey, good morning to you.
Beautiful.
Nice.
Beautiful.
Uh-huh.
cities, and the state was built for all these fees. There was one condo owner that received $150,000 a month just to house the illegal aliens, and then he received rent for each and every one of them on top of that.
Wow.
And
in Chicago, you know, it's the Democrat Party, and they live to steal and fleece and lie and to corrupt everything.
This is the Chris Plant Show. News Talk 105.9 WMAL.
Making sense of the news. WMAL traffic from the Hadid Carpet Cleaning Traffic Center. Germantown closed in each direction is 27 Ridge Road between Brink Road and Snowden Farm Parkway. Car damaged a utility pole there. In the Fairland area, we now have the westbound side of Briggs Cheney Road shut down between Roby Road and 29 Columbia Pike, and that's due to crash activity. Because of hazardous driving conditions, the George Washington Parkway remains closed each direction between the Beltway and the Spout Run Parkway. That will be shut down throughout today. Now from Garage Door Repair.com, the WMAL Stormwatch 7 forecast.
Snow showers possible this afternoon with a high of 30. More accumulating snow possible this evening before ending, lows 22.
This report is sponsored by Whole Foods Market. Get your favorite produce at Whole Foods Market. Get large Hass avocados for $1.79 each with Prime through January 7th. Mashed or sliced, it's a must-have addition to sandwiches, salads, burrito bowls, and more. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Get the perspective of an independent CFO with FVC Bank's online business insights platform. This is Vince, and I'm here to tell you that FVC Bank has rolled out the red carpet for its customers by providing the most modern online financial platforms to help your business grow. Business Insights gives FVC Bank business customers cash flow insights, competitive benchmarking, and much more. Go to fvcbank.com. That's fvcbank.com. Member FDIC.
Why do you go to Princeton Longevity Center?
We go to Princeton Longevity Center because my husband's cardiologist told him having this exam saved his life.
Because somehow 20 turned into 40, and now I need to take my health more seriously. The Princeton Longevity Center designed a program to keep me healthy and active, so 50 and 60 will be no sweat.
Because even though my cholesterol is high, it turned out my arteries are clear. That's a big relief.
Whether you want to make the most of your future years or just want peace of mind, you need the Princeton Longevity Center. Their comprehensive preventive exam combines the latest technology with caring experts to create your personal plan for staying well.
Because I shouldn't have to wait an hour for a 10-minute physical. I go to Princeton Longevity Center because I get everything done in one day and take my result home with me.
Find out why you need Princeton Longevity. Call 888-8000-PLC or go to PrincetonLongevityCenter.com. Call 888-8000-PLC. That's 888-8000-PLC.
Men, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE, True Vitality Medical Center gets your sex life back in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough medical treatments eliminate ED and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? True Vitality Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. Patients see instant results on their first visit.
True Vitality Medical Center's breakthrough treatments restore your sex life regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. Plus, you'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients get their testosterone checked free. Call 703-637-1222. 703-637-1222. To regain your sex life in just one visit, call now. 703-637-1222.
Hi, it's Larry. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Reynolds and Power Home team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. 800-763-3000.
One of those days where your gut just feels blah.
Ugh, yes.
Occasional bloating or gas could be signs that your gut is out of balance, but Align Probiotic can help. Align 24/7 Digestive Support is a daily use probiotic with a unique strain to help relieve occasional digestive issues. It's the #1 doctor recommended brand. So when you feel the signs, it's time to try Align. Align Probiotic. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Want to play a game with me and Dad?
Mommy's not feeling good.
You need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize?
Yeah, with Dayquil VapoCool. It's Dayquil plus a rush of Vicks vapors.
Whoa.
Come on, honey. Let's let mommy rest.
You guys are amazing. And so is Dayquil VapoCool.
Dayquil VapoCool, the vaporizing daytime coughing, aching, fever, power through your day medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks VapoCool drops. Use it direct to keep out of reach of children.
If better health, more energy, and detoxing your body are some of your priorities this year, get Active Liver today and start the year off knowing you're giving your liver some well-deserved relief.
You can find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS or online at Amazon or newnordicusa.com.
WMAL, making sense of the border, because laws either matter or they don't. Download the WMAL app to stream us for free.
Honestly, with Joe Biden and these presidential medals of freedom, I did start going back and forth with my friend Brian Doherty about who to give the Presidential Medal of Freedom to when Trump is in the White House. Now, I think it would be a very different group of people, that's for sure. And there's this crazy story because the FBI is really kind of an embarrassment. And I was trying to not be too engaged during my days off, 2 weeks worth, 10 days off, kind of a big deal. First time in 2 years, really, that I had time off like this, and remarkable things going on all over the place. And I try to not plague and Michael Piercy and my best girl too, for that matter, with constantly flogging the news when I got a couple of days off. But I did have to send a couple of things back, like the FBI lady, the deputy or assistant special agent in charge of the New Orleans office when the radical Islamic jihadi terrorist massacre took place there on New Year's Day. And, remarkable stuff. Very early in the morning, of course, and late at night, New Year's Eve. And the FBI lady came out, and she's a DEI hire and African-American lady, and she had a ring in her nose, got supposed to have rings on your fingers and bells on your toes, but not a ring in your nose. She had a ring in her nose, and she came out and gave a press conference where she announced that this is not a terrorist attack. You have that, lady? Because where's that soundbite? Because I did text about that when I saw that. And Mike Opelka was in for me, the wonderful Mike Opelka, and thanks to Mike Opelka for doing overtime duty, I think, for all this time off that I so generously afforded myself. And it took some negotiating, but never mind that. And Mike Opelka, he noticed later in the day, right? It was Mike, right? That her nose ring was gone. She came out in the morning. She gave a press briefing where she said, just because a guy drove his vehicle, as we've seen so many times in France and New York and in England, running people over, radical Islamic jihadi, murdering people wholesale, and the guy started shooting and he shot 2 police officers, and then it turns out there were IEDs. But pay no attention, she said, because the assistant special agent in charge of New Orleans, whose name is Althea Duncan, and she assured us this is definitely not terrorism, whatever you think.
This is not a terrorist event. What it is right now is their improvised explosive devices that was found. And we're working on confirming if it's a viable device or not. As Chief Kirkpatrick said, we're asking everyone to stay away from Bourbon Street.
How many? And she said there were devices, and plural. And then she says that was found, singular. And she had a couple of different singular, plural disagreements in that soundbite that we just played. There were multiple devices that was found, and we have to find out if it was viable. And it's definitely not a terrorist attack. And it was, first of all, way too early to be making declarations like that. But Althea Duncan was really an embarrassment to the FBI. And then, she kind of disappeared. First her nose ring, then the rest of her just disappeared. kind of amazing stuff.
What it is right now is their improvised explosive devices that was found.
Yeah. And then there was more. And we're going to see if it was.
And we are working on confirming if it's a viable device.
If it's a viable device. So were there multiple, plural devices or a singular device? And somebody called and said, hey, lose the nose ring. And then she came back out later with no nose ring. How are you going to lead her around if she doesn't have a nose ring? Isn't that amazing? Just amazing stuff. Amazing. And with this, I tell you, I've got to share it because great news friend of mine, Jeff, we were texting back and forth this morning. And the FBI, once again, the FBI, and this is kind of a big deal because January 5th of, the famous January 6th, the day before that was the famous January 5th. And there was a guy, a Democrat, who planted 2 pipe bombs in Washington, D.C., one at the headquarters of the Democratic National Committee. We like to call that DNCHQ, because everything has to be code. And then the Republican National Committee headquarters, RNCHQ, ipso facto. And we learned, like night before last, FBI releases new video in hunt for January 6th pipe bomb suspect. I'm sorry, how many years later is this? You buffoons are so fired. You have any idea how fired you are? You are all fired. Speaking of which, that's Adam Schiffless, the biggest liar in Washington. And he got a promotion because Democrats in California took him from where the House of Representatives, where he was the biggest liar in the House of Representatives, the most corrupt member of the House of Representatives, which is like being the fastest car in Indianapolis on the week of the Indy 500. Biggest liar in Washington, California. They gave him a promotion to the upper chamber, the Senate. Now he's in the Senate, and he's saying he's going to corrupt the process of confirming President Trump's nominees for various positions, including Kash Patel, to become the director of the FBI. Because these guys are just shockingly corrupt people. They're third world people. Adam Schiff should be living in a tree. And the FBI is something out of the Soviet Union. It's a tragic thing to have to say. Oh, here we are. It's, hey, tomorrow's January 6th. Let's release a new video from 4 years ago. How's it new video from 4 years ago? Didn't you guys have this video 4 years ago? And you still haven't found anybody? And we knew the day we saw the initial pictures and video, the guy's sitting there on a bench with his cell phone in his hand, making cell phone calls, which means that they've got the time, the locator on the cell phone. They knew who the guy was day 2, either that or they're all fired, and they should have all been fired then. But the new video, man, oh man, I'm telling you that FBI releases literally like 48 hours ago. FBI releases a new video in hunt for January 6th pipe bomb suspect. You're an embarrassment to law enforcement agencies. You make Barney Fife look like Melvin Purvis. Smell that's an old FBI reference there, the old school FBI. The FBI has released new surveillance footage in a bid to gather more information 4 years late in its 4-year hunt. Not a very good hunt. You could find like a pygmy black rhino just doing it on foot with no technology in less than 4 years. So they released new video, more information in its 4-year hunt for a suspect who placed pipe bombs near the Democratic National Committee and Republican National Committee headquarters on the night before January 6, 2021, when the riot on the U.S. Capitol took place. I honestly, I'd like to direct your attention to the May 31st, 2020 riot at the White House that forced the evacuation of the president and first family to the nuclear bunker, that the riot that injured 160 to 180 police officers, where they torched the church of the presidents, where they brought M80s by the bagful. An M80 is an eighth of a stick of dynamite, big firecracker. A lot of, if you had a lively teenage like I did, you might know what M80s are. And they're throwing M80s at the police. We were not throwing them at the police when I was a teenager. But Democrats do that all the time. They brought lots of frozen water bottles and bottles of their own urine. And because they like to play with human waste, there. So the pipe bombs were safely deactivated and did not explode, despite an extensive investigation and a $500,000 reward. The suspect remains unidentified. Yeah, maybe we should create a law enforcement agency that would look into incidents like this. Authorities hope the new video will jog memories and lead to new information. The new video won't. All right, I'm here to tell you right now. There is no memory that needs to be jogged because the Democrat pals of this Democrat terrorist know who he is. And let me tell you what, if the FBI doesn't know who he is, then we should put Barney Fife on the job because you guys are all fired. And the people at USA Today, it's making news all over the world. The British are reporting on it. The Bangaloris, the Indians, they're, hey, look at the new video, the pipe bomb. But USA Today has it too. FBI seeks new leads on suspect who placed pipe bombs outside DNC RNC buildings in 2021. Yeah. You guys should look into, who shot John F. Kennedy too, maybe. And the CIA should probably release the documents. What do you think? Everybody's dead. You can release the documents. Please. So the FBI announcement was made within hours of a report from congressional Republicans condemning investigators for having yet to make an arrest in the planned attack. So it's congressional Republicans pressuring the FBI, and they're like, oh, maybe we should release this video that we've been sitting on for 4 years because we're actively engaged in a cover-up for some inexplicable reason, which may be explicable if Kash Patel becomes the FBI director and we find out where and when the FBI was corrupted and by whom. So USA Today, the FBI has released new information about an unknown suspect who planted 2 pipe bombs nearly 4 years ago near the headquarters of the Republican and Democratic National Committee headquarters in Washington, D.C. Devices were discovered and disarmed on the eve of the January 6th Capitol assault in 2021. Yeah, what happened on the eve of the 2020 White House assault? You guys were burning churches and attacking the Reagan building, but never mind that. And throwing big explosives, an M80 will blow your hand off if you clutch it in your fist and, put the little green waterproof fuse out between your 2 middle fingers. If you light it there with a Zippo lighter, it'll blow your hand off to a stump. And the Democrats were throwing those. Were there any M80s at January 6th thrown at the police, Michael? No, there weren't. There weren't. There was a broken window. But the Democrats are fine with it. They love crime. Oh, speaking of which, speaking of them loving crime, in New York City, they have now arrested a man who, with 87 prior arrests, stabbed 2 people on the New York City subway system. Stabbed 2 people with a big, giant knife. And now he's been arrested because they said, maybe this should be frowned upon. New York's starting to get a reputation. So they arrested the guy. Isn't that amazing? And it turns out that the guy, here's the headline from the New York Post. The Washington Post doesn't cover it because it makes Democrats look bad. Oh, there's a funny story out of the Washington Post, too. Their Pulitzer Prize-winning political cartoonist lady, resigned in disgust. And I'll get to that story today, too. But here's the New York Post. Madman accused of 2 NYC train stabbings. Hey, come to New York. The crime rate is up and the subway is down. New York, New York. It's a town that is hell. So madman, New York Post, accused of 2 New York City train stabbings is busted in another station carrying large knife, : they love their colons. Sources. Should never have one word after the colon. That's a rule that I have, journalistic rule. And his name is Jamar Banks. Jamar, isn't that like an Islamic name? What's the name of the guy in New Orleans that ran everybody over? Because he had one of those names too. So a subway maniac with 87 prior arrests was just busted for 2 transit stabbings, carrying a large knife he allegedly used in the violence, police and sources said on Sunday. Jamar Banks, a 52-year-old with a long rap sheet and a history of mental illness, so a Democrat, because that sums up your average run-of-the-mill Democrat in New York City at this point, was nabbed by the NYPD warrant squad. They have a warrant squad. Around midnight, the 219th Street station in the Bronx. And he was brought to the NYPD Transit Bureau District 2 in Manhattan. He was carrying what had been described by police as a large knife, which he allegedly used last week to attack and stab 2 people in the New York City subways. And it is a big knife. It's a big old hand. It's like a 10-inch blade. And there are pictures and videos of him flashing it. Good thing the FBI didn't get a hold of it, because they'd sit on it for 4 years. And the guy would go around stabbing people. Amazing stuff. Banks was last busted in November, twice for petty theft, and of course immediately released with summonses to later appear in court, which he undoubtedly had no intention of doing. And New York, honestly, it's a town that is hell. The crime rate is up and the economy is down. Amazing stuff. All right, we're at 888. Sorry, I'm getting back into the swing. A lot of stuff has stacked up over LaGuardia here. 888-630-9625.
Modifications. Rape, murder, awful, and rape. You said rape twice. I like rape.
You're listening to The Chris Plant Show. News Talk 105.9 WMAL.
Making sense of the news.
WMAL traffic from the Hadid Carpet Cleaning Traffic Center. In case you missed it, the George Washington Parkway, that is shut down each direction between the Beltway and the Spout Run Parkway. That's the protocol there during the long-term work project. When there's bad weather, they close that down. That is shut down for at least the entire day. Germantown 27 Ridge Road is closed each direction between Brink Road and Snowden Farm Parkway for the crash. No MARC or VRE service today. Metro Rail is operating on a normal schedule. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com, the WMAL Stormwatch 7 forecast.
Snow showers possible this afternoon with a high of 30. More accumulating snow possible this evening before ending, lows 22.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go. And that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right.
So I'm taking off. I'm going to leave this up. And you guys can have a side chat if you want.
If you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're possible is easy.
You know, Shannon, every time that fucking idiot posts in my chat, I think of you, Shannon. Shannon, why are you aiding and abetting our fucking enemies? You claim your dad was in the Navy and all that shit. You a bunch of. Hey, Todd Heiser, where are you? Yeah, I went in that White House chat today. We thought you were dead, Billy. Come on there, Randy Gilf Hunter. You fuckers. You bunch of chicken shit motherfucks. I see the dollar sign in White House chat. Bunch of fucking e-beggars. This right here is a public service. I'm doing it for free. You fucking spammers don't dare come in here. That's right. Stay the fuck out. Ain't no wrenches but me. So when I leave, pretty much Wiggins in charge, even though he doesn't have a wrench. If he wants to send Charlie, I can't do anything when I'm gone. JC, you and Rusty, both of you. I got things I got to go do. I'll be back in about an hour.
If we win this election, we can eliminate the car tax, end sanctuary cities, and keep men out of women's sports. So go vote for To My Harding by January 7th. This ad was paid for and authorized by friends to mine.
As you set your goals for the year ahead, make finding a meaningful connection one of them. At It's Just Lunch, their local matchmakers make dating simple and stress-free. They set you up on fun, low-pressure dates that fit into your busy schedule, so you can focus on aligns with your goals. This year, don't leave your love life to chance. Take the first step. Call 202-466-4333 or visit itsjustlunchbc.com. It's Just Lunch, helping you turn newbie connection.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. Too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Chris here to talk about what you need to do when your garage door breaks. Don't panic. The good people at Overhead Door Company at Washington, D.C. have your back. They've been helping families and businesses in the DMV for more than 50 years. Just listen to my friend and company president, Willie White.
For us, it's about way more than doors. It's about an unwavering dedication to serving our community, a commitment, a promise to always do the right thing and do it well.
Visit GarageDoorRepair.com and work with the local team you can trust.
Travis May and Foundation's Operation Legacy Service projects bring veterans, families of the fallen, and inspired civilians across the country together to serve in honor of our nation's fallen heroes. Register to volunteer for a project in your community by visiting oplegacy.org.
WMAL, making sense of party politics, because somebody's got to hold their feet to the fire. Download the WMAL app to stream us for free.
Hey, we're back. All right. A lot going on. A lot of things moving. Got a little James Carville for you. He's not well. Not well. He's a Democrat. Resignation at the Washington Post, leaving in disgust. Remarkable stuff. Let's go to the telephones, Michael. Let's go to Rob, calling from Montgomery County, Maryland. Oh, Robert, you're on the Chris Plant Show.
Although, Mr.
You bet. Well, let's not forget the massacre in Las Vegas from the hotel at the country music. I think it was a Jason Aldean concert, and more than 50 people murdered by a madman with a rifle. And it took forever for the FBI to say, oh yeah, and it's, it's like everybody, it might as well have been a Trump rally, a Jason Aldean concert in outside open air in Las Vegas, Nevada, and one of the biggest massacres in the history of the United States of America. And the FBI said, oh, he had some kind of an issue with the hotels in Las Vegas or something, and it didn't make any sense. And you're right. Well, 4 years later, here's some video of the pipe bomber, only because Republicans and not Democrats in Congress pressured the FBI to do something about pipe bomb, DNC headquarters, RNC headquarters. Our FBI, growing up, the FBI was this exalted institution that you couldn't even question. It was the stuff of Jimmy Stewart and Melvin Purvis, and and a Quinn Martin production and all that good stuff. And now what word would you use? Keep it clean, Rob, to describe the FBI at this point. Can't think of one while keeping it clean. Yeah, isn't it amazing? It's a terrible thing. And now the FBI, hey, remember that pipe bomb thing 4 years ago? It was 4 years ago yesterday. Oh, here's video. Yeah, we've been sitting on it.
WMAL Woodbridge, Washington. Cumulus Media Station.
Making sense of the news. News now.
WMAL News at 10. Good morning, everyone. I'm John Matthews. If you're looking for a good time to get out and shovel, the time may be right about now.
If you're looking to build a snowman, get out. I'd say, late morning, early afternoon, good time for that. And then another round of some measurable snow will move in this evening. And then it's all out of here by about midnight.
7 News meteorologist Eileen Whalen. Some recent totals across the area. 8 inches of snow in Stafford, Virginia. 6 in Damascus. 5.7 in Falls Church. 4 inches in College Park, still tracking for up to a foot before the day is over. Today is the Super Bowl for road crews clearing snow across the area.
Some areas, unfortunately, we were seeing snowfall rates of an inch an hour.
And when the snowfall is that fast and furious, says Charlie Gishler with Maryland State Highway.
By the time it started to be swept.
Getting into your neighborhood may take a while, says Ellen Kalmalakis with VDOT, also telling WMAL's O'Connor and Company.
In priority order with the interstate, the very last are subdivision streets.
With the potential for the dreaded refreeze overnight. Barbara Britt, WMAL and WMAL.com.
Your best advice, of course, just stay home, in part because a whole lot of you haven't driven in snow the past 3 years.
VDOT's Ellen Kalmalakis.
You would be grateful.
When behind the wheel and it's been a bit since you've experienced dangerous conditions, be aware of the precipitation, your visibility. Bottom line, in weather like this, slower is certainly safer. Charlie Gishler with MDOT.
Ideal conditions.
Scott Lynn on WMAL and WMAL.com.
The federal government closed today, but among the essential personnel working are congressional staff and members of Congress who will convene this January 6th to certify the results of the 2024 election. Officials say there are no known threats to security this time around, but U.S. Capitol Police Chief Tom Manger says
There's always the lone wolf, always the person who's operating by themselves, and you have no warning about those individuals. So we need to be prepared for that as much as we need to be prepared for anything.
Aside from the miles of fencing surrounding the Capitol, there are 500 National Guard troops on standby today as those results are certified. A new leader has been assigned to head the Catholic Archdiocese of Washington.
Pope Francis is naming Cardinal Robert McElroy as the new Catholic Archbishop for Washington, D.C. He will succeed the retiring Cardinal Wilton Gregory. McElroy comes to the nation's capital archdiocese from San Diego, where he served as bishop. He's known for being supportive of the Pope's more lenient stances, such as not denying communion to politicians, including President Biden, who openly support abortion. McElroy's appointment is made as President-elect Trump names Brian Birch, a prominent American Catholic critic of the Pope, as the next U.S. ambassador to the Holy See. Eben Brown, Fox News.
Checking your money, the Dow is up 244 points. NASDAQ's up 293. Up next, traffic and weather on WMAL.
Making sense of your morning.
Lots of coverage here on that developing story.
O'Connor and Company.
Weekday mornings from 5 to 9. Larry O'Connor here getting you through your morning.
Making sense of Washington.
Asking some very specific questions, some legitimate questions.
Making sense of the double standard.
Then here's the latest example.
Making sense of the headline.
Let me break it down for you because there's plenty to break down here.
O'Connor and Company with Larry O'Connor.
Weekdays 5 to 9 a.m. News Talk 105.9. Making sense of the news.
Make 2025 the year you stick to your financial resolutions. I'm Abe Abish, founder of Abish Financial Services.
It's cold out. I gotta let my car warm up.
2 p.m. and Sunday at 8 a.m., 2 p.m., and 5 p.m. on WMAL.
With love, I will build a wonderful thing and makes this forever feel like summer.
For 100 years and counting, Shriners Hospitals for Children has been creating wonderful opportunities for children in need. This life-changing medical care helps them do the things they've always dreamed of. Shriners Hospitals for Children has done so much for me and so many other kids. I can dance. I can play games with my friends.
Because of Shriners Hospitals for Children, I have no limits, and I'm doing more than what I ever thought possible.
To find out more about how children in need are being helped every day, go to loveshriners.org today.
WMAL traffic and weather, Steve Hirschhorn in the Hadid Carpet Cleaning Traffic Center.
George Washington Parkway remains closed both ways between the Beltway and Spout Run Parkway because of ongoing hazardous driving conditions. Until further notice, that northern stretch of the George Washington Parkway remains closed. 270 northbound was an accident at 370 and Sam Eig Highway. Around the Beltway Inner Loop, eastbound before New Hampshire Avenue, broken down truck blocks 3 right lanes, very heavy and slow there. On the outer loop at New Hampshire Avenue, the right lane is closed with another disabled vehicle. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com, the WMAL Stormwatch 7 forecast.
Snow showers this afternoon, then accumulating snow returns this evening, a total of a foot possible. Highs today about 30. It is 27 right now at Reagan National. John,
hey, how you like that, you fucking King Solace, stupid motherfucking King Rob, dumb motherfucker? Sexiest guy out here, and what's he got? Some fucking chick overseas. Can't even touch her.
The peaceful transfer of power is one of the most fundamental principles of American democracy. As much as any other principle, it is what distinguishes our system of government from monarchy or tyranny. Today at the United States Capitol, I will perform my constitutional duty as Vice President of the United States to certify the results of the 2024 election.
She's going to perform. She's going to the Capitol to perform. Can hardly wait. They're going to let her in around the big, tall fences. They brought the fences back. The fences are back around the Capitol. Is she going to have to scale the fence to get in? Gotta look out when Kamala performs. That was Kamala. Today, she's the Vice President of the United States, amazingly, because Joe Biden narrowed down his search when he said, we're going to have a woman of color. The Washington Post attacks today President George H.W. Bush, saying that he is a liar because he said that when he nominated Clarence Thomas for the Supreme Court, that he didn't nominate him because he's a black man. He nominated him because of his qualifications. And the Washington Post today, in an article about politicians lying, they went back many decades to pull that one out. And they said, and that's an example of a political lie, right? Attempting to be diplomatic. Remarkable stuff. Now, Joe Biden, he said that he's going to pick a woman, gender, of color, race, and that narrowed down the search for vice president pretty rapidly. He had this freshman senator who was famous for, Willie Brown dating and all that stuff. But in any event, she'll be on Capitol Hill today as Vice President of the United States, and she will preside over the certification process because politics is show business. They have surrounded the U.S. Capitol with giant fences, big, tall fences that are hard to scale unless you're a scaly kind of person like Senator Chuck Schumer. He can scale anything. Remarkable stuff. But she'll be there to certify the election of Donald Trump. And it's kind of, there's an irony, I guess, because she was the other candidate and she lost to Donald Trump, and she's got to certify the election of Donald Trump today. Are the Democrats planning on rioting? On this Ashley Babbitt Day? This is I guess it would be the third annual Ashley Babbitt Day in Washington, D.C. The only person that was killed that day, Ashley Babbitt, a 12-year veteran of the United States Air Force, a patriotic American, an America-loving American. And the Democrats applauded the racist assassination, the execution of Ashley Babbitt for the alleged crime of trespassing, because trespassing in lefty world is a death penalty offense. And when the police show up, and what was his name? Lieutenant Byrd, he searched for his bullet. He's only allowed to carry one bullet. He keeps it in his shirt pocket under the flap, just like Barney Fife. Sheriff Andy told him that he couldn't leave bullets in his gun. So he pulled a gun and he shot her and killed her at point blank range for allegedly trespassing. And that's what happened. That's what happened on that day. But here comes Mr. Bill's dog. Here comes Kamala Harris to Capitol Hill today. And she will preside as Congress certifies the election of Donald Trump and his victory over her, Kamala Harris. The last time this happened was when Al Gore, he certified, because he was running for president, and he lost and George W. Bush won. And because he was vice president, he was also presiding over the certification of the election of George W. Bush. That's the last time the vice president lost the presidential election, ran and lost, and had to then preside over the certification of the man in those cases that defeated him. Speaking of defeated, Hillary Clinton, Hillary Clinton got a Presidential Medal of Freedom for being the best loser in the history of losers. That's kind of the thing. But the news media, boy, they are all over. January 6th, 4 years ago. Oh no, the last time, and Ashley Babbitt was shot. They'll never mention Ashley Babbitt, but we will, because it's Ashley Babbitt Day. And the next day, a great police officer, U.S. Capitol Police, Brian Sicknick, died of a stroke. And it was a tragic thing. I think he was 43 years old, just from memory. But Brian Sicknick, great supporter of President Trump. Brian Sicknick, great sense of humor. Everybody loved him. And tragically, he died the next day of a stroke. The Democrats tried to make up a lie. Well, they did make up a lie. They tried to make it work with the American people that he was hit in the head with a fire extinguisher. And, and they were lying about everything, just lying because they lie about everything. It's what they do. They're liars. But with that, we open with Kamala there. And she released a video this morning where she's, I guess, for the first time ever trying to look vice presidential or something like that. And the peaceful transfer of power is fundamental. Isn't eating fundamental? Reading is fundamental. Reading is fundamental too. So the peaceful transfer of power is fundamental. Well, I have a memory, and my memory still works pretty well. I remember you guys rioting and burning cities from coast to coast and sacking, looting, plundering, attacking the White House for days, burning the church of the presidents, forcing the evacuation of the president. But none of that matters. That's not a part of their permanent record for the Democrats because of a corrupt media and a corrupt academia. And the reason the media is corrupt is because of the left. The reason academia is corrupt is because of the left. See? Now, Kamala, with the video that she posted this morning about what she has to do today, she's going to be dragged to Capitol Hill by armed men. We're going to pretend it's a security detail, but really she's being forced in there.
This duty is a sacred obligation.
Duty.
One I will uphold, guided by love of country, loyalty to our Constitution, and my unwavering faith in the American people.
Who wrote that, I wonder, because that's none of that is true. She's never said anything like that in her life, ever before. Just amazing. And let's not forget, there was one riot 4 years ago today on Ashley Babbitt Day. Today, the third anniversary of Ashley Babbitt's. Isn't that amazing? Just, excuse me, fourth. It's obviously the fourth anniversary. And the, boy, oh boy, doing my math. So here's Kamala with her video, and it's all very sacred, and she really loves this country. First time ever. It's like Michelle Obama spitting and shaking her head at the American flag being presented. Kamala Harris.
As we have seen, our democracy can be fragile, and it is up to then each one of us
as we've
to
seen,
stand up for our most cherished principles,
Mm-hmm.
and to make sure that in America, our government always remains of the people, by the people,
Wonder where this is
and
going.
for the people.
For the head.
May God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America.
Yeah, the people by the for people and for other people. I don't know. It reminds me of Abraham Lincoln, who was, of course, shot in the head and murdered by a Democrat, if I remember correctly. Yeah, and the sacred duty and the our Constitution and our Union. The Democrat Party gave us the first Civil War. I remember that well. Jefferson Davis, for example, Democrat president, Confederate States of America. Aren't they amazing? And they love to rewrite history. The media, the Democrats, the media and the academics, they love to rewrite history and pretend. They pretend a lot. So there will be certification, as there was certification 4 years ago as well, even though there was a bit of a dust up there. But you may remember President Trump on this day 4 years ago. President Trump was holding a rally on the ellipse behind the White House, and he suggested that the people in the audience could, and there was a plan to march to the Capitol, and there were questions being raised about the election and the legitimacy of Joe Biden's election. He got more votes than anybody in the history of the United States of America, and he didn't even campaign. He was in an iron lung in his basement for 6 months, and somehow this dim-witted numbskull who had never done anything but the crime bill that put black people in prison for crimes that wouldn't put white people in prison. And the Democrats decided they loved him and they elected him. And more votes than Barack Obama got, by millions more votes than, because the racist Democrats of the Confederate States of America couldn't vote. They couldn't come out and vote for Barack Obama the way they came out and voted for Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton. Millions more votes than Hillary Clinton, because the Democrats couldn't vote for a woman the way they could vote for Krusty Joe. Isn't that amazing? But President Trump, on this day, January 6th, 4 years ago, knowing that the crowd, at least elements of the crowd, were going to march to the Capitol, had this advice. And the Democrats peacefully and patriotically let your voices be heard. First Amendment, exercising First Amendment rights. Now, I mean, again, the Democrats laid siege to Washington and Seattle and to Portland and to Minneapolis and Chicago and Kenosha and New York and Washington and Atlanta and they rioted and looted and sacked and plundered, and they made rioting normal. They made political mob street violence normal all over the country because St. George Floyd, more people are killed in lightning strikes in the United States every year than there are black people killed by the police while unarmed. Literally true. I did the research myself. Now, the Democrats, as you know, lie about everything all the time. It's one of the very few things that they're good at. And usually, it's corrupt, the things that they're good at. But here is the Democrat leader in the House of Representatives, Hakeem Jeffries, who was raised and mentored by his radical uncle, who Professor Leonard Jeffries, a notorious and famous anti-Semite. But never mind that. Here's Hakeem Jeffries, and the media. This was just yesterday that Friday that Hakeem Jeffries said this.
There are no election deniers on our side of the aisle.
There aren't. Whoa! When they burned a bank. This is wild. One should love America.
For when you win and when you lose. That's the patriotic thing to do.
They lie about being patriotic once every 4 years for about a minute. And you heard Kamala doing it a minute ago. Now, yeah, this was during the election, the re-election of Mike Johnson as Speaker of the House of Representatives, which had a hiccup, but not much of a hiccup. 3 Republicans initially first go around said, I don't think I can vote for him. So they didn't. And then they did, and everything's fine. President Trump intervened and said, listen, Mike Johnson's the speaker. And it was really not a big deal, but the media fans the flames of civil war and division at every possible turn. And they love division in all of it. So there is Hakeem Jeffries. He's such a patriot. He's the opposite of a patriot. He's anti-American, un-American. He's not on our side at all. And yeah, and we have no election deniers on our side. That's a filthy lie, and he's a filthy liar. And then he's just too stupid to know the truth, which is possible. He gets his news from MSDNC and CNN and the Circle Fest and the hot tub, but they don't actually talk about the news. And then speaking of Circle Fest and hot tub, Jonathan Capehart, he's still Washington Post, MSNBC, whatever, same thing. And Jonathan Capehart on MSDNC, and it's the same thing. We don't have any election deniers, like those Republicans.
Should we be shocked that Democrats would accept the results of a free and fair election?
Well, Democrats have always accepted the results of a free and fair election. This election is not going to be any different. In fact, Kamala Harris will be, sort of there in place to do that.
Yeah, good thing we don't deny elections or anything like that. Like Hillary Clinton talking about the 2016 election when she lost to Trump.
You could run the best campaign. You could even become the nominee. And you can have the election stolen from you.
Yay! My favorite part is they cheer having the election stolen from you. Hillary Clinton then promised that this election in 2024 would be stolen by the dastardly Republicans.
Right-wing extremists already have a plan to literally steal the next presidential election.
And Terry McAuliffe, former governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia and DNC chair, saying that the 2000 election that Al Gore lost was stolen.
If Catherine Harris, Jeb Bush, Jim Baker, and the Supreme Court hadn't tampered with the results, Al Gore would be president.
And they all cheered. Then he said the 2004 election was stolen when George Bush won re-election. Yeah, they don't have any election deniers in the Democrat Party. They just have liars all over the place. They have election deniers all over the place. Isn't Stacey Abrams still the governor of Georgia in her own mind? They've been, there's not been an election in the 21st century that they've lost that they haven't said was stolen. Every presidential election that they've lost since 2000, they've said was stolen.
There's only one Chris Plant. The Chris Plant Show. News Talk 105.9 WMAL.
Making sense of the news. WMAL.
Making sense of the news.
Live
from the Home Paramount Pest Control Studios.
Home Paramount, the leader in pest control since 1939.
Weight loss is not available everywhere. Compounded products are not FDA approved or verified for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription required. Restrictions apply. Wegovy and Ozempic are not compounded.
Everyone's talking about the breakthrough of weight loss drugs, but too few can access or afford them. Hers is changing that. At forhers.com/radio, you can access doctor-trusted weight loss treatments tailored to you, like GLP-1 weekly injections with the same active ingredient as Ozempic and Wegovy, or oral medications at a fraction of the price. That's right. You'll save up to 91% per month on compounded semaglutide based on pricing through Hers. The same active ingredient as the name brand drug at 91% less. There's no hidden fees and no membership fees. Just one low, transparent price. And the process is 100% online. If prescribed, your personalized plan ships free directly to your door. Get started at forhers.com/radio to access affordable doctor-trusted weight loss plans that put you first. That's forhers.com/radio. FORHERS.com/radio.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month.
Call Term Providers. Speak with Big Lou at 800-239-1749. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Providers help thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-239-1749. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-239-1749. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-239-1749. 800-239-1749 or biglou.com.
Chris Platt here. Do you or someone you know suffer from macular degeneration or other vision-related issues? For nearly 50 years, the doctors at Low Vision Specialists of Maryland and Virginia have been designing special glasses to help people who have been diagnosed with macular degeneration or have other sight loss conditions caused by diabetes, cataracts, or stroke. People like Betty.
My vision was declining because of macular degeneration. I was having particular problems driving and reading. He determined that I did, in fact, need the telescopic glasses. He really is, as far as I'm concerned, pretty much a miracle worker.
Low Vision Specialists help Betty gain back her vision and independence, and they can help you too. Give the doctors a call today at 301-321-7008 to schedule your no-hassle consultation. That's 301-321-7008. Don't wait. Pick up the phone and change a life today.
This January, experience the future of driving at the Washington, D.C. Auto Show. Get up close with the latest models, groundbreaking tech, and exciting innovations from top automakers. With everything from luxury to electrics and family-friendly SUVs to sleek sports cars, there's something for everyone. The 2025 Washington, D.C. Auto Show. January 31st through February 9th at the Walter E. Washington Convention Center. Tickets at WashingtonAutoShow.com.
Being blind doesn't look how others may think. Retinitis pigmentosa aimed to overwhelm my family.
It tried to cut me down. I know where to find support.
Donate today at fightingblindness.org. A public service message from the Foundation Fighting Blindness.
I'm Naheem Hines, running back for the Indianapolis Colts and proud supporter of the Muscular Dystrophy Association. My mom was diagnosed with muscular dystrophy when I was 14, and I watched her struggle. But MDA helped her get the best treatments and care, and they also help kids like my buddy Ethan.
My name is Ethan, and I'm 12 years old. Thanks to the Muscular Dystrophy Association and people like you, I have more hope than ever before. From day one, they've treated me like family at my local care center. MDA is the only one that funds over 150 care centers across the U.S. to help provide state-of-the-art care for adults and kids like me.
For over 70 years, MDA has been transforming the lives of people living with muscular dystrophy, ALS, and other related neuromuscular diseases. They fund the research for breakthrough treatments, care, and cures. And MDA provides support to thousands of families like mine and Ethan's in communities like yours. Thanks to MDA, kids and adults can live life to its fullest. Join us and learn more at MDA.org today.
Finally, the truth behind the headlines is the Vince Gallané Show, weekdays 3 to 6 on WMAL. Finally, the truth behind the headlines is the Vince Gallané Show, weekdays 3 to 6 on WMAL.
January 6th. Here we are, 4 years later. Joe Biden, pretty amazing stuff. Giving the Presidential Medal of Freedom to George Soros, who is here to destroy the United States of America as we know it, the fundamental transformation of America that Barack Obama threatened, that the left is still hell-bent on inflicting upon Western civilization and the rest of civilization for that matter, war in the Middle East. The Biden years have been truly horrible years. Jimmy Carter, I haven't even talked about Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter died at the age of 100, and his funeral in Washington, D.C. later this week, actually. And then we got this radical left-wing extremist judge in New York who's planning on sentencing President Trump on Friday. Jimmy Carter's funeral is in Washington, I think, on Thursday, National Cathedral and so on. But in the meantime, Biden honors Anna Wintour. Bono, the Irish, U2 guy. George Soros with Medal of Freedom. The British Broadcasting Corporation is on the job. I'm sorry, George Soros, the Presidential Medal of Freedom. He spent so many millions of his ill-gotten gains on damaging the United States of America with corrupt prosecutors, corrupt Democrat politicians everywhere who are here to subvert the United States of America.
This is the Chris Plant Show.
WMAL-FM Woodbridge, Washington, a Cumulus media station. Making sense of the news.
News now.
WMAL News at 10:30. I'm John Matthews. Round one of today's snow event is essentially over. Most places in the immediate D.C. area seeing anywhere from 4 to 8 inches of snow. We're expecting a second round this evening that could bring us another inch or two before the system clears away by midnight. The snow will not keep Congress from fulfilling its duty to certify the 2024 election results for President-elect Donald Trump. Unlike 4 years ago when the president urged a crowd to fight like hell, prompting mobs to riot and break into the Capitol, no violence, protests, or objections expected this year. Facing growing calls to resign, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau is expected to make an announcement today about his political future. Trudeau has become deeply unpopular over a range of issues, including the soaring cost of food and housing, but he's kept quiet despite intensifying pressure for him to step down. Traffic and weather next.
This report is sponsored by Mattress Firm. Score deep discounts and deeper sleep during Mattress Firm's semi-annual sale and clearance. Take up to 60% off select mattresses and more. Plus, get a free adjustable base on qualifying purchases. Shop today for free and fast delivery. Restrictions apply.
Steve Hirshhorn in the Hadid Carpet Cleaning Traffic Center.
George Washington Parkway remains closed both ways between Spout Run Parkway and the Beltway because of hazardous driving conditions there until further notice. That northern stretch of the GW Parkway remains blocked. Downtown Bethesda, southbound Wisconsin Avenue 355 between Elm Street and Willow Lane. It's a water main break. That stretch of southbound Wisconsin Avenue is closed right now in the Capitol Hill area. Several closures around the Capitol in conjunction with today's joint session of Congress. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com, the WMAL Stormwatch 7 forecast.
Occasional snow showers this afternoon with accumulating snow resuming this evening. High of 30. Right now it's 26 at Reagan National. John Matthews, News Talk 105.9 WMAL.
Dad?
Mommy's not feeling good.
You need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize?
Yeah, with Dayquil VapoCool. It's Dayquil plus a rush of Vicks vapors.
Whoa.
Come on, honey. Let's let mommy rest.
You guys are amazing. And so is Dayquil VapoCool.
Dayquil VapoCool, the vaporizing daytime coughing, aching, fever, power through your day medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks VapoCool drops. Use it directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline nasal spray.
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control. Enjoy life's important moment without the jackknife. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Get Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
This is Dr. Riggleman with DMV Weight Loss. In 2024, we were able to change the lives of thousands of people on our Metabolic Reset weight loss program. We know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day with no exercising, no prepackaged meals, no counting points or calories, no drugs, no surgery, and no injections with the risk of serious side effects. There's no better time than now to give yourself the gift of a new you in this new year. Our team at DMV Weight Loss can help you thrive in 2025. For your free consultation, go to dmvweightloss.com.
Here's Chris with his success story. I'm happy to report that I lost 40 pounds over the course of about 3.5 months. I feel like I'm 10 years younger. I have more energy, and every day when I wake up, I feel refreshed. I don't have the pains that I used to have that I attributed to aging. This program is different, and you owe it to yourself to try it.
The DMV Weight Loss Program has successfully helped thousands of people lose up to 10 to 20% of their body weight in 60 days. You can start the program in person or virtually from anywhere you live. Schedule your free consultation today by calling 571-532-5700 or dmvweightloss.com. That's dmvweightloss.com. Results may vary.
I chose for three reasons. Number one, they're the only ones that could give me more hair with one procedure. Their PAI multi-unit hair grafting procedure is trademarked. Number two, they're the only ones who have easy 45-minute treatments. You'll be in and out with their PRP and laser treatments to restore hair because, who isn't busy? Grow Your Hair Back gets that. And number three, the results. I love my results, and I know you do too because you tell me. And by the way, Grow Your Hair Back is not just for men, it's for women too. Start now. Growing your hair back is more affordable than ever. Call 703-763-0016. Get a free evaluation from the company I trust, or visit growyourhairback.com. That's 703-763-0016. Call now and grow your hair back.
WMAL, making sense of the economy because it's your money and your retirement. Download the WMAL app to stream us for free.
Ashley Babbitt Day, 4 years on. Why did that racist police officer shoot that nice lady, the Air Force veteran, and kill her? And then the Democrats gave him awards and promotions. They love racist police shootings, sexist, racist police shootings. The Democrats, they're big election deniers from way back. Yes, sir. And again, keeping in mind that Hillary Clinton said the 2016 election was stolen from her. Hillary Clinton said the Republicans were going to steal the 2024 election, right-wing extremists, a radical plot to do that. And we've got a news media that just, plays the role of bootlick throughout all of this. Remarkable stuff. Terry McAwful, former awful, terrible governor and Democratic National Committee chair, said and insisted, I think he still insists, the 2000 election, George W. Bush v. Al Gore, insists it was stolen. They were trying to steal it in Florida with the dangling chads and hanging chads and the recounts and the only in Democrat strongholds while they were digging up votes. And they're furious that the Supreme Court became involved, put an end to the folderol that they were inflicting on all of us. Terry McAwful then insisted that the 2004 election, George W. Bush won re-election, that election was stolen. And so that, and then they won 2008 with Barack Obama, 2012 Barack Obama, right? And they didn't claim those were corrupt or stolen because they won them. Then 2016, Hillary lost, Trump won. They claimed that one was stolen. Hillary said, and other Democrats said that one was stolen. Right? Then they won with Joe Biden. They don't think that one was stolen, even though somehow Joe Biden got millions and millions more votes than Hillary Clinton got, millions and millions more votes than Barack Obama got, and Joe Biden didn't even campaign. So the racist, sexist Democrats turned out for crusty Joe Biden, whose brain is broke, in numbers by the millions, much larger than the Democrats turned out for Hillary Clinton, who would have been the first woman president, and much larger numbers than they turned out for Barack Obama, who was the first African-American or African-American president, two-time president. But that's okay. Never mind the Democrats. They some. I haven't gone to a phone call in a long time. Let's do that. Now we have more crazy Democrat stuff to get to. And I should mention that in Canada, there's all kinds of fun stuff going on in Canada, which is America's hat, and also our largest national park, as everybody knows. They give us all kinds of silly stuff. But here's what's going on in Canada, where they have this guy, Justin Trudeau. His dad was the prime minister, because the left, they're like they do this in third world countries where the wife takes over when the husband dies, or the son takes over when dad dies. It's a dictator thing. Justin Trudeau will announce his resignation as leader of Canada's Liberal Party on Monday, And the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation is reporting, and this will trigger a contest to replace him as prime minister. So the liberal left-wing blackface, famous for his blackface photos, Justin Trudeau announcing this morning that he will step down as the leader of Canada's Liberal Party. And that means he will be squeezed out as prime minister. We should do that to Joe Biden. Joe Biden should still step down as president. It's not too late. And then Kamala would become the first African-American, Indian-American, female president of the United States. That's a threefer. That's 3 boxes checked. And the Democrats, Joe Biden could do that now. He could make history. But he won't because he's a racist and a sexist. And I got to get back to the Presidential Medals of Freedom, too, because I've got some ideas for who President Trump should present with the Presidential Medal of Freedom when President Trump is sworn in as president. He's got a lot to do on his first day, but we'll get to that. Now, let's go to the telephones because I haven't gone there long. Let's go to Donna, calling from Frederick, Maryland. Oh, Donna, you're on the Chris Plant Show.
Events that we saw in Vegas and in New Orleans were about. And they're trying to, of course, they're going to blame the military. They're running out of people to blame. It's the same old BS. And as far as Hakeem Jeffries, he's like the Obama wannabe. You look at his cadence, his body language, the optics. It's just, if people don't see through this by now, they're still sleepwalking. And I'd love to hear your thoughts about that and the flags being half-staff for Carter while Trump is supposed to be inaugurated. I don't know if they're supposed to keep them that long, but just in general, I'd love to hear your opinion on everything I mentioned. And I'm sorry I'm so long-winded about it, but I respect your opinion about all of it, and I can't wait to hear what you have to say.
No, it's great. It's great stuff, Donna, I've got to say. And it's true, the flags will be at half-staff. I believe it's 30 days. There are standard protocols for these occasions. And for a president of the United States to die, which doesn't happen very often, I believe it's 30 days. The protocol is for flags to be at half-staff, ordered to be at half-staff on government buildings for 30 days after the death of a president. And Jimmy Carter was president of the United States, and he may have been the second worst president of the United States that we've ever had after Joe Biden. And it's amazing, that Jimmy Carter lived long enough to see a president come along who is worse as president than he was. And, God bless him, God rest his soul, Jimmy Carter, a Naval Academy grad, a naval officer. He became governor of Georgia and president of the United States, and he was a tragedy as president of the United States. His personal life, fine, wonderful. But he lived to be 100 years old, plus a bit, and that's quite a remarkable thing. So the flags, and it is ironic that as Joe Biden leaves the presidency on January 20th, the west front of the Capitol for the inauguration, even though the Capitol is already surrounded with the big fences, because the Democrats love theater, they love show business, and our entire political system is a terrible cable television show. Remarkable stuff. But that is going to be part of the thing. And Joe Biden steps down as the worst president ever, while the flags are at half-staff for the second worst president ever. President Trump comes in to hopefully slap our government and our country back into shape from Kash Patel at the FBI. And honestly, I think Pete Hegseth is looking better and better for making it through the confirmation process on Capitol Hill. The crooked Democrats in the Senate, and they got Adam Schiff in the Senate now. So they're going to fight like the jihadis that they are, the Democrats. And as for the radical Islamic jihadi attack in New Orleans, the New Year's Eve, New Year's Day attack, with the massacre of humanity there, where the FBI agent came out with a ring in her nose and said this is not a terrorist attack, embarrassing the FBI yet again, which is pretty extraordinary. How many times the FBI has been investigated. And then the attack, and you're right, they're blaming the military because the Muslim jihadi that perpetrated the attack in New Orleans, turns out he had visited Cairo, Egypt last year. He had scouted the locations at Bourbon Street in New Orleans at least twice, apparently, prior to the actual attack. He was armed. He's shooting the police. Improvised explosive devices that were disarmed, brought in coolers because it's New Year's Eve. There's a big college football game, the Sugar Bowl that was supposed to be played there. It was delayed by a day. And you're right, the news media said, oh, he was in the Army, Fort Bragg. And then a Democrat went and he rented in Las Vegas, Nevada, you mentioned, Donna. Another Democrat rented a Tesla. The Democrats have been ordered to hate Elon Musk, who created Tesla, the electric cars, of course, and he bought one of these like trucks that look like weird mobiles and filled it with things that explode, brought it to the front entrance of Trump Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada, and blew himself up. And I got to say, the Tesla vehicle is so sturdy and solid that it contained the blast, and the blast went upward. It was full of nail bombs, which are designed to be anti-personnel devices and kill as many people as possible. And the lunatic in Las Vegas basically self-immolated. And in New Orleans, you've got, Shamsuddin Jabbar, and in Las Vegas, you got the guy in Las Vegas was also an Army veteran. I think the Army maybe needs to raise their standards, elevate their standards, but these guys did both serve in the Army. I mean, the Democrats in the media, I say, oh, they were both at Fort Bragg, and at Fort Bragg they have a psychological operations unit, and that could explain it. That explains nothing. But you're right; they're trying to blame the Army for a radical Islamic jihadi who's a Democrat that attacked people in New Orleans, and his name is Shamsuddin Jabbar. And then you've got the lunatic and he killed 14 and injured 30 or more. You see the video of the one lady running down the street with the long red hair, the curly red hair, and she didn't know there was a car racing up behind her, and she stepped up on the curb, leapt up on the curb, just missed it by that much. Man, that is amazing. That lady should have that picture on the wall in her kitchen to remind her every day of her life. But we've got this amazing stuff going on, and honestly, who was it? I think it's Nikki Haley said Trump's inauguration can't come soon enough. And, we've got these terror attacks. We've got war in the Middle East, war in Europe, high gas prices up the yin-yang. Joe Biden announcing yesterday he's going to ban drilling and exploring for oil off of our coasts because he's sabotaging the incoming Trump administration, trying to get the economy back on track, which means low energy costs for industry, for commercial businesses, for individuals, for families. The poorer you are, the more high gas prices affect you, the more high energy prices affect you, natural gas, gasoline, food prices, all the essentials. And they've all skyrocketed under the Democrats and Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. But just amazing stuff. And Nikki Haley also said, talking about the Trump inauguration can't come soon enough. George Soros awarded the Medal of Freedom, and Nikki Haley called that a slap in the face, which it is. Bono, the Irish, U2 singer, and he gets the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Honestly, you got to be kidding me. George Soros, nobody more anti-American than George Soros, and I guess it's because Fidel Castro is dead and Pol Pot out of Cambodia is dead. The world's most prolific mass murderer, Mao Zedong, is dead. But Joe Biden and the Democrats might give those people the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Just amazing stuff. George Soros, Hillary Clinton, she was bitter about it too. How ridiculous. She really wanted the presidency. She wanted to be giving out presidential medals of freedom to anti-American communists. Instead, she's getting, it's kind of a consolation prize, I guess. Not second place, not third place. It's not silver or bronze, but here, have this nice medal and go home because your husband's cheating on you again, as he's always done. Pretty amazing stuff. And I got to say, Donna, you're right about, everything is blame MAGA, blame the army. And these Democrats are so awful. And it's why they were voted out of office and why they don't control the House of Representatives or the United States Senate or the White House. Or, by the way, there's a 6-3 conservative majority on the United States Supreme Court. They love to bring everything through the courts because they don't believe in democracy, bringing things through committee in the House of Representatives and for, the Congress to vote on bills. They don't believe in any of that. They've corrupted everything. It's extraordinary, but they just lost everything in Washington politics in the big election. And that's a good thing. And people I think are starting to wake up. And Don, I think you said people are starting to wake up. And in New York, they've got this guy arrested 87 times, a Democrat out there stabbing people. He's mentally ill. And they just say, let's put him back on the street. Let's more crime, more Democrats, more crime, more Democrats, more murder, more Democrats, more terrorism, more Democrats, more illegal alien gangs from Venezuela murdering mothers and daughters and nursing students. The Democrats. Aren't they amazing? Donna, I got to tell you, it's been a couple of weeks since I was sitting in my chair here, and I'm still playing catch up. Terror attacks, suicide, and it was a suicide attack on the Trump Hotel. Right, the guy in the vehicle, and you're right, the media. So what's the commonality here? Oh, the U.S. Army, like they're the bad guys, and they're trying to say that the Nevada guy was some kind of a MAGA Republican, which is why he rented a Tesla to self-immolate in front of a Trump hotel where he planned to commit mass murder, but failed. Just suicide attack, self-immolation. Obviously a Democrat. An Elon Musk vehicle, are you kidding me? And the answer is no, they're not kidding me. They're lying to me again.
You're listening to The Chris Plant Show. News Talk 105.9 WMAL.
Making sense of the news.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-908-1755. That's 800-908-1755. 800-908-1755.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Join me and Brent Bozell on the Media Research Center's 2025 Cruise to Norway this August. We'll be joined by Kevin and Sam Sorbo, Alan West, Joe Concha, Cal Thomas, and others. I'm really looking forward to it. Go to mrccruise.com for all the details. Hi, it's Larry. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Reynolds and Power Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000, 800-763-3000.
Get your favorite produce at Whole Foods Market. Get large Hass avocados for $1.79 each with Prime through January 7th. Mashed or sliced, it's a must-have addition to sandwiches, salads, burrito bowls, and more. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store, and the start of the new year brings promise and possibilities. Yet too often, this enthusiasm is met with pain in our feet, knees, and back. Does that sound like you? Then it's time to check out the Good Feet store. One of our recent customers, a photographer named Ellie, found relief. Let's hear her story. I've had my Good Feet arch supports for about 2 years now, and I can actually walk around all day without feeling like my feet are going to fall off. I suffered from plantar fasciitis and would wake up every morning with terrible pain. I'm a wedding photographer, and if I didn't have these, I don't think I would make it through my 10-hour days running around. These are a total game changer, and I will always highly recommend them. If you're tired of foot pain holding you back, come in for a free fitting and test walk. Our team will take the time to personally fit you for your own arch support system. And you can try before you buy. On top of it all, they're FSA, HSA eligible. Put those dollars to use for a pain-free future. Head over to goodfeet.com to schedule your appointment today.
Men, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE, True Vitality Medical Center gets your sex life back in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough medical treatments eliminate ED and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? True Vitality Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. Patients see instant results on their first visit.
True Vitality Medical Center's breakthrough treatments restore your sex life regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. Plus, you'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients get their testosterone checked free. Call 703-637-1222. 703-637-1222. To regain your sex life in just one visit, call now. 703-637-1222.
I'm Dr. Silas Norman. As a kidney transplant physician, I'm telling you that kidney failure is often preventable. Talk to your doctor. Get your kidneys checked.
We're the American Kidney Fund. We believe in kidney health for all. Visit kidneyhealthforall.org.
In honor of all those we've lost to cancer and those still fighting and thriving, like basketball analyst and cancer champion Dick Vitale.
I want to beat cancer. I'm going to beat it. That's no doubt in my mind. I'm going to win this battle.
Defeating cancer will take all of us. Join our team to help fund game-changing research that saves lives. At the V Foundation, V is for victory over cancer. V is for victory over the odds. V is for victory over health disparities, victory over setbacks, victory over the unknown. V is for victory over giving up.
Don't give up. Don't ever give up.
Join the V Foundation team and help save lives.
Cancer can take away all my physical abilities. It cannot touch my mind. It cannot touch my heart. And it cannot touch my soul.
Join our team in the fight against cancer at V.org.
WMAL, making sense of the markets, because generational wealth doesn't build itself. Download the WMAL app to stream us for free.
I've got Adam Schiffless and creepy lying Democrats lying about everything, attacking everything. That's still coming up because Democrats are on the loose. And big goings on Capitol Hill today, certifying the election of Donald Trump. And the certification will be presided over by Kamala Harris, which is kind of funny. Let's go to the telephones, Michael. Let's go to Sid, calling from Los Angeles, California. Sid, you're on the Chris Plant Show. Thank you. All right. The insurrection, because the insurrection. And if you look at the word insurrection in the dictionary, you'll see that Democrats have been engaging in insurrectionist behavior for years and years now on an ongoing basis. Yeah, you're right. Raskin, what a sleazeball he is. Just amazing. And And right, I mean, Sid, when the FBI, as they did hours ago, released video under pressure from Republicans in the House of the pipe bomber, and we haven't seen it in 4 years. What do you make of that, Sid?
I don't know how they were watching it. They got maybe that's television. In reality, they don't have any of those abilities to use facial recognition, all kinds of techniques to track people.
Right, and cell phones, they have photos and videos of him using cell phones. They know where he was, when he was, cell phone towers.
WMAL-FM, Woodbridge, Washington, a Cumulus media station.
Making sense for the news. News Talk 105.9.
News now.
WMAL News at 11. Good morning, everyone. I'm John Matthews. Breaking this hour, we're awaiting official confirmation from Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau that he's going to resign from office. The spokesman tells the Associated Press Trudeau will stay on as Prime Minister until a new leader of the Liberal Party is chosen. Trudeau has become deeply unpopular over a range of issues, including the soaring cost of food and housing, but he's kept quiet despite intensifying pressure for him to step down. The biggest snow to hit the D.C. area in 3 years is not finished, but it is kind of on a break.
We're going to see a little bit of a lull in the snow as we move through the afternoon, and then it will pick up again later this evening. Could pick up another additional inch or two. As of right now, Stafford, Virginia, about 8 inches already on the ground, nearly 6.5 at Warrenton, Virginia, the district coming in at just about 5 inches.
7 News meteorologist Steve Rudin. With most people staying home, road crews are in high gear.
Effort for help. Ellen Kamalakis with VDOT setting expectations.
You're not going to see bare pavement. We're working to make roads passable.
With subdivision streets last on the priority list, Maryland State Highways Charlie Gischler also telling WMAL's O'Connor and Company.
Every one of our drivers and our contracting drivers out there have a route. It takes about 30 to 45 minutes to complete that route.
Then the crews start all over again. Barbara Britt, WMAL and WMAL.com.
The snow will not slow Congress's job today to certify the 2024 election.
This is the last step in the presidential election. Vice President Harris presides over the meeting of both the House and Senate in her capacity as president of the Senate. The certification goes on despite Washington, D.C. receiving about a foot of snow today. Authorities deem the certification a national security event. Fences are up around the Capitol after the riot 4 years ago. President Biden emphasized the importance of a clean handoff to the new administration. Lawmakers could potentially object to individual slates of electors like in 2021, but that's not expected.
Fox News' Chad Pergram, that process expected to start around 1 this afternoon. President Biden urging Americans not to forget the January 6 riots of 4 years ago.
Writing in a Washington Post op-ed, there is an unrelenting effort to rewrite and erase the history and explain it away as a protest that just got out of hand. Speaking to newly elected Democrats last night, the president said the certification of the Electoral College should not be taken for granted.
Thankfully, our democracy held. But the big reason is because of the bravery of the Capitol Police and local people who stood with us.
President-elect Trump has described January 6th as a day of love and suggested pardons for some of the defendants convicted. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
An event of much less import is taking place at this hour at Meridian Hill Park in Northwest D.C., the annual D.C. Snowball Fight. The first rule is there are no rules.
We'd like to have fewer rules and regulations, but things kind of take a natural course here.
Michael Lippin has been organizing the free-for-alls for 15 years now. He tells WMAL's O'Connor and Company you never know what'll happen, whether it becomes a costume party or a dance-off. Checking your money, the Dow is up 225 points, NASDAQ up 355. Traffic and weather next.
Hey there, I'm Paula Penn, host of the Afford Anything podcast. I help people make the smartest money decisions possible. How should that money get invested? Why value? Why not growth? We're going to answer all of these questions.
All of them?
All of them. From investing strategies and the thing about tariffs to economic trends and beyond.
In one episode.
So can you believe it?
I got to ask for a raise.
What's 5% of zero?
Oh, crap.
Afford Anything. Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
Second opinions.
You get them with your health.
So why not with your wealth?
Your stock market investments deserve a second opinion.
At Hayden & Walsh, It only takes a second.
To schedule your free second opinion.
Go online and search for Hayden and Walsh. The second opinion people. Investing involves risk, including the possible loss of principal. Advisory services provided by Hayden and Walsh Asset Management. Securities offered by Hayden and Walsh Inc. Member FINRA SIPC.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. At Blindster, we offer custom-made faux wood and real wood blinds and shutters, cellular shades, Roman shades, bamboo shades, exterior shades, and more. All at factory direct prices. Don't pay too much for new blinds. Go to Blindster.com.
Find your next car at the Washington, D.C. Auto Show. From fuel-efficient hybrids to powerful trucks and everything in between. This is your chance to find the perfect match. The Washington, D.C. Auto Show, January 31st to February 9th. Get your tickets now at WashingtonAutoShow.com.
WMAL traffic and weather. Here's Steve Hirshhorn in the Hadid Carpet Cleaning Traffic Center.
The George Washington Parkway remains closed both ways between Spout Run Parkway and the Beltway because of the hazardous driving conditions after all the snow we've had. Downtown Bethesda, Wisconsin Avenue 355 is closed both ways now because of a water main break between Elm Street and Willow Lane. That is Wisconsin Avenue, downtown Bethesda, blocked both ways, still under police direction until further notice. In Stafford County, Virginia, Centerport Parkway is closed both ways because of a jackknife tractor trailer near Mountain View Road. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com, the WMAL Stormwatch 7 forecast.
A little bit of a lull in snow accumulation, but likely to pick up again later this evening with an additional 1 to 2 inches possible. Temperatures today around 25 to 30. Tomorrow it's cold and blustery. I'm 7 News meteorologist Steve Rudin in the First Alert Weather Center.
27 degrees in Haymarket, 28 in Waldorf, 27 at Reagan National. John Matthews, News Talk 105.9 WMAL.
105.9 FM and streaming worldwide on the WMAL app.
Chris Plant.
So it's going to be up to us on January 6th, 2025 to tell the rampaging Trump mobs that he's disqualified. And then we need bodyguards for everybody in Civil War conditions.
Yes, Democrat Congressman Jamie Raskin, election denier, one of many Democrats. They love denying the presidential elections that they lose. If Joe Biden had not received 4 years ago a record-shattering number of votes, then Joe Biden would have presided over the process on Capitol Hill to affirm Donald Trump as the re-elected president of the United States. By the way, Justin Trudeau, the Canadian Prime Minister, has announced that he is resigning. He hasn't technically resigned yet. He's announced that he will be resigning as the head of the Liberal Party, a very left-wing Liberal Party in Canada. They're providing all kinds of military and economic security because they're our neighbor to the north, our largest national park, America's hat. But setting that aside for the time being, the January 6th anniversary, and 4 years later, we have the process taking place on Capitol Hill today. 4 years ago today, there was a bit of a dust-up on Capitol Hill, and Ashley Babbitt was shot and killed by a U.S. Capitol Police officer after serving 12 years in the United States Air Force honorably. A patriotic American woman shot at point-blank range by a U.S. Capitol Police officer, and the Democrats applauded. They finally found a police shooting they approved of, because she wasn't a career criminal assaulting police or shooting people or looting stores. She was a patriotic American that served 12 years in the United States military, and she was accused of trespassing. So naturally, you shoot to kill, point blank range. Democrats approved of that. January 6th, Democrats love January 6th. There are all kinds of things to say about it, of course. The Washington Post today, they have story after story on January 6th. They're all over the place because it's been 4 years. And again, we've got the same process taking place on Capitol Hill today. And Kamala Harris will preside over the the affirmation of the election of Donald Trump, the re-election of Donald Trump to the presidency of the United States. So they put up giant fences all around the Capitol because they love a police state, too. They're the left. The Washington Post, their lead editorial today. New report does not justify January 6th pardons. Now, who did Joe Biden just pardon? Didn't he just pardon, people on, all the people on federal death row just got it. They're no longer in line for death. Isn't that amazing? Who else did Joe Biden pardon? He just pardoned a whole bunch of presidential pardons. And hey, if you're on federal death row, Joe Biden wants to be sure that you never actually are put to death for the murders, the terrorism, the savagery, the kidnappings, the torture, rape, murders. Joe Biden is there for you. But the Washington Post today, a new report does not justify January 6th pardons. And hey, Washington Post, the riots at the White House in 2020, when the Democrats were burning cities from coast to coast, the President of the United States and the first family were evacuated to the nuclear bunker beneath the White House, and 160 to 180 police were injured. The Democrats torched the Church of the Presidents, and not one person was sentenced to any time in jail. No prison time for any of those rioters attacking the White House for 3 days. The attacks on the White House, organized, orchestrated, people brought in from around the country. And a new report does not justify January 6 pardons. That's the lead story here, the editorial page, the Washington Post. Justice Department Inspector General Michael E. Horowitz concluded last month that no undercover FBI employees were at the Capitol on January 6, 2021, nor at the rally on the Ellipse preceding the riot. They're playing word games here. He also revealed that the Bureau had 26 informants, confidential human informants, 26. How about Ray Epps inciting people to go into the Capitol the night before January 6th on the streets of Washington? Ray Epps was encouraging people to attack violently, go into the Capitol, and on the day they're at the Capitol, and no prison sentence for him. Isn't that fascinating? Yet, how many? More than 1,000 people have been arrested and charged by the federal government. He also revealed that the Bureau had 26 informants. Very careful. They want to downplay it at the Washington Post. Confidential human informants who were paid by the FBI. They were in D.C. that day, but only 3 of them had been tasked by the FBI field offices to be in the city. While they entered restricted areas at the Capitol, none were authorized to do so or to encourage others to break the law. And were any of those confidential informants who went into the Capitol, and were they charged with crimes? No. But they say the Inspector General concluded that no undercover FBI employees, but dozens of FBI informants on the payroll were there. And the Washington Post goes on and on to say, 4 years after the insurrection, every attack on a courthouse by the Democrats, an insurrection, every attack on a police station by the Democrats because of St. George Floyd, an insurrection. It's an attack, a violent attack on established authority. 4 years after the insurrection, and the Washington Post doesn't get into the fact that the FBI released video of the guy putting pipe bombs at the DNC and RNC headquarters 4 years ago, and still no suspects. And they released video yesterday or night before last. Hey, here's the guy. Anybody know anything about him? 4 years later, you are all so fired. God, are you people fired? Man, oh man. 4 years after the insurrection, federal agents have continued to make arrests. On December 19th, a Florida man was charged with assaulting a D.C. police officer with a baseball baton. What's a baseball baton? Is that like a little souvenir baseball bat? Is that what they're saying? What planet are these people from? A baseball baton. And they continue to make arrests. but not for the assault on the White House and torching the Church of the Presidents and forcing the evacuation of the president and the first family. No arrests, no convictions, no jail sentences, no prison sentences. Not one. Isn't that amazing? And they're continuing to arrest people. A man in Florida 4 years later, but nothing for May 30th, May 31st, and June 1st of 2020, the assault on the White House. Nearly 1,600 individuals from almost every state have been charged with federal crimes during the 47 months since the attack. Isn't that amazing? Including about 600 on charges of assaulting or impeding law enforcement, but none for the riots in Washington, D.C., the assault on the White House, the evacuation of the president, torching the church. None, not a one. Isn't that amazing? That's the two systems of justice that we're talking about. And there have been in the last, let's count 2020 and George Floyd, 551 riots, violent riots in the United States. 550 of them by Democrats. One, not by Democrats. One at the Capitol. At least one, but for 3 days, at the White House. And more all over Washington, assaulting government buildings, businesses, looting, assaults on police, M80s, explosives being thrown at the police, frozen water bottles, full urine bottles. No jail sentences for them. None. Isn't that amazing? And new report does not justify January 6 pardons. You're right, the new report doesn't. But the big picture does. And for how many years are they supposed to sit in these gulags run by the Democrats? Also, Joe Biden has an op-ed in the Washington Post today written by someone else. The headline there is, again, you've got 26 confidential FBI informants, but they didn't do anything wrong. Were they inside? What? And only 3 of them were tasked with being there. So the FBI tasked people with infiltrating and being there, and they're on the FBI payroll. And a total of 26 confidential informants. The other 23 just came on their own. Were they paid for being there? Because they're paid for being confidential human informants. Joe Biden is an idiot. Somebody wrote an op-ed and put his name on it in the Washington Post. What Americans need to remember about January 6th, that it was one of more than 500 riots, and every single one of them was a Democrat riot. Love of George Floyd, hatred of police, love of looting, right? They got Loot Lemon and Louis Vuitton and sacking banks. And I was there, the Trump inauguration on Pennsylvania Avenue, and Democrats were smashing storefronts, burned that limousine that belonged to a foreign Muslim immigrant trying to make a living in the United States. But Joe Biden today, we must heed the wisdom of the adage that any nation that forgets its past is doomed to repeat it. I don't think that's the adage, but never mind that. We cannot accept a repeat of what occurred 4 years ago when you got a record number of votes in the history of the country, much more than Hillary Clinton, much more than Barack Obama. Is that why we can't be? Let's not repeat it. All right, so I guess Joe Biden's saying the Democrats shouldn't attack the Capitol, even though they attacked the White House and they attacked police stations and courthouses, and those are all insurrections. Where is Ray Epps? So Joe Biden, as president-elect that day, I spoke to the country and called for peace and for the certification to resume. That was already happening on Capitol Hill. It didn't do it because you, 4 years later, leaving office after losing to Donald Trump. I am determined to do everything I can to respect the peaceful transfer of power, restore the traditions we have long respected in America. This election will be certified peacefully. I have invited the incoming president to the White House on the morning of January 20th and will be present for his inauguration that afternoon. But on this day, we cannot forget This is what we owe to those who founded this nation, those who have fought for it and died for it. Now, I won't get into the many lies that he's told about all of that, but violent insurrectionists attacked the Capitol. Violent insurrectionists attacked the White House, and not a single one of them was sentenced to a single night in prison. Isn't that amazing? I'm telling you. But, you know, when you're a Democrat, it's different. Things are different for Democrats. Very, very different. I've got a bunch of audio I still need to get to for you. We got FBI and counterterrorism, because the terrorist attacks under Joe Biden by former members of the U.S. military. Isn't that amazing? So it must be the Army's fault. No, it's the Democrats. And another Democrat self-immolated outside the Trump Hotel in Las Vegas. He was trying to murder a lot of other people in the process with nail bombs and in a Tesla vehicle. I parked in front of one of those the other day in Washington, driving with my best girl. We were going shopping to the store. One of those Teslas there. And I said to my best girl, I said, if we see the driver come out, I'm going to ask him if it's rented. Is that because this guy rented the Tesla to blow it up? And the media is trying to make him out to be a Republican and a Trump guy. Right. That's why he self-immolated in an Elon Musk vehicle at a Trump hotel. Right. With a suicide bomb. Sure. Now that's coming up. The all-new third-generation Eden Pure Thunderstorm air purifier is finally here. It builds on the incredible success of previous generations and earned thousands of five-star reviews, quickly became a bestseller, no time at all. This new Eden Pure Thunderstorm, I have one at home, uses two different technologies that studies have shown help to quickly kill up to 99.9% of bacteria and viruses in the air. It also removes dust and pet stuff and smoke and a whole lot more out of the air that you breathe and helps get rid of any odor. No filters to buy and replace over and over again. A compact unit. You can hold it in your hand, just like this. The Thunderstorm will help get rid of any stinky smell, guaranteed odors from trash cans, cigarette smoke, a teenager's room, left-wing protesters. Any smell will disappear after just a few seconds with the Thunderstorm. And right now, you can save $200 American on an Eden Pure Thunderstorm 3-pack for a whole home protection. Or you can give one as a gift. Put one in your basement, your bedroom, your family room, any place you like to breathe clean, fresh air. All you have to do is go to EdenPureDeals.com and use the discount code CHRIS3, CHRIS and the number 3 to save $200 on 3 Thunderstorms. That's EdenPureDeals.com. The discount code is CHRIS3. Yes, sir. Yeah, January 6th. The Democrats love January 6th. Literally, no exaggeration, more than 500 riots by them. At least 24 people murdered. Thousands of businesses destroyed. But January 6th is the only riot they can remember. I'm beginning to think none of their brains work very well.
There's only one Chris Plant. The Chris Plant Show. News Talk 105.9 WMAL.
Making sense of the news. WMAL.
Making sense of the news.
Live
from the Home Paramount Pest Control Studios.
Home Paramount, the leader in pest control since 1939.
Wesley is a truck driver. A truck driver with IRS troubles. It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m. He found just what he was looking for. Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors. Take Wesley's advice. Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-908-1755. 800-908-1755. 800-908-1755. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
Slow it down. Slower.
Razorbay is proven to slow GA progression.
It's slower.
Izervay or avactin-capted Pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
It's slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IDERVAY.com. Paid for by Estella Pharma.
This is an urgent special election alert for Republican voters in Loudoun County. Republicans have a chance to flip the Virginia Senate this January 7th. So get out and vote for Tumai Harding for state Senate. If we win this election, we can eliminate the car tax, end sanctuary cities, and keep men out of women's sports. So go vote for Tumai Harding by January 7th. This ad was paid for and authorized by friends of Tumai.
The holidays are over and you're done entertaining. And now you're ready for that special project, like remodeling the kitchen, bathroom, basement, or any room. I know it's a challenge, but it's not as tough as you think. It all starts with one call to Cabinet Discounters. You'll meet one of our friendly designers. They'll walk you through the entire process. So let's make it happen. Schedule your consultation today. Just go to CabinetDiscounters.com.
Start your wellness journey at Whole Foods Market. Starting January 8th, save 33% on all supplements with Prime through January 14th. Build the perfect supplement routine tailored for your needs. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Do you want a school for your son where they honor values like respect, integrity, faith, discipline, and character, where academics come first and achievement is respected? It's got to be Fork Union Military Academy, and you can learn more at forkunion.org. That's FORK Union.org.
Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store, and the start of the new year brings promise and possibilities. Yet too often, this enthusiasm is met with pain in our feet, knees, and back. Does that sound like you? Then it's time to check out the Good Feet Store. Head over to goodfeet.com to schedule your appointment today.
I'm a wife and the mother of 2 kids, and I've got a good job.
See you, Mom.
A pretty important job. Because of my family and my job, I really care about this neighborhood. It's a good neighborhood. Yes, there's some crime. And when I drive to work, like now, I realize that some people here don't trust the police. So the police should be reaching out to this community, and this community should reach out to the police. That's the way to make this a safer place. And when I get to work in the precinct house and put on my uniform, I can tell you as a police officer that this department is reaching out to the community, and the community is doing its part. We're building partnerships. This should be happening everywhere. This is how we can all be safer. Get involved. Start the conversation.
Start the conversation and help stop crime. To learn to find things you can do, go to ncpc.org/prevent violent crime. A message from the National Crime Prevention Council and the Bureau of Justice Assistance.
First thing each morning, O'Connor and Company with Larry O'Connor. Weekday mornings from 5 to 9 on WMAL.
Yes, the big inauguration is coming up. January 6th, today. Democrats are really fond of this date. The FBI doing a hack job in New Orleans after a radical Islamic jihadi terrorist attack. News media wants to focus on the fact that the jihadi actually served in the U.S. military. He did. Then another psychopath who also served in the U.S. military self-immolated and blew himself up with a suicide bomb in an Elon Musk Tesla vehicle a Trump hotel property in Las Vegas, Nevada. The only one killed was the suicidal psychopath. And the media, they want to say, well, he was a Trump guy. Yeah, sure he was. That's why that makes a lot of sense. So we've got that coming up, and also the nominations, President.
All right, you big mouth fucking bitch up in Canada. Right? You watching my chat. Andy, he's not going to drop the link. Okay, I'll drop the fucking link. Andy, you want to fucking come up here? Come on up here, fucking slow mode. Come on. Come on, JC. I know you're watching because I'm fucking listening to you. Speaking up for Andy. What is it with you fuckers? Speaking up for other people all the fucking time. I'm so sick of you, JC. I'm going to fucking crush you today, JC. You fucking stupid cunt. You and Rusty are the same fucking shit. Right in the mood. Go ahead.
What's going on, Billy? How you doing?
Don't ask me how I'm doing, you fucking loudmouth fuck.
You a loudmouth fuck.
No, you are, you fucking dumb cocksucker. Go back to JC's where you belong.
You dumb cocksucker.
Yeah, well, fuck you. Say goodnight. You dumb fucker.
Good night, Billy.
You ain't never coming to my panel again, so bye. Go back to JC's where you fucking belong.
Party's chosen. His resignation comes as many aren't happy with his leadership, and there's turmoil within his own government following the abrupt departure of his finance minister. Traffic and weather next.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. At Blindster, we offer custom-made faux wood and real wood blinds and shutters, cellular shades, Roman shades, bamboo shades, exterior shades, and more, all at factory direct prices. Don't pay too much for new blinds. Go to Blindster.com.
That's for JC. That's for JC right there. Fuck you. Oh, I look at poor widow Andy. Where am I, Andy?
It is open now. The scene.
Oh, poor widow. Andy. Andy, I triggered Andy back. My name's Andy. You're a sorry ass motherfucker, Andy. You dumb fuck. You are a dumb fuck, Andy. You really are. Andy, I got a stream. Where's yours? How come you don't have a panel? Why are you here trying to suck my dick, Andy? I'm here to pick up chicks. I don't want you. I thought you were into chicks. Why you fucking come into my chat? I look like a chick to you? You're a sad fucker, Andy. You and that Patrick Rowe buddy of yours. All you can do is type. It's like Rusty says, you're just a side chatter. Andy, you're fucked up.
Fever best sleep with a cold medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Hey, can you blow out some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline nasal spray.
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control. Enjoy life's important liquid optic jacket. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Chris Plant here, and I'm here with WMAL Financial Radio host Lorette Ahrens. Now, Lorette, can you assure me that if I transfer my 401k to the 30+8 savings plan, I'm guaranteed a 38% first-year locked-in gain?
Yes, Chris. This USA-based company was founded in 1926 and is A+ rated. And when we open the plan, the terms are guaranteed. The initial deposit receives a 30% immediate match. And then each year for the next 10 years, your total match balance receives a minimum of 8% compound interest credit each year. So, Chris, the first year, you'll receive a 30% match, plus the 8% guaranteed interest credit. And that's a 38% first year locked in gain.
Well, that seems pretty straightforward to me.
To receive your free information pack, just call Lorette's No Hassle Hotline, 888-411-4130. Call or text 888-411-4130.
At the Roselle Center for Healing, we care about your health and want to help you take your health in a new direction, far from drugs and surgery. Knowledge is the key to optimal wellness and control of your health. We offer free health education on chronic health conditions and natural integrative medicine treatments. Register for free today.
Attend Foot Function in Skeletal Health on Wednesday, January 22nd at 6 p.m. Space is limited, so register today. Call 703-698-7117 or visit rosellcare.com.
This is Dr. Tom Roselle. After 43 years of practice and over 1 million patient visits, the Roselle Center for Healing knows what works and knows how you can take control of your health and wellness. My team of doctors practice 21st century integrative medicine. Whether you suffer from chronic pain and fatigue, allergies, or headaches, we can help. Take charge of your health before it's too late. Make an appointment today. Call 703-698-7117 or visit online at rosellcare.com. That's rosellcare.com.
WMAL, making sense of the vote because elections have consequences. Download the WMAL app to stream us for free.
The news media is very upset that President Trump says that he will pardon people that have been sentenced to ridiculous jail sentences for January 6th. And nobody was sentenced to a jail sentence for the attacks on the White House, the violent mob attacks on the White House, because Democrats run Washington, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser, who had a meeting with President Trump recently. I saw it was at Mar-a-Lago. Why did she went down to Mar-a-Lago on our dollar, no doubt. Amazing stuff. Very, very upset. And George Soros with the Presidential Medal of Freedom, because he's gotten so many people murdered in the United States. The Democrats love murder. They raise their children, to be murderers and things. Sorry, a little sip of water there. I don't do that very often. A little sip of water. I drink water during the breaks and things, but no. All right, so here's, let's go to audio, Mike. Let's go to number 4. The now Senator Adam Schiff, who was a member of the House of Representatives, where he became widely known as the biggest liar in Washington, the number one liar. What a liar this man is. And Adam Schiff was on Face the Meat yesterday. Is it Face the Meat? He was on Meet the Press yesterday. Is that Press the Meat? Hang on a second. It's Meet the Press. He was on Meet the Press. It used to be an NBC News product. And now Senator Adam Schiff got a big promotion. And he is a racist, and he hates Indian Americans. Kash Patel is in line to become President Trump's FBI director. And apparently Adam Schiff wants to block him, wants to obstruct him, because Adam Schiff is prejudiced, he's racist, and that they're going to come after Tulsi Gabbard, who is nominated to be Director of National Intelligence. They're going to come after Robert F. Kennedy. I think 2 Democrat senators have said they might think about going with Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to be at Health and Human Services. What can he really do? It's HHS, Health and Human Services. Kash Patel nominated to be FBI director, and Lori Chavez Derrimer to be the Secretary of Labor. And these are in the on the short list for the confirmation process. And of course, Pete Hegseth at the Pentagon for Secretary of Defense at the entire Department of Defense. And the Democrats will try to sabotage, undermine. Speaking of sabotage, again, Joe Biden, by executive order now, has ordered that there will be no offshore drilling for gas or oil in a sweeping ban. Biden issues sweeping offshore oil, gas drilling ban. 625 million acres of federal waters ahead of Trump's transition. That's because he's a saboteur. I think Vladimir Putin asked him to do this because it'll be good news for Putin if the United States could not explore, find, discover, extract, and bring to market cheap and abundant energy. Putin loves this news. The Chinese communists love this news. And the Russians and the Chinese have funneled millions of dollars into the Biden family coffers. Pay no attention to that. The Venezuelans will love this news. Biden champions the action as win for climate change. Our energy, by the way, burns cleaner. This is actually true. Our oil burns cleaner than Russian oil. Their oil puts more garbage into the air. So the energy is going to be used. It's better to use our cleaner energy rather than...
Well, there you go. JC just admitted about Tiffany likes to fight, so she invites the shit. Yeah, and she turned me in for copyright. Okay? So JC and Tiffany are stuck right up each other's asses. Wiggin. Daughter of truth, I don't like Tiffany.
This ban could keep energy costs.
It's not the way she looks. It's her fucking complete fucking bent shit can attitude. She's a dumb cunt. She really is. She's spending her time over at JT's chat. She's got a ranch over there.
Electricity costs would necessarily skyrocket
Under my plan of a cap and trade.
Tiffany, don't dare come here. Come on in here, Tiffany. What's the matter? You afraid I might time you out? You fucking stupid bitch.
Higher energy price because
right there. JC, fuck you, JC.
They're in charge.
Rusty's the least of your worries, JC. Right here. You're fucked. You lying bitch. You're all about politics. Now she wants to say, I'm not interested in politics. Now she's been beat. That's why. Where the fuck is Tammy Hall? Where the fuck is Tammy Hall?
625 million acres of U.S. coast.
Where are you, you stupid black bitch?
This is you terrorists couldn't inflict damage like this. The Democrats are not on our side. And this phony, we're going to save the world by making energy more expensive. Their rich friends laugh. They don't care. They fly around on private jets. They do it themselves. The Clintons fly around private everywhere they go. Don't be ridiculous. Somebody else is playing, somebody else paying for it. If it's Russians, the New York Times doesn't care. If it's the Chinese, the Washington Post doesn't care. It's amazing. But they're going to save the world. The big lie. The big lie. All right, let's go back to the because that's just, that is deliberate subterfuge, sabotage of not just Trump, but it's targeting Trump. The American economy and the American people are being targeted in the crosshairs, in their sights. And we suffer the consequences of these really bad policy ideas and policy decisions, right? Now, the FBI, but you know what? Before we get to Schiff attacking Kash Patel, let's go back to number one, where the dim-witted number 2 woman in the New Orleans FBI field office, the assistant special agent in charge, ASAC, and she came out after the terrorist attack by the Muslim jihadi terrorist and said, oh no, this is not a terrorist attack. Don't even suggest that this is a terrorist attack because it's not even close.
This is not a terrorist event. What it is right now is their improvised explosive devices found, and we are working on confirming if it's a viable device or not.
The multiple devices were found, and whether it's a viable device or not, singular, plural, that always annoys me. And it's not a terrorist attack. He ran over dozens of people, murdering, maiming, destroying, started shooting at the police, shot 2 police, and left 2 improvised explosive devices like you might find in Afghanistan or Iraq during the war. But it's not a terrorist attack. That is truly amazing stuff, I've got to say. And then this was yesterday, the Deputy Director for Counterterrorism Division, Christopher Araya at the FBI, came out in this terrorist Jabbar.
All investigative details and evidence that we have now still support that Jabbar acted alone here in New Orleans.
Don't believe it.
We have not seen any indications of an accomplice in the United States, but we are still looking into potential associates in the U.S. and outside of our borders.
This is the problem that we have with the FBI, is that, this guy, I don't know Christopher Raya from a doorknob, but he comes out, again, take our word for it. And you had the assistant special agent in charge of New Orleans. This is definitely not a terrorist attack with the improvised explosive devices that are multiple or singular, and shooting the police and running all the people over, as we've seen in France and in New York and elsewhere, with radical Islamic jihadist terrorists doing this. And so this woman with the nose ring in the morning and then in the afternoon press conference had lost her nose ring. She's out there telling us blah, 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 right? And then here's the guy, the special agent in charge. He's the boss of Althea Duncan, who lied to us about it not being a terrorist attack. And her boss, the special agent in charge of the New Orleans FBI office, his name is Lionel Murtill or something. And he was nowhere to be found on New Year's Day.
Terry ain't never been jigging. That fucker ain't never been on the ice.
And he ain't nowhere to be found. So let's send my number 2 out. She'll lie to everybody. And then this poor guy with the counterterrorism division, the deputy director of counterterrorism, not even the director, but the deputy director, he's of FBI for counterterrorism, Christopher Ryan. He's like, hey, he acted alone. But I'm sorry, anything you say, I have to think, well, maybe the opposite is true. So here's the special agent in charge who was absent day one, Lionel Murtill.
On New Year's morning, Barr parked the truck and walked to Royal and Governor Nichols Street. Jabbar placed the first IED in the cooler at Bourbon and St. Peter Street at 1:53 a.m. Jabbar placed the second IED in a bucket-type cooler at 2:20 a.m. on Bourbon and Toulouse Street.
All right. And they're just, it's, the FBI used to be such a tight, well-run organization, reliable, trusty organization. And the left has ruined it. The left has destroyed the FBI. We should probably scrap it and start over again with a different federal law enforcement agency or something. But President Trump plans on putting Kash Patel in charge of the FBI. And now, new Senator Adam Schiff on Meet the Press yesterday, he will oppose Kash Patel with every fiber of his corrupt.
The fuck is wrong with California?
Should not be confirmed. And I think the terrorist attack in New Orleans and
this guy.
My heart goes out to those who
Adam Schiff
lost loved ones in that attack.
This fucker
just underscores
the dumb
the
fuck.
importance of having someone directing the FBI.
This is why it's important for you to know who your politicians are.
That has character, that will prioritize defending the country against the violence we saw in New Orleans or the violence we saw on January 6th.
January 6th.
Someone whose priority is political.
There you go, Jabba. The hopful. There's your January 6th. Oh.
Wow.
Trump
You're the most
is an insurrectionist trying to take over.
The biggest liar in Washington, D.C. You proved it 1,000 times. He's the Russian collusion boy.
Shifty.
Oh, I've been in the classified briefings. I've gotten the classified briefings on the.
I think he did Rachel Maddow. I think Adam Schiff fucking got a blowjob from her.
Thousands and thousands of times.
Hate to say that in the middle of the day like this. Kids are watching.
Blah, blah, blah. Just amazing. Adam Schiff.
Even though they're in school, they can be right in YouTube, no problem.
And Kash Patel were the Democrat nominee. And just like if you oppose Kamala Harris, oh, that's because she's a woman of color. And that's it. That's their only answer to everything. The party of slavery, the Democrat Party. Adam Schiff.
Kash Patel's an easy one. He should not be confirmed. The others,
this fucking guy. He's fucking. That's JC right there. They know what's fucking best for everybody.
process.
Fuck you, JC.
Oh, that's right.
Up there defending Tammy. Oh, and her and Michael are special, and he doesn't want her here. Yeah. Hey, fuck you, Tammy Holt. You fucking. Oh, I want to fucking call you what you really are, Tammy.
Man, oh man,
stupid black bitch.
I'm telling you. I haven't even mentioned it. We're almost 3
But
hours into this.
I'm not a
We got some
racist.
snow in Washington.
There's not a
DC.
racist fucking bone in my body.
It's very pretty. It's the snow. This morning I got up and I
fucking
when I had
stupid bitch.
breakfast with my best
You're an
friend.
ignorant
Got up
fucker,
on the ice.
Tammy.
My
Just
son
like
got
JC.
my
Why don't you both come up here? You and JC, come on up. I'll shut everything else down. Come on up, Tammy. I dare you. God, bring that fucking Spot mouth. You look like Spot underneath the stairs on Herman Munster.
But they still have to come in.
Time you open that fucking mouth, there's a flame that comes out of that motherfucker.
The election thing today is January 6th, and
That great big gap in your teeth.
I hope the
God, you're a
Democrats
homely
don't look
bitch.
anything today.
CB asked me what I thought she looked like. You're homely, Tammy. You are an ugly fucking woman.
Leader of the United States Senate, South Dakota.
Think you're
Senator,
desirable.
on Face the Nation yesterday, talking about President Trump's nominees, and the Senate will confirm them.
Sorry for interrupting the program.
Get reported out of the committee, come across the floor of the Senate. We'll make sure that they get the vote. I think that I suspect a lot of them will get through, and we'll see about all of them. Remains to be seen.
And I'd like to revise and extend my remarks, clean up the grammar in that one. Lindsey Graham on the confirmation process, which ought to be interesting because the Democrats are here to savage the country. But Tulsi Gabbard and Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Kash Patel, and Pete Hegseth among them. Lindsey Graham.
I want to do them sooner rather than later. When President Trump left office, we had the most secure border in American history. The caliphate was destroyed, ISIS was destroyed, and Iran was in a box. We killed Soleimani, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard leader. The last 4 years have been a friggin' disaster. They rolled back every policy that worked on the border.
Lindsay!
They went back into the Iran nuclear agreement, giving out to 100.
He was a JAG officer in the military.
And maybe chop. Let's get this done quick, huh?
The confirmations, do them now, do them quick. Get them all done in January, February.
She does, Charlie. She looks like Spot. That fucking staircase opens. That's fucking Tammy.
We need them all. Get it done. We got to get it done. We're under attack here. We're at war.
See Spot run.
Get her done. Yeah, and they're still in denial about radical Islam. The attack in New Orleans, New Year's Eve. They're still in denial. Decades later, they still haven't learned about jihad and radical Islam. Aren't they amazing? And then we got another self-immolating Democrat at the Trump Hotel in an Elon Musk vehicle. And they're trying to tell us, oh, no, he's a Trump guy. They do this every time. Every time they do this. Wah, wah, wah. Make the lie so big, no one would dare not believe it.
You're listening to The Chris Plant Show.
All right, I made JC go live earlier today. She fucking definitely listening. That fucking Andy 504 posted in my chat to post a link. He's not going to post a link, Angie. JC up there praising Tammy and Michael. Oh, what a great couple they are. Oh. Yeah, Tammy can't face the music. Fucking blocks people and talks trash all the fucking time. And I'm serious about Lady Venom. I don't like that person. She's a dumb fucker. She's wished death on Americans. People she doesn't even know. Blaming other people for shit other people do. Fucking ignorant. I am so sick of it. Now I regret fucking sticking up for JT when he first come into chat and all that shit when I did that. I thought about that. I should just fucking ignore it. But you can call him, I catfished that fucker. That fucker ended up in my chat And they tried to come here and buffalo me. Fuck you, Gotti. You fucking punk motherfucker. Who the fuck you think you are, guy? You think you're God? Okay. Yeah, fucking God ain't got no powers here. Not in this chat. Guess what, Gotti? Daughter of Truth has full reign in my chat. I'll let her do whatever she wants. I think she knows that. I think she's pretty sure she come to me, ask for something. I'm not gonna say no. All right. She knows I'm gonna treat her like I did the other women. I'm not an idiot. Just be honest with me, and I won't fucking turn on you. If you fucking try to buffalo me with something, and it ain't gonna bode well for you. Now, many other people have let me up on their panel and fucking, Wiggin doesn't run a panel. He doesn't want to entertain you fuckers with a panel. And there's Tiffany. Tiffany's got a fucking problem with everybody. I can't stand that fucker. Yeah, as long as Lady Venom has my mother's picture pasted on her community page, I'm not her friend. She wants to fight. So, Jordan, you better fucking talk to your little woman there, the skank without a fucking uterus, who's had probably 3 or 4 abortions. I'm sure of it. I know she's had at least one. It only takes one. Once a woman, if you fucking have an abortion, the later term you fucking have that done, the worse the scar it's going to leave. That's a fact. That scars a woman up inside. There's a process, it changes that a woman goes through when she gets pregnant and has a kid. How about you don't have to be a fucking doctor to understand it, for Christ's sakes. What do you think happens when the baby's born and that placenta comes out of there? She's wounded inside. It has to heal. Well, if you go in there and take a knife to that shit, you dumb fuckers. JC claimed when she was raped, her first child was born out of rape. And then she fucking quit saying it. And then she quit. She didn't say it no more. But she did say it. She gets mad at a fucker when you ask her a question and she knows what the truth is and she can't answer it. She did it with me just recently. All my ancestors come from England or France. Yeah, there's no American here. You're full of shit. Where do you think fucking French Canadians come from? They didn't just come from France, you dumb fucker, JC. They've been fucking race mixing way back then. Dumb fuck. I know. Thanks, Charlie. I appreciate that. That's why I'm here. I have no doubt that they might not talk about it here, but back at their own places. I mean, JC's watching. He's not going to post the link. He's not going to let you panel. So there you go, Andy. That's what you get for being a fucktard, Andy. So go back to JC's chat and fucking stick your head up her ass, because that's where you live. And you guys want to say that I'm in love with JC. Fuck her. I simply asked her to go to the casino. I'm like, Dougie, I want, meet people online. That'd be fun. Now she turns it into a sexual affair that I want to get into her pants. I'll never forgive you for that, JC, you dumb fucker. You think I'm going to fucking fall in love with you not knowing what you even look like? Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, Tiffany. Tiffany, actually, she fucking believes the earth is overpopulated and we need to slow down. What a dumb fucker. She's so smart. Now, Tiffany's so smart. She's can't stand that fucking person. Fucking hypocrite. Mail me something, Tiffany. I dare you. She goes right to JT's just to argue. She can't get through the day without having someone to bicker with. They're all like that. I shut this fucker down right now and not come back in a month. How about it, Rob Noxious? Or how about you, King Rob? Yeah, I went into White House chat, and there he is. Oh, King Salah. Yeah, I was posting about Zenny. Zenny's a big fat liar. You lied to me, Zenny, and your friends lied to me. Rain lied to me about her parents being dead. I thought about that. That's just fucking burning on my back burner right now. Rain coming into my chat. Oh, my parents are dead. You're trying to groom me, huh? You're grooming the wrong person. About it, JT, but that's okay. You want to question everybody else's morality, but your fucked up girlfriend or your sister, or whoever the fuck she is, comes in and, oh, my parents are dead. So I played along with it for a while. I knew it wasn't going to last. Because anybody who aligns himself with Rusty, you're not an honest person. No. Well, JC, you brought it on yourself. You don't know what went down. Well, you see what fucking JT's been live for 12 hours now, or whatever the fuck they're doing over there. Oh, now people need to stop piling on Angie. Oh, okay. So now Angie and Bud is the fucking, they're the hot item out here now. Angie's got a new man, Bud. He's got pretty hair. She's a good friend. I love Angie. She's a good friend. All race baiters are good friends. Do I hear Andy up on JC's panel? I do. Wow. Why does that Andy? He sounds exactly like Mark. Drunk. The same kind of voice. He could be passed as Mark LaFleur. Yeah,
With VDOT also telling WMAL's O'Connor and Company,
Work in priority order, which starts with the interview.
JC is such a two-face. Wiggin, I'm sorry. I'm not gonna have. I can't find peace with this person. I'm not gonna go out in the other chats, or I'm not gonna go in her chat. You see what I do, right? I don't go to Shannon's chat. I don't go to Jimbo's chat. I don't go to Dougie's chat. I don't go to JC. That's where basically everybody started, because when CNN shut down, she opened her chat. Everybody helped her open that chat. Her friends helped her do that shit. It's a fucking team effort over there. And look at them. They've been eating each other left and fucking right. And now Angie, and now I'm supposed to be happy for Angie and Bud. What a bunch of fucking retards, JC, you got over there. Holy fuck. How about you, Apion? How about you bring your fucking German knowledge up here? Let's talk. Huh? You're part of the fucking Merry Crime family. Yeah, Mississippi. All right. I mean, the most unlikely friend to be with Mary Bernie. When I seen her in that chat, I think You're such a liar, Mississippi. You fucking have other handles. You clone. You fuckers are a bunch of lying simp motherfuckers. It's the name of the game. Cloning. That's the name of the game. It's fucking hard to listen to her. Just listening to her fucking bellow. Serious, Charlie. Can't stand JC. That's my New Year's resolution. To keep myself from trying to hate that bitch. It's going to be hard. I'm probably not going to keep it because I hate her. It's going to be a long year for this prayer. JC, I hope you renew your membership. I'm going to. These fuckers think I need to change for them. Poor widow Andy. Go run to JC. That's where everybody goes because of me. I set Zenny there. I set a whole bunch of people crying. And then there's that Mongongo. You're pathetic, JT. You really are. You're a dumb fuck, JT. You might think you're smart, but you're not. You're gonna end up being like Logical. You're gonna end up cooking your feet. Yeah, you saying he tried cocaine? He's a fucking cokehead. I can understand why some people would indulge in it. He thinks he's so fucking smart. You dumb fucker.
Repair.com, the WMAL Stormwatch 7 forecast.
Rain, you lied about your parents being dead. That says a lot about your character. That's dissing your parents. Like mother, like daughter, right? Rain, why did you fucking tell everybody your parents are dead? Why would you do that? It's an awful fucking thing to do.
105.9 WMAL.
Serious. How about you, Rocky Goldman? Huh? Wiggin was right about it. I knew it was, but I wanted to handle it. I already knew what he was saying. I already knew it. About it, Rocky. Remember when your girl Candy got mad? Because I like to sing. Yeah, he said something about tone and, she got mad at a fucker at me. I watched her sing happy birthday to Colin C up on her chat that day. Make me puke.
A little bit. Bobby D. We're not huge fans of Bobby D, but the little bit line, can't get over that.
Fuckers.
And I'm gone for so long. I gotta tell you, folks, I'm not really used to this. I was doing the podcast this morning, which starts an hour before. We do 4 hours. And listen, because my show really hinges on authenticity. It's the only reason we're here. And even if it doesn't reflect well, I've always be straight with you. That's the whole thing about authenticity. Right? You can't be authentic if you're telling people how wonderful you are all the time, because nobody's wonderful all the time. People generally suck most of the time and only wonderful a little bit of the time, me included. But this morning, Jim, you heard the podcast, right? I was actually a little rusty. I had so much going that I've been on vacation for so long. It was on for 2 weeks, which is a long time for me, but I hope you guys understand. I got a young daughter and a family, and we do 2 shows a day. The radio show you're listening to is just 3 hours of what's a 4-hour program. We do a podcast too. Boo-hoo, whatever. It's not me crying. I love my job. But, I got to make sure. We were having, some issues and stuff. I don't mean I don't want to be dramatic about it, but we needed, me and my whole family, we needed it. There's a lot going on. A lot happened this year. And I had some really life-changing kind of moments that happened to me this year. And, when you hit 50, you start to reevaluate things. And if you can't keep, and Jim, you can probably attest to this too, if you can't keep this order correct, God, family, country, job, everything else is like, forget it. Just, you're going to lose. You're just going to lose. And I'm going to be straight with you, folks. That got a little out of whack at times. It just did. And we took about 2 weeks. Well, actually a little less. It wasn't 2 weeks. It was about more like 10 days. But I haven't been off that long in a long time. So when I came back, I have a very detailed routine for the show, and it's for a reason. Routines breed discipline. Discipline breeds better routines, which breed a better work product. So I get up at the same time every day, take my supplements at the same time every day, hit my cold plunge at the same time, which was freaking freezing this morning because I haven't been in it in 10 days. This was live footage. Jim, who unbelievably, I jump in there butt naked. Jim is like filming me. He's like a weirdo, and he gets the audio every time. That was me this morning. But everything is a routine. I work out at the same time. My whole routine was completely screwed up this morning because I hadn't been in it for so long. I'm like, what do I do here? I was forgetting screenshots for the show content. So I got on the podcast, and I was so excited about the content. If you listen to it, you'll see it's not its usual kind of structured self, but it must have been working because we had 184,000 people, which was the #1 stream in the world by far. So I guess it wasn't too bad. But now I'm back with you guys. I got a big weekend update for you. I know I got a lot going on, but I really, really wanted to share this with you. So, Jim, for the Stick to the Issues crowd, we do a weekend update on Monday. Some Stick to the Issues crowd people hate it. So this is just for you guys and ladies out there. We understand your position. Jim, if you would.
Stick to the Issues crowd. Please stand by as we talk about other interesting things.
We're always sorry about that, but this was a big one because I was gone for so long. So where was I? I was over in Spain on a little vacation with my wife and my daughter. My eldest daughter couldn't go. She's in college and had some different plans. That's another story. But we had a really good time. We were over there in Spain. We went to Barcelona and Madrid, and I was supposed to go to Toledo as well. But unbelievably, for the first time in a long time, I got sick on the second to last day of the trip. Now, I need some doctor advice out there. It was a little helpful in Rumble. Is there any such thing as a 24-hour virus? By the way, it was not gastrointestinal at all. None of that stuff at all, not even a little bit. It was just a feeling of body aches and malaise. And the second to last day, I'm like, I can't believe I'm going to have to fly home so sick. I wake up the next day, and there was like nothing happened. So that was the only, I'm going to start with the downside. That was the only downside to this whole trip, right? Barcelona was incredible. It's a toss-up what was of the Barcelona or Madrid. I was in both. I missed Toledo. My wife went, and I told her, take my daughter. I was out with my friend Zavakanis, the famous orthodontist, because he's a great guy. And I told them, please go. I'm just going to hang in the hotel. I wasn't like dying or anything. So anyway, I missed Toledo, but Madrid, it's a toss-up, Madrid or Barcelona. I don't know where I had a better time. We had so much fun. I had some pictures this morning on the podcast if you want to see them. Here's what my recommendations. And listen, for those out there, I'm only going to be me. I'm not going to pretend to be anyone else. Some people, I always get a few comments on Facebook, not typically on Rumble, but someone goes, hey, man, you rich guy, 40s vacation. Rich guy, you want to know what my first time on a plane was? Jim, do you know what my first time on an airplane was? You have any idea? I've ever told you a story? No, it wasn't Air Force One. It was in the Secret Service Academy when I was, I think, 25 years old, when they flew us up to the Crane Company paper factory to watch the currency paper being made. You didn't fly on a plane, you were 25, because I was freaking poor. So I don't want any lectures from anyone about, rich. I am, whether I'm a rich guy or not is irrelevant to this story. I'm just throwing that out there in advance. Don't even bother sending me the email. I didn't even know how to go through airport security, and the Secret Service training had to tell me. I was like, what, you can't bring knives on a plane? I didn't know. So we went over to Spain. Here's my recommendations if you ever go. Montserrat is freaking incredible. It's this area, this mountainous area. I got a picture there. We're like above the clouds. It is really up there, one of the most spectacular things I've ever seen. Of all my great tourist attractions I've ever been to in my last job and now, the lost city of Petra is #1. I tell you, the Great Wall's pretty amazing. Paris is nice. But man, if you one shot, Montserrat in the Catalonia region of Spain is just incredible. We saw a whole bunch of stuff. There's some really, really great history there. The people couldn't have been nicer. Every time we go to these countries in Europe, I always hear the same story, Jim. Oh, they hate tourists. They hate Americans. I don't know where people are staying. Are you staying in some communist hotel where nobody hated it? They couldn't have been nicer. They love Americans. I think it's 12 to 15% of their economy over there in Spain. So Madrid was pretty incredible as well. Some of the history there was amazing. The streets have that old style architecture. Really incredible stuff. The time change thing, it's 6 hours, which isn't horrible. And then on the way back, I can't sleep on planes. I cannot sleep on planes. Jim, can you sleep on planes? Are you a plane sleeper? I can't sleep on planes. I can't. So on the way back, I did not sleep for about 24 hours. I mean, did not sleep at all. I get back the day before yesterday, and I toughed it out because we got back at like 3, 4 o'clock, and I just wanted to go to sleep. My daughter was so tired. She's like, Daddy, I need to go to sleep. I said, Amelia, I'm not sure it's a good idea. I think you should stay up. She slept from about 5 o'clock p.m. Eastern time to about 10 the next morning. I never seen anything like it. I had to go up there and put a mirror under her nose. I was like, good, she's still alive. Jim, the first rule of the Dan Bongino show is don't get dead. But I tough it out till about 8 o'clock at night. And I'm going to tell you something. I had the best night's sleep of my entire 50 years on this planet. I have never slept like that ever. It was one of those sleep episodes where you wake up the next day and you feel like you were in a coma. In other words, like you can generally figure out how long you've been sleeping. There's like a clock in your head. You know what I'm saying? If you would have told me I was sleeping 10 hours or 20, I wouldn't have known the difference. I was out. So I woke up nice and refreshed, put the show together. I'm ready to work. So now we've got a bunch of content. I only do this on Monday. I don't bore you with my personal life. But I had a really good time, and I missed you guys. So, Jim, for the Stick to the Issues, folks,
This TMI moment is brought to you by Dan Bongino.
Now we've got a lot of important stuff to get to. The Judge Merchon continuing Twinkies case disgrace up in New York. The fake case with the fake charges and the fake trial. Alleged new January 6th bomber video. You've got New Orleans. You've got the Cybertruck incident, a lot of stuff. So let me start with Judge Merchon up in New York, because this is of all the stories and triaging what I wanted to talk about first, this is the one, candidly speaking, that ticks me off the most. Folks, the left, you would think, would learn their lesson from the lawfare battle against President Trump. But I've never seen a party so blinded by rage that they, cliches are cliches because they work. Everybody knows what you're talking about there. People pan cliche. Oh, that's a cliche. Peggy Noonan wrote about this in the Wall Street Journal. Something I've said quite a bit on the show. Cliches are cliches for a reason, because you say them and everybody understands what you're saying. When you say cut off your nose to spite your face, everybody knows what you're talking about. I have never seen a party do this to the extent the Democrats are doing it under President Trump. We warned them. Stop the weaponized government attacks against President Trump. They're going to backfire. They did it anyway. They then lost the election, and they're doubling down on the exact same strategy. It's not even like cutting off your nose to spite your face. It's like cutting off your nose and then asking someone to kick you in the jimmy. Kick me in the jimmy, like Beavis and Butthead style, while your nose is cut off. At what point do you realize this strategy is just not working? Working. Even Jim Carville, the Democrat operative, the Ragin' Cajun, whatever he calls himself, even he put out this video this week saying what? He said, I'm 80 years old. I've been doing this for 50 years. I can't believe I screwed this up and made it about Trump. This guy, then Bill Maher's had this big interview this weekend with that John Cryer. Wasn't he the guy from like 16 Candles? Has he done a movie since then? Remember John Cryer? He was all I remember. Was he in two? Oh yeah, the 2.5 Day. He was in that show. I don't know. I don't watch sitcoms anymore. So I guess he's done some stuff. He's on the show with Bill Maher, and he's arguing with Bill Maher. We lost the election because the Republicans hate trans people. Yes, that's it, John. You really nailed it. You keep that up. I have never seen anything like this. Now, how does this relate to the Merchon news? This is why I can't stop laughing over the stupidity. Merchon wants to sentence Trump before his inauguration on January 20th. Now he's saying, don't sweat it. There'll be no jail time. He's doing this To do what? He's doing this to give the Democrats a story, not the story. And a story is a convicted felon in the White House. Folks, never, ever accept a story like this. Here is the real story. There's not a convicted felon in the White House. There's a man who was a victim of a weaponized deep state on fake charges, with a fake crime, with a fake judge, whose daughter was a political operative, with a fake verdict. And this man is the victim, because there was no victim in this fake fraud case, as indicated by the alleged victim you put on the stand who said they weren't victims. This guy will not stop. He is a crazy person. The left is completely mind-freaked our justice system to the point where it's no longer a justice system. It's a political retribution operation. And no one should accept that ever. When you're sitting there talking to, if you have any liberal friends left, and they mention this convicted felon thing, your first response should be, you mean the victim of the weaponized government? Because I don't know what convicted felon you're talking about. How well did that work out for you? Trump, of course, is fighting this thing. But folks, this is what they want. They want to refer to a convicted felon from this point on. Now, there is a piece of good news to this. So I don't want you to get too bent out of shape about this. The piece of good news is this clearly hasn't worked in the past for them. I believe it is not the only reason, but a substantive portion of why Donald Trump won. They made a martyr out of him. They're going to continue with this moving forward. And even though Donald Trump can't run again, I believe people are afraid of what the Democrats did with this weaponized system because a lot of people are victims of government themselves. And the more they're reminded of weaponized government through this fake convicted felon charge, the more they're going to remember what the Democrats are capable of when you give them power. Just make sure you fight back every single time. Do not accept this label. All right, I got that. I got the new, air quotes, new January 6th bomber video. I told you this was going to happen. You've been at least 2-3 years ahead of the news cycle on this story. More coming up next.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details. Eczema flaring up again. We have good news. Exoderm. If you or someone you love suffers from eczema or dermatitis, get Exoderm, the common sense answer for eczema. This stuff really does work. Exoderm contains the #1 doctor-recommended ingredient in a clean hypoallergenic cream with no harsh additives. Take back control of your eczema with affordable, fast-acting Exoderm Flare Control Cream. Exoderm. It's in the first aid aisle of your local Walmart and other fine stores.
Paid for by Bentland Products, LLC. Dan Bongino. News Talk 105.9 WMAL.
Making sense of the news. WMAL.
Making sense of the news.
Live
from the Home Paramount Pest Control Studios.
Home Paramount, the leader in pest control since 1939.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them. They have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go. And that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms and conditions apply. Available at realsuccess.com. Text stop to opt out at any time.
Would $213,601 change your life?
Yeah.
You bet it would.
Real success can help. According to the Motley Fool, the average gross profit from house flipping in Washington, D.C. is $213,601. Learn how you could flip homes and secure rental properties, potentially without using your own money and in your spare time with real success. If you're ready to take control of your financial future, we're offering a chance to attend our live workshop in Washington, D.C. for free. That's right. Text EARN to 64,000 and get 2 free tickets to our upcoming event. Washington, D.C. is an ideal market for flipping houses and building rental income. Don't miss your chance. Seats are filling up fast. Text EARN to 64,000 for your 2 free tickets. And if you text in the next 10 minutes, you'll also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Again, text EARN to 64,000 for your tickets and guide.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast local service and an industry-leading 96% customer satisfaction rating, it's no wonder.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Get 50% off all windows plus no interest or payments for 2 years. Hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION.
Ready for a free and rewarding career path? Wenata's ADEI program offers no-cost automotive technician training for students. Learn from the best and secure your future today. Visit WMAL.com/auto. That's WMAL.com/auto.
When you're high, you feel different. But if you feel different, you drive different. So don't drive high. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-581-1414. That's 800-581-1414.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Finally, the truth behind the headlines. It's the Vince Gallané Show, weekdays 3 to 6 on WMAL.
Turn it up to make sure your liberal neighbors finally hear some common sense. The Dan Bongino Show.
Got to keep my show content recognized straight. It said, ask Jim, like, it's Jeremy, right? He's our official recognizer of Joan Jett content. So there you go. Consider it recognized. Hey, one quick piece of personal news. Also, thank you all, well, not personal, more professional, but thank you all for supporting the show and Rumble. That's where our podcast is. You can also watch the live stream of the radio show. In case you didn't miss the news, we got a massive investment from the crypto company Tether, a $775 million investment into Rumble, which was a leader in the free speech parallel economy. And I'm proud to be an investor in that company. I'm not a manager, just an investor, but I put a significant amount of my own personal income into Rumble, which is kind of the free speech alternative to YouTube. But close to $1 billion is a lot of money to invest. And they really believe in Rumble because we're not just video. We're doing an ad center free of the boycott economy, a server farm, so you don't have to worry about being canceled by Amazon Web Services, and everything is just exploding at the right time. Thank you to all the shareholders and all the people out there who supported Rumble. I really appreciate it. It was a huge announcement. Happened right before the holidays. So you got big things ahead, huge things for Rumble. So I really appreciate that. Another conspiracy theory, Jim. Another one, conspiracy theory. Magically came true. Now, if you're a listener to the Dan Bongino Show, you don't have to be a P1, a regular daily P1 listener. You could just be a listener who tunes in occasionally. One of the stories that has fascinated me for a long time, right, Jim? You agree? Like, you've been here. You've kind of heard a few shows. You're stuck in the captain's chair listening most of the time, if not all the time. One of the stories that has really kind of blown my noggin open is why the FBI is still pretending they don't know who planted the pipe bomb in front of the DNC 4 years ago on January 6th. They're like, we've got the phone data, we've got video, we've got witnesses, but we don't know who it is. So all of a sudden Trump gets elected, and just like I says, I says, hey, listen, the FBI is going to start releasing information and pretending it's new. Oh, looky here. ABC News. FBI releases new video in hunt for January 6th pipe bomb. Isn't that crazy? Almost like we saw that coming.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Providers help thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-555-2085. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-555-2085, 800-555-2085, or biglou.com.
News Talk 105.9 WMAL.
Making sense of the news.
George Washington Parkway remains closed both ways because of dangerous driving conditions between Spout Run Parkway and the Beltway. Around the Beltway on the outer loop, northbound, after the Baltimore Washington Parkway, very slow toward 201. It's a snow plow crew moving through the area, so you slow down for a very good reason. Downtown Bethesda, northbound Wisconsin Avenue, 355 is still closed because of water main repairs after Bradley Boulevard between Woodmont Avenue and 410 East West Highway. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com, the WMAL Stormwatch 7 forecast.
Winter storm warning in effect until 1 a.m. Snow ending by midnight, clearing, lows in the lower 20. Tomorrow,
Planning your financial future?
WMAL makes sense of your money.
Weekend.
Our complete show lineup at WMAL.com/schedule.
Making sense of your life.
News Talk 105.9 WMAL.
Larry O'Connor here with Abe Abish, host of The Retirement Key on WMAL. Morningstar looked at target date fund performance over the last 15 years, TDS, and they concluded if TDS had never been invented and Vanguard and Fidelity had placed that money in a balanced fund, investors would be significantly wealthier today. Wow. Target date funds are supposed to add security as we get closer to retirement. Why isn't it working, Abe? How can we do better?
You know what we call target date funds, Larry? Lazy couch potato funds, right? You know, those 2035, 2020, 2040, 2060 funds, they sound great. And here's the premise. You pick a 2035 fund because you are planning on retiring in a decade, right? Pick the 2035 fund and it's going to do things on its own for me and kind of manage the fund internally for me so I don't have to think about it. Well, that comes with some cost. That comes with some negatives. And here's one of the negatives. The closer and closer you get to retirement, the more that fund goes into bonds, which is supposed to be the safe side of the portfolio, but in a rising interest rate environment, bond values fall. This is why in 2022, everything was down. Lazy couch potato funds. Instead, Larry, everyone should have a personalized retirement plan that helps them cross over into retirement successfully and allows them to retire with as much dignity and confidence as possible. That's through a customized, personalized retirement plan.
And that's where Abe and his team come in. So why don't you call them now, 571-570-3559. Get a complimentary portfolio x-ray. You don't want to be a couch potato planner for your retirement. Get off the couch and call Abe Abish, 571-570-3559. 571-570-3559.
Investment advisory services offered through Abish Financial Wealth Management, LLC, a registered investment advisor firm. Insurance services offered through Abish Financial Services Incorporated, number 127820.
Hers weight loss is not available everywhere. Compounded products are not FDA approved or verified for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription required. Restrictions apply. Wegovy and Ozempic are not compounded.
Everyone's talking about the breakthrough of weight loss drugs, but too few can access or afford them. Hers is changing that. At forhers.com/radio, you can access doctor-trusted weight loss treatments tailored to you, like GLP-1 weekly injections with the same active ingredient as Ozempic and Wegovy, or oral medications at a fraction of the price. That's right. You'll save up to 91% per month on compounded semaglutide based on pricing through Hers. The same active ingredient as the name brand drug at 91% less. There's no hidden fees and no membership fees. Just one low, transparent price. And the process is 100% online. If prescribed, your personalized plan ships free directly to your door. Get started at forhers.com/radio to access affordable doctor-trusted weight loss plans that put you first. That's forhers.com/radio. FORHERS.com/radio.
Making sense of your world.
Radio is where I get all of my information. News Talk 105.9 WMAL.
Making sense of the news.
WMAL, making sense of world events. Because those who don't know history are doomed to repeat it. Download the WMAL app to stream us for free.
Be heard. Call 8444 the USA now to let Dan know what you think. 844-484-3872. The Dan Bongino Show.
You know, the batting average remains, what is it, Jim? Close to 1,000? Yes, 1,000. 1,000 on alleged conspiracy theories. I told you repeatedly over and over again, I'm never going to waste your time on this show. I have an easy job. This isn't even a job. Anyone in talk radio telling you they have if you're watching on Rumble, you're wondering what I'm doing, by the way. I have a bunch of religious items people have given me. Yes, I know, I'm easily distracted. I get it. But one of them's a cross and a Virgin Mary thing. They're sideways. I'm sideways. They got to be lined up straight. That's just, so I had to move that. I talk and I forget, I lose my mind here. I will never waste your time. This is not a real job. It's a fake job. Construction workers out there, cops, military folks, pilots, you guys have real jobs. I don't have a real job. It's a fake job. I talk for a living. So if I'm going to talk for a living about issues and give you an opinion on issues, I damn well better know what I'm talking about, do my homework, develop sources, shake some trees, and get some information for you, or I serve no purpose to you, right? Pretty fair assessment, correct? You talk, well, you better talk about facts because we're used to being lied to by the mainstream media and we need an alternative source of information called the truth, and we need to find it here. I've done a ton of homework on this one specific case. Others as well, the whole Spygate thing. But I'm going to tell you something. I wrote three books on this whole Spygate debacle and the Russia collusion hoax. I had a look. Sitting behind me. That's when I turned around. 3 books on it. Did a exhaustive amount of research. I encourage you to check them out. You can look at the end notes, get them at the library. I'm not trying to sell you a book. I'm just trying to make the point that when I put a body of work together, I want it well researched, and I want the book to have meat and bone on it, not just some fluffy opinion. A case that fascinates me even more is this January 6th bomber case. Along with Julie Kelly and Darren Beatty, I think I can make the case to you that no one's been more obsessed with this case. Maybe as obsessed, but certainly not more than me. Because it's obvious what happened. You all know the backstory. 4 years ago on January 6th, during the incident at the Capitol and, with the Stop the Steal rally, there were bombs found. One of them was found at the DNC, where Kamala Harris mysteriously was 4 years ago, rather than being at the Capitol, where she was supposed to be certified as the vice president-elect. And no one to this day can explain why she was at the DNC. And there was a bomb found outside, and the media doesn't want to talk about it. I mean, it should be the greatest story for them ever. MAGA assassination. Oh, my gosh. MAGA white supremacist terrorists. And no one talks about it. Now, I have a source, actually multiple, but one very, very good source who was there that day. I've seen the photos. He was there at the whole incident at the Capitol and everything. I've seen selfies, pictures, everything. Bona fides are real. Know the person personally. So it's not like it's a friend of a friend. It's like a friend. And he told me early on that they had a decent idea and some great investigative leads on who this person who planted that bomb in front of the DNC while Kamala Harris when she was inside it. It was planted allegedly before, but I'm not sure I believe that story. And that they were told to stand down. I have good reason to believe that the person who planted that bomb did it to give the media a story in case the Republicans started to get into details about the shenanigans in the 2020 election during certification day. The media and the deep state needed a way to shut that down. So the bomb, look, we found a bomb outside the DNC. Kamala Harris was almost killed, was going to be the way to do that. This riot breaks out at the Capitol, though, and they no longer need that story. And because the story happened, the bomb was found and detonated, they had to make it go away. Because if they drew too much attention to it and didn't need it, you might find out that it was a Democrat or an anti-Trumper and an insider. So now that you've got the backstory I've told probably 100 times, there were some new listeners who were unaware of this because the media has been hiding the story. A bomber on January 6th? Yes, there were. You just don't want to talk about it. Now that you know that backstory, I've been telling you for years now that if Trump wins the election, there are going to be people on the FBI and the deep state and the inside who are going to want to keep their jobs. And you're going to see information start to trickle out. You know, new video emerges, new clip about the January 6th bomber. Gosh, I wish I could put together a montage of me telling you. All of a sudden, I'm on break. I get a ton of emails. I'm on a vacation. I'm out there in Madrid somewhere. And friends are like, Dan, look at this article. FBI releases new video in the hunt for the January 6th pipe bomber. The suspect, Jim, remains at large 4 years later. Wow, that's so incredible. The FBI that locked up grandma for trespassing inside the Capitol. Locked up grandma that has her social media records from 1910 when there weren't even computers. And magically can't seem to find this guy despite videos, cell phone records. It's so strange. It's almost like they don't want to find. It's almost like everything they told you was true. Jim, when did January 6th, 2021 happen? Do you remember? Really? That was 4 years ago? Mike, can you check that math? I'm not a math major, but that's really weird. So, Jim, if January 6th, 2021 happened 4 years ago, when would this is not a trick question, when would the video the FBI has of the pipe bomb being planted on January 6, 2021. Do you have any idea when that would have been recorded? Chip's way too cocky on this show. He's like a radio host in his own right now. He's like making a fool out of me. He's like, you just asked the same question twice, and I just realized, gosh, I did it. It's for. So how is it new video? Isn't it weird? Like it's not new video. So it's old video they're releasing, calling new video. It's weird how ABC News' Alexander Mellon, who wrote this piece, January 2nd, 2024, or 2025. It's this year, right? 2024. Oh. Yeah, I was going to say, I messed up. I know. It's when you put out tweets and stuff like that. Like, man, that's why I don't include the year anymore. I would always forget that one on December 31st, January 1st. It's kind of strange. It's like they didn't, Alexander Mellon didn't ask any basic questions like how is this new video? Let me tell you what's going on here. Because I just can't take the fact that people are so stupid outside of this listening audience and just fall for this crap all the time. There are people in the FBI now. Their motives are very simple. There are anti-Trump haters in the FBI who played along with this conspiracy to make sure you never find out that the person who planted this pipe bomber was an anti-Trumper who was part of a conspiracy to shut down the questioning of the 2020 election, okay? They are committed to throwing every single wrench in the machine of the investigation to stop you from finding out. They know Kash Patel is only probably months, if not weeks away from coming into office as a new FBI director, okay? They know he is not going to accept any of these answers anymore about the identity of the J6 bomber. They want to keep their jobs. So I'm telling you, here's what's going on. You've got a bunch of high-paid FBI executives making probably close to $200,000 a year, maybe more with bonuses. They have no life skills. Think of like a Frank Fagese type, a man with no skills at all, no social skills, no intellect, no aptitude, no nothing. They have no career potential outside of what they were doing in the FBI. You get what I'm saying? They don't want to lose their jobs because they just have to pay their bills. The fact that they hate Trump doesn't matter to them because they're going home to their wife, and their wife is like, hey, Joey Bag of Donuts, FBI agent in charge of what? You're going to get fired, and we're not going to be able to pay the FP&L Florida Power and Light bill and keep the lights on. So you better do something. So what's happening is exactly what I told you was going to happen. There were people saying, hey, Director so-and-so or Deputy Director so-and-so, I'm not going down with this ship. You made me part of this cover-up. You made me tell the public the bombers' phone records were corrupted when they weren't. I've got this thumb drive here. I'm protecting myself. Here's how it's going to go down. I'm going public with it. And they forced them into it. That's all that's going on here. There is no new information here. Julie Kelly, is she going to come on today, by the way? Can she come on today? Yeah, see if she can come on too. Julie, if you're listening, we need you to come on. Julie Kelly, who's been following this case along with Darren Beatty, she put out this tweet. She says, more evidence of a doctored FBI bomb video. She's talking about the alleged new video. She says, here's a side-by-side of two different cameras from the DNC security system. If you look at it, you can see the video on my podcast, but I can describe it to you. They're trying to claim it's new video. It's basically the same video with a different frame rate. It's like they manipulated the video, maybe deleted some, maybe didn't. And now all of a sudden, they're releasing what they claim is new video, which is the old video they had and just didn't want you to see. Folks, there is something going on here, something really, really deep and sinister. And I can't tell you enough. I think this is one of the biggest scandals of our time. I believe they are hiding the fact that this was an operation by either the deep state or anti-Trump forces to give the media a narrative in case Republicans started getting traction questioning the 2020 election, January 6th, 4 years ago. They wanted to be able to run on the House floor like lunatics and say, there's a bomb at the DNC. Kamala Harris was killed. Shut this crap down. And they didn't need it because the riot happened at the Capitol. That's why. And they're desperate to make this story go away. Here's some more evidence that deep staters are really freaked out. Jim, cut one. Here's John Brennan, the founder of the Feast when it comes to Spygate and the collusion hoax. There is no one deeper in this than John Brennan, former CIA director, and overall horrendous, horrible human being. Here's John Brennan, strangely seeming to praise the Trump transition team incoming. I want you to understand that exactly what I said. This is an example of what I was just talking about. There are people who know their reputations and careers, and potentially their freedom, are about to be ruined by Kash Patel coming in the FBI and overturning rocks. And they're trying to cater right now to Trump administration transition folks to get the attention off them. Listen to this.
Now is taking place in a more serious and professional fashion than happened in 2016, 2017. Because you have people like Marco Rubio, who has been named to be the next Secretary of State, who is well steeped in these issues and also takes them very seriously. And I know that there is engagement between the Biden Department of State and the incoming Trump team.
John Brennan? Really? John Brennan all of a sudden is praising the incoming Trump team? Folks, I always bring receipts and back my stuff up with evidence. If that isn't evidence to you, the most rabid, communist, anti-Trump lunatic out there, who all of a sudden, finds Jesus and he's like, oh, the Trump team's more professional this time. Nonsense. He knows the Trump team is coming in there with door kickers, and he knows that his role in this entire debacle, and who knows, maybe even in this January 6th thing, his role in this debacle is eventually going to be uncovered. And they're trying to make sure that they just distract the Trump team and say, hey, man, look at me. I was praising you. You might want to look at the other guy. He's worse. That's exactly what's happening. All right, I got a lot more up ahead, including another scandal in the Secret Service. That's actually an ongoing scandal. It involves that. It involves drones. I got that Sean Ryan show thing. A lot to talk about. What does make America healthy again mean to you? What does it even look like? When many chronic diseases out there can be linked back to a rising obesity rates, to me, it's got to be fix your diet, sleep, and exercise in that order. Diet will help improve your sleep and energy. Just start with walks. Walking's really underrated. It's really good for you.
So where do you start? How do you do that? PhD weight loss. I needed something that told me what to do and when to do it, and that's exactly the way this worked for me.
If you're 20, 30, 50 or more pounds heavier than you want to be, would you like to fix that? You could add PhD to your life, and they can help you drop the weight.
For me, no company aligns more with the Make America Healthy Again movement than PhD Weight Loss. To help you be healthy again, say no to drugs and yes to this real solution, how to eat. It all starts with a simple phone call with a real-life PhD nutritionist. Schedule your call today. Visit myphdweightloss.com. That's myphdweightloss.com. Be healthy again. PhD Weight Loss. Weight loss results vary per individual. Consult with a medical professional.
News Talk 105.9 WMAL.
Making sense of the news.
Hey, it's Larry. I know that selling a home in today's market is tough. I also know that 49% of homes don't sell with their first agent. My friends, Debbie, Sarah, Reynolds, and Power Home Team with Keller Williams, they specialize in selling homes that didn't sell the first time. Their clients, Will and Jennifer, had their home on the market for over a year with 2 different agents and no showings, not even one. Debbie and Sarah got their home sold fast and for top dollar. Big reason for their success is their list of over 16,700 pre-screened qualified buyers. This gets you more money in less time with less hassle. If your home doesn't sell, Debbie and Sarah will buy it at a price agreeable to you. That's their guarantee. To guarantee your home will sell, call Reynolds and Power Home Team now. 844-344-SOLD. That's 844-344-SOLD, or visit DebbieHasTheBuyers.com. That's DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
What you've heard about probiotics is probably wrong. I eat yogurt, so I don't need to take a probiotic. Probiotics? They don't really work. It's time to learn the truth about probiotics and join the Align Healthy Gut Team Up. Align has probiotics to naturally help relieve occasional bloating, gas, and abdominal discomfort. Try Align probiotics for a month and see how great a healthy gut can feel. Get $2 off your first month of Align at AlignProbiotics.com.
When I can't sleep, my mind just races. I think about work, the kids, but I don't think about taking melatonin because I'm afraid I'll feel groggy in the morning.
ZzzQuil Pure Z's Gummies has an optimal dose of melatonin for no next day grogginess, so you can fall asleep naturally and wake up feeling refreshed. ZzzQuil Pure Z's Gummies for better sleep like never before. And try Pure Z Sleep plus Next Day Energy with melatonin plus extended release B vitamins.
I had an important job. And it wasn't just a job, it was keeping my brothers and sisters safe. And coming back, it felt like kind of thrown away. It's like you're useless. We don't really have a need for you now because you can't really do anything for us. That's the way I felt. If it hadn't been for Wounded Warrior Project, I honestly don't know if I would be here. It was the camaraderie that I saw and had. It was like I got my family back again. We all felt the connection, like that brother and sisterhood.
See how Wounded Warrior Project empowers women veterans like Donna by visiting woundedwarriorproject.org/empowerwomenvets.
News Talk 105.9
WMAL.
Constantly on the lookout for new conspiracy theories, because all the old ones are coming true. The Dan Bongino Show.
By the way, I'd be remiss if I did not mention that the winning continues as disgrace to humankind, both on this earth, this planet, this universe, this star system, and anywhere else in the known or unknown cosmos. Justin Trudeau is now resigning. He is one of the worst alleged government leaders we've seen in human history up in Canada. Justin Trudeau, who is a famous DEI advocate, was caught in, what was that? Was he have like blackface or something like that? He was like, well, I don't really remember what happened with that. Yeah, maybe you should get together with Ralph Northam, the former governor of Virginia. You guys should figure out what's going on with that. Maybe you should ask Ralph. Ralph, were you the blackface guy or the Ku Klux Klan robes guy? Which one? Maybe he'll tell you. You seem to know a little bit about that. Is resigning in the absolute disgrace. because that's what he was. So the winning continues there. Folks, we're 2 weeks away. Just hold on. Help is coming. But I warned you the damage isn't over. Biden announced today a halt on offshore drilling. And folks, I've got news for you. That is going to really do some damage. And it is not going to be easy to overturn. Anyone telling you on Twitter, oh, Trump's going to come in, he's saying he's committed to stopping it, which he's not lying. But you know how many lawsuits are going to, these environmental groups, they know exactly what they're doing. It's going to be a long time before this thing is undone. The corrupt, disgusting filth occupying the White House right now is not done destroying this country. Hey, with increased tariffs on our trade partners, tax cuts, and regulation changes, learn why gold is a viable diversification tactic now more than ever. Birch Gold, BIRCH, the only gold company I trust, is releasing its ultimate guide for gold in the Trump era with a foreword by Don Trump Jr. To get your free copy along with Birch Gold's free information kit on gold, text Bongino to the number 98989. Here are the facts. The national debt continues to increase. Our interest payments on the national debt continue to increase. Gold is still one of your best hedges against a weakened dollar. And Birch Gold is still the company I trust to help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. So text Bongino to 98989 for your free copy of the ultimate guide for gold in the Trump era. There is no obligation. With an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau and thousands of happy customers, you too can trust Birch Gold. So text Bongino to the number 989898 today. Message and data rates apply.
WMAL, more than just politics, because laughter is the best medicine. Download the WMAL app to stream us for free.
So as you know, I was on vacation for about 10 days or so, and I was traveling, and I did not, for obvious reasons, post much on X. I was with my family, and as I said, folks, if you mess up this order, God, family, country, and then like job and everything else, your whole life gets out of whack. And I never, ever come on these airwaves or my podcast or anywhere else and pretend that I've got life figured out. Because if there is anyone part of this Bongino army who has life figured out less, I promise you it's me. Life is chronically throwing sliders when I'm looking fastball and curveballs when I'm looking knuckleball. But I'm trying. The journey's part of the enjoyment of the experience. And sometimes along the journey, rocks fall on your head, you trip over stuff, scrape a knee. And I was really trying on this vacation to kind of clear up some things in my life. And I've been going through a lot, and I hope it doesn't come across on the air. And I'm certainly not looking for anybody's sympathies or, this is minor stuff compared to people living with cancer and fatal diseases and people in war zones. So, but it was really incredible. Sometimes, I don't know if you guys have, I traveled a lot in my last line of work, so I'm certainly familiar with, bouncing around the world. But there's something about it that resets you a little bit. But it didn't reset me from this one story. There was, I think, only one thing during the entire vacation I tweeted about. And I did it because I'm genuinely anxious, scared, but not yet panicked about it, but getting there quickly. It's about the drone story. No, not the drones in New Jersey, although that's maybe part of it. I tweeted this and over 2 million people saw it. It was kind of a viral tweet. I tweeted it out just a few days ago. I said, assassination attempts by drone should be on everyone's radar. We're in perilous territory, and liars and frauds in our government aren't being honest about the threat. I tweeted that out because I was given another tip in a series of tips I've been given on this. I've been writing about the drone threat to President Trump's life and other protectees for 10 years now. We're not prepared. And people are lying for the transition team and others about this. More on this coming up.
If your bird is let down, call the shop. David Mead Snell here, owner of Mead Heating and Air. In God we trust. All others must bring data. We love this quote at Mead's, and we run our business around it. For years and years, I've taken phone calls from new customers who tell me, truck in a truck, says I need to do this, but super mega corporate company says I need to do that, and I just don't know who to trust. I usually respond and say, well, look, you can trust us, but you won't have to. When we diagnose issues with HVAC systems, there's always hard data or visual evidence behind it. This is HVAC in 2024. It's not a guessing game anymore. Find the problem, show the proof, offer options. That's how we roll. When you need us, you can find us online at meaeshvac.com or just search for Meads Heating and Air.
If your furnace lets you down, all the sharp payment. The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I haven't paid my taxes in 8 years.
He was in big trouble.
We're going to take your house, garnish your pay.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm, and rated A+ by the Better Business Bureau.
I don't owe the IRS anymore. It was because of Optima Tax.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-908-1755. 800-908-1755. Optima Tax Relief. For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Join me and Brent Bozell on the Media Research Center's 2025 Cruise to Norway this August. We'll be joined by Kevin and Sam Sorbo, Alan West, Joe Concha, Cal Thomas, and others. I'm really looking forward to it. Go to mrccruise.com for all the details.
You were supposed to get a colon cancer screening, but stuff came up.
We did have to pick up the twins from practice.
If you are 45 and older, don't let butt stuff get in the way of your screening. Visit the Colorectal Cancer Alliance at ccalliance.org. WMAL-FM, Woodbridge, Washington, a Cumulus media station.
Making sense of the news.
News Talk 105.9.
News now.
WMAL News at 1. I'm Heather Curtis. Happening now, senators are entering the House chamber as they prepare to certify the results of the 2024 presidential election.
This is the last step in the presidential election. Vice President Harris presides over the meeting of both the House and Senate in her capacity as president of the Senate. The certification goes on despite Washington, D.C. receiving about a foot of snow today. President Biden emphasized the importance of a clean handoff to the new administration. Lawmakers could potentially object to individual slates of electors like in 2021, but that's not expected.
Fox's Chad Pergram on the Hill. And speaking of the Hill, given what happened last January 6th of 2021 and the terrorist attack in New Orleans and Cybertruck explosion in Vegas, security is as tight as ever.
Officials say there are no known threats to security this time around, but U.S. Capitol Police Chief Tom Manger takes nothing for granted.
There's always the lone wolf, always the person who's operating by themselves, and you have no warning about those individuals. So we need to be prepared for that as much as we need to be prepared for anything.
Aside from the miles of fencing, there are 500 National Guard troops on standby just in case. John Matthews on WMAL and WMAL.com.
Maryland's raised its state activation level to full in response to the storm, the highest level. The Emergency Preparedness Office is fully staffed. The snow is mostly done for now. A winter storm warning's in effect until 1 a.m.
The next batch of snowy weather well to the west of us over lower Ohio into Kentucky. That's what's going to move through later on this evening, bringing us yet another chance for snow and perhaps 1 to 2 inches.
So far, snow totals in our region range from about 3.5 inches in Chantilly to 8 in Alexandria. A water main break around 9:45 this morning sent water flowing down Wisconsin Avenue in downtown Bethesda near the CVS store and the subway. WSSC says the water's now been shut off and crews are marking underground utilities to make sure they don't hit a gas or other line as they dig down to reach the broken main and figure out what kind of repairs needed.
We're at Wisconsin Ave, and it's blocked off here between Willow and Elm, and some side streets are blocked off here too. This is Wisconsin Ave northbound. This road here has been blocked off for a few hours as crews have been working to clean things up. Fire crews are here and they are helping with the road closures. One of them told me he expects this part of the road to be blocked off pretty much all day.
7 News' Rebecca Turco. The lone Republican on the Fairfax County Board of Supervisors is setting his sights on Richmond, entering the packed field of candidates running for lieutenant governor.
Affordability is, I think, issue number one.
Pat Harity telling WMAL's O'Connor Company public safety is another top concern.
Repeat violence.
Two Democrats from Northern Virginia are already among the crowded field, including Prince William County Board of Education Chair Barbara Lateef and Arlington County Attorney Victor Salgado, who successfully prosecuted former Texas Sheriff Joe Arpaio for holding suspected illegal immigrants. Barbara Britt, WMAL and WMAL.com.
Checking your money, the Dow's up 143 points, the NASDAQ up 274. Traffic and weather next. When it happens,
We're watching as some of these returns are coming in. This is where Washington turns to make sense of it all.
President Trump has performed so far across the country.
Making sense of the vote.
Republicans take control of the Senate.
making sense of your world. Maryland elects its first black female U.S. senator, and we're also broke. Making sense of the results. And what's next?
News Talk 105.9 WMAL.
Making sense of the news.
Second opinions.
You get them with your health.
So why not with your wealth?
Your stock market investments deserve a second opinion.
At Hayden & Walsh, it only takes a second
to schedule your free second opinion.
Go online and search for Hayden & Walsh. The second opinion, people. Investing involves risk, including the possible loss of principal. Advisory services provided by Hayden & Walsh Asset Management. Securities offered by Hayden & Walsh Inc. Member FINRA SIPC.
Save on premium seafood at Whole Foods Market. Get 20% off sustainable wild-caught Alaska sockeye salmon fillets with Prime through January 7th. Topped with garlic butter, it makes the perfect flaky entree. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
This year, grow your hair back with multi-unit hair grafting and PRP, which grew my hair back. Call 703-763-0016 for a free consultation or go to growyourhairback.com. That's growyourhairback.com.
Your seat for Shorn in the Hadid Carpet Cleaning Traffic Center.
George Washington Parkway remains closed both ways, northern stretch of the parkway between Spout Run Parkway and the Beltway because of dangerous driving conditions there as they try to get that cleaned up. Until further notice, though, that remains closed. In Montgomery County between Damascus and Germantown, Route 27, Ridge Road is blocked both ways between Brink Road and Snowden Farm Parkway because of repairs to a damaged signal after an accident. Northbound Wisconsin Avenue downtown Bethesda is still blocked because of a water main break after Bradley Lane. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com, the WMAL Stormwatch 7 forecast.
A winter storm warning continues until 1 a.m., even though we have a bit of a lull in the wintry weather right now. Snow will eventually pick up again later this evening. Could pick up an additional 1 to 2 inches. Highs for the day, 25 to 30 degrees. Tomorrow it's cold and windy, upper 20s to lower 30s. I'm 7 News meteorologist Steve Rudin in the First Alert Weather Center.
Right now, 27 degrees in Washington. I'm Heather Curtis on News Talk 105.9 WMAL.
5.9 FM and streaming worldwide on the WMAL app.
Dan Bongino.
From the NYPD to the Secret Service to behind the microphone, taking the bite to the radical left and the putrid swamp. You're listening to the Dan Bongino Show. Here he is, Dan Bongino.
You know, let's stop the press for a second. I got a show I got to get to. I'm going to get to this drone threat thing and what I was going to talk about, the inauguration, President Trump's security, a Secret Service story that came out in the Washington Post, how it relates to this drone email and the Sean Ryan show. I got all that coming up, I promise you, so don't sweat that. And Julie Kelly's in for the next hour, so great guest. No one better to talk about January 6th and what happened, what's going to happen than her on the pipe bomber case. But the certification process to certify Trump's election win is going on right now. I hope you're here. This is obviously a live show. I hope you'll stay with us through it. We don't anticipate any challenges to it. But, candidly speaking, I'm really getting kind of tired and exhausted and frustrated with the virtue signaling faux high road that the left is taking. Jim, you know what I'm talking about? With the, oh, look at this. We're all about the peaceful transfer of power. Look how we do it in contrast to you guys, you savage MAGA hat wearing animals. Folks, a couple of points here. Number one, the Democrat Party, notice I didn't say Democratic. You will rarely hear me say that. The Democrat Party has rarely, if ever, peacefully transferred power in a close election with national implications. Notice I didn't say presidential election. You look at congressional races, you look at where they were really critical for a national agenda. It was a swing vote in a committee or something like that. The Democrats challenge everything. Everything from gubernatorial races in Georgia to the Al Gore election to the Hillary Clinton election. So the faux high road that, oh, look, we're the Democrats, let us show you an example of how it's done, is just bull. It's just made up. I'm not even going to waste I'm not going to waste your time playing a 20-minute video, because we can, of the Democrats challenging basically every single close election with national implications for the last 20 years. We could. It's just a waste of your time. We've already heard it. So spare us the lecture. You are not the party of the peaceful transfer of power. You have never been the party of the peaceful transfer of power. Now, for my haters out there with a Z, haters out there with a Z, you may say, well, Dan, today is peaceful and they are transferring power to the Republicans. You are not incorrect. That is accurate. What did we tell the listening audience before the election? We told them it is not good enough for you to vote. You have to bring how many people? 10. Thank you. Jim even remembers. You can bring more, but you cannot bring less. And do you remember why I said that? Well, obviously we wanted to win, but that's besides the point. I said to you, it's not good enough to win. Because if this thing is close, the Democrats are going to pull the exact same shenanigans they pulled last time. The only reason they're taking this faux moral high road, oh, look, this is the way we do it, although they've never done it that way, from Hillary Clinton to Al Gore. The only reason this is happening now, and Kamala Harris and Joe Biden and the communist Democrats are not engaged in a massive campaign to subvert the results of this election, is because you did what I asked you to do. You brought 10 people because you're patriots and heroes, and you went out and did your civic duty and voted and brought your friends, and we crushed them. There was simply no way to make it believable that Kamala Harris won. That's the only reason any of this is happening. I get so sick of these swampies, even on our side, who are like, well, at least the Democrats are doing it right. They're doing nothing right. They were given no option. I try to talk in analogies and stories because sometimes the gravity of the situation is better expressed by an alternative narrative that's easier to understand. But I honestly can't think of one right about they're not doing this out of the kindness of their heart. They're doing it because they were given no other alternative. I promise you, if Trump won fair and square, and he won by 50,000 votes in 2 swing states, there is absolutely zero chance the Democrats cede power without some nonsense collusion narrative or something else. Damn, what are you basing that on? The Democrats' own history of doing this. Smart people listening. I'm talking about some liberals. Al Gore, Bush election. Either. And I think he was actually even though. But he was not a great Republican. He just wasn't. However, Bush won that election fair and square. You don't need a history lesson, certainly not from me. There are still liberals out there, if you ask them, who will insist to this day that Al Gore had Florida stolen from him by George W. Bush and his evil Republican governor brother, Jeb. All you have to do is ask him a simple question. Remember all the repeated vote counts in Florida They kept coming in. Oh, new result in Florida. They were going to count the votes forever. How many of those vote counts, Jim, do you know this, was Al Gore ahead of the vote in Florida? You have any idea? This guy's so smart. How did we pick him as a producer? The answer is I did. Someone else did. I just got lucky. Someone else is a good judge of talent. And we just seem to fit well together, me and Jim. 0. Really? Yes, really. You mean Al Gore was never ahead in any vote count ever? No. Never. But there are liberals out there who still believe Al Gore had the state stolen, despite the fact that Palm Beach County officials and liberal county officials who wanted Al Gore to win still couldn't come up with enough votes to make Al Gore win. He was never ahead any vote count ever. And yet the Democrats to this day insist that the election was stolen from Al Gore. Amazing, they can't cite a single vote count where he actually wins. Not one. No, Jim, it was definitely the vote count on December 23rd at 4 p.m. Remember that one? No one remembers because it didn't happen. And then you move on to the next close election they lose, the Hillary Clinton election, where they lost by thousands of votes in some swing states. And what did the Democrats do? They realized they were going to have a tough time making up some fairy tale, so they just invented one. And Hillary Clinton just got, the Presidential Medal of Freedom for it? They just said, hey, guys, we lost this election, but we're not going to have an Al Gore butterfly ballot type scenario in Florida now where people were confused. So what can we do? So someone sat around a room and they were like, Democrats are like, a lot of them are like, they're like the whole bro, I got an idea, bro. How about we just say Vladimir Putin did it? Well, do you have any evidence of that? Who needs evidence? The media are dumb. They'll write it. And that's what happened. Again, I wrote 3 books on the matter. They just made up a story. So spare me, please, the nonsense, because now we're getting lectures. I'm seeing this. I got cable news on now. All the Democrats are coming up, and they're all like, today is the day where the Democrat Party is going to set an example for the public about the peaceful transfer. Please spare me the syrup of Ipecac. I don't need to yak all over the table. I'm good. Just shut up and certify the election. We don't need your stupid lectures, okay? It's time to play hardball with these. These guys are not your friends. I bring it up because I'm not kidding. There are people they're not people you and I would generally associate with, kind of swampies on the right. I swear to you, there are people on Twitter right now like, well, we got to give the Democrats credit. You don't owe them anything. Credit for what? They got destroyed. All right, I was thinking of here. I got one. It may not be good, but I'm going to try it. If it doesn't work, Jim, pun intended here, and you'll get what I mean in a second, throw the penalty flag. You got an immoral, unethical football coach in a college football game, right? And at the end, right, they're down by 7 with the team. And the ref isn't looking, and they sneak the ball ahead a yard to get a first down they shouldn't have gotten. Everybody in the field sees it except the ref, and they give them the first down. They go on to win the game. They cheated to win, right? The ball was on the 50. They moved it to the 51 when no one was looking. The ref didn't catch it. They get the first down. They throw the Hail Mary, right? That was only possible because they were down by a touchdown, or they were down by 6 and get a touchdown. You get what I'm saying? They cheated because they could, because the game was still within reach. The Democrats, that's them. Time the game's within reach. They'll cheat and move the football every single time. The only reason they didn't move the football to the 51 for that extra yard to get the first down to throw the Hail Mary is because they were down by like 50. And it doesn't matter. And it wasn't worth getting caught over. That is it. Is that dumb? Did that make sense? I'm not really great at these analogies, so I'm just trying to make it make sense for you. They will take almost any risk to cheat. As long as the risk-reward calculus, there's a possibility of them stealing it. There was zero possibility. There was simply no way to, quote, find enough votes or anything else to overturn this thing. So I love my country. I love America. No one loves it more. You may love it. Most of you love it as much, but you can't love it more because I love it with potential like you do. You love it as much as I do if you're a patriot, right? With all of your heart. I do. But man, I'm sorry. Like, I'm not into this kumbaya stuff where we should be thanking them for doing what they were supposed to do. What? Not trying to steal an election? We're supposed to thank them? I'm not thanking them for anything. And I'm sick of the lectures and the stupid videos. See the video Kamala Harris put out? Today is a day of people. You're not. I know exactly what you're doing. Sorry, that was totally not in the show. This is why you got to listen to podcasts and radio. You make it a huge mistake if you miss one or the other. We have guests on the radio show. We don't have on the podcast. I get into these rants. I watch TV, right, Jim? Something gets in my noggin. Little brain worm burrows its way in like the Wrath of Khan. Remember the Wrath of Khan, the little thingies? What are those things called? These Trekkies out there. They put them in their ear. Burrows into the brain. That's what happens. You don't owe the Democrats a debt of gratitude for anything. I promise you they'd be screaming and moaning today if they didn't get their collective arses kicked in that last election. All right, I got more coming up ahead, including this drone story, which I said to you before the break. I had tweeted about, the only thing I tweeted about on vacation, because I'm just really terrified about our preparedness level here, folks. That car attack that terror attack in New Orleans. This is just the beginning. You can do things on the ground you can't do in the sky. Why? I've said it 1,000 times, because human beings can't fly. You can't. There's ways to stop a car that make it really difficult to stop a drone. And the bad guys know this. More coming up next. We'll be right back.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-550-6486. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-550-6486. That's 800-550-6486. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
News Talk 105.9 WMAL.
Making sense of the news. WMAL.
Making sense of the news.
Live
from the Home Paramount Pest Control Studios.
Home Paramount, the leader in pest control since 1939.
You okay?
I can't sleep with this cough.
Sounds like you need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize?
Yeah, with NyQuil VapoCool. It's NyQuil plus a rush of Vicks vapors.
Whoa.
So you ready to get some sleep? Thank you, NyQuil VapoCool.
NyQuil VapoCool, the vaporizing nighttime coughing, aching, fever, best sleep with a cold medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline nasal spray.
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control. It's fun. Enjoy life's important moment without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money.
Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-515-6608. 800-515-6608. 800-515-6608.
Your next ride could be waiting at the Washington, D.C. Auto Show. From fuel-efficient hybrids to powerful trucks and everything in between. This is your chance to find the perfect match. Meet experts, ask questions, and take a look under the hood of the newest models. Make your car dreams come true at the 2025 show, January 31st through February 9th at the Walter E. Washington Convention Center. Get your tickets now at WashingtonAutoShow.com. The Washington, D.C. Auto Show, January 31st through February 9th.
When you're high, you feel different. But if you feel different, you drive different. So don't drive high. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
City streets or small towns, everyone deserves a clean, green community. We are Keep America Beautiful, the nonprofit working to end littering, improve recycling, and beautify communities. Let's do beautiful things. Visit KAB.org.
America, land of the free, home of the Dan Bongino Show.
Jim, for your follow-up book, the Dan Bongino Show Survival Guide, I assume there'll eventually be a sequel because we keep adding, we have a new incident. Do you know what it is? You missed it too, huh? You're a football fan, right? Mike, I can't believe all three of us missed this. We all really love football. We don't fake it, right? Me and you talk about it all the time. We just embarrass ourselves. Westwood should fire us immediately. And I'm sorry, but you're in on this too for not immediately correcting me. Mike, you too. We should all be fired. I'm giving you this analogy, and I asked you to pre-vet it. And I said the 51-yard line. There's no 51-yard line. Now there's the opposition's 49-yard. Thank you, Jason, John, Philip, Mike. I'm sorry. You're in on this too, buddy. He's texting me. No. My bad. We're all out. Our football bona fides are crushed for. This is why I love the audience. And this is why when you're on the radio and you absolutely have a goofy glue incident, the worst thing you can do is pretend you're smarter than everyone else. It didn't happen. And no 51. What kind of football fans are we? We are now forbidden from discussing football folks, what would you say penalty box time is? 2 weeks? Maybe 2 weeks. But this is insane. It's over now. It's over. We can't forget college football, man. We can't do it. Even though the CFP thing is still going on, this new 12-team system. 51. Can you believe it? And I asked you to pre-vet this. You're part of this debacle, too. I'm going to write a book. The Jim Verdi producer for Dan Bongino Show Survival Guide. This is your first incident. You're part of this, too. Believe me, I get the gold medal for this. But you get the silver. Mike's the bronze. Thank you, Jason. We are not above criticism. Humiliating. Man cards turned in immediately for that disgrace. Of this show. When it comes to protecting your family, it's not just about having a firearm. Lethal force isn't the answer for every situation. Imagine this, right? An imminent threat comes to you and your family. Instinct may drive you to reach for a firearm immediately. Well, what if there were a way to defend yourself and de-escalate a situation without the irreversible consequences of deadly force? I have the answer for you. Byrna's non-lethal pistol launcher. It's equipped with tear gas and kinetic ammo. It can incapacitate an attacker for up to 40 minutes. No need to go DEFCON 1. You just need protection to ensure you can defuse the situation and drive the threat away. I love this thing. Check it out. Training with firearms for many years. The Byrna pistol they sent me is really easy to learn to use. You don't own a firearm? It's a great option to have. It is even if you do. Made in America, legal in all 50 states, requires no background checks, and shipped right to your door. Just check it out. That's all I'm asking. Go to Byrna.com/Dan now and get an exclusive 10% discount for my listeners. That's BYRNA, Byrna.com/Dan. You won't regret it.
Dan Bongino. Tomorrow on the Chris Plank Show, it's Snowmageddon, it's Snowpocalypse. There's no toilet paper left at the grocery store. 9 a.m. on WMAL.
You know what the most amazing part of that debacle is? Really? That you and I could have saved a professional sports team hundreds of millions of dollars by our analysis of a very specific quarterback, which we said. We were so good we did that, and we still can't figure out there's no 51-yard. Humiliate. Mike, you too. Someone get Teresa on the phone, please. There needs to be firings today. Program directors, you better start looking for a replacement. There are other shows out there at 12. I'm sorry. We are not worthy of anyone's time. This is a Wayne's World movie. Who would have missed that? No, he definitely would have missed. Clay, no way Clay missed that. Not a chance. He's all over that. Luckily, these guys are my friends. All right, now I'm getting back to the serious stuff. It's Washington Post story. Yes, believe it or not, the Washington Post. Blind squirrel may have found it out. We'll be right back.
You know what they say, one person's personal information is another person's treasure.
Exactly. That's why I use NordVPN every time I surf the web. Features like Threat Protection Pro safeguard devices from phishing websites and disable intrusive ads and trackers. Just check NordVPN.com, grab the deal, and see for yourself. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com. News Talk 105.9 WMAL.
Making sense of the news.
In Bethesda, a portion of Wisconsin Avenue is closed northbound between Bradley Boulevard and Montgomery Lane due to a water main break. The George Washington Parkway is currently closed due to hazardous driving conditions until further notice between Spout Run and the Beltway in each direction. And watch out for an accident right now on 270 northbound between Route 80 and 85. That blocks the left lane. Northbound on 95 at Contera Drive in Calverton. That crash is blocking the left lane. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com, the WMAL Stormwatch 7 forecast.
Winter storm warning in effect until 1 a.m. Snow ending by midnight, clearing, lows in the lower 20s. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, blustery, highs in the upper 20s to lower 30s.
Making sense of your morning. Do you know we wear opinions on our sleeves?
O'Connor and Company.
Weekday mornings 5 to 9. We deliver the information to you, but we filter it through our perspective.
News Talk 105.9.
WMAL.
Making sense of the news.
Is your hair damaged and thinning? Does hair loss run in your family? Where can you go to find the right solution? GrowYourHairBack.com. I know. I went to Grow Your Hair Back and found the right solution to grow. Experts, and they have all the medical solutions for men and women all in one place. The latest trademark procedure for hair plants and easy 30-minute treatments like PRP, platelet-rich plasma laser hair therapy. This is technology you cannot get anywhere else. Laser hair therapy is 90% effective in restoring hair, and hair transplants can grow your hair back. Call them right now. Get a free evaluation and find out what solution will work for you. 703-763-0016 or go to growyourhairback.com right now or call 703-763-0016 and this year, grow your hair back.
Do you know who to call if your garage door breaks? There's only one company I trust to get it fixed on time with quality work I can depend on. Overhead Door Company of Washington, D.C. For 50 years, they've been the company that families and businesses in the DMV have relied on when their garage door fails them. So don't be fooled by frauds and imposters online. Always look for their trademarked red ribbon. Visit GarageDoorRepair.com and work with the local team you can trust. That's GarageDoorRepair.com.
Hey, Lisa, how are you? It's been so long. Are you back for good? What's going on?
Hey, good to see you. Yes, I'm back for good. I'm just trying to get my life back together.
Well, I'm so happy that you're home. It looks like things are going well. I've been seeing those pics you post of you and your family at all those fun events. What gives?
Oh, that pics. VetTix gives.
What's VetTix?
VetTix is an amazing charity that gives free event tickets, like concerts, sporting events, and shows, to currently serving military vets and their families, and to the immediate families of troops killed in action. It's a really nice organization.
That is so nice.
These events have helped me feel like myself again, and all these new happy memories my family and I are making are priceless.
We have extra tickets sometimes. Can I donate them?
Yes, it's easy. Just go to vettix.org. You can give your extra tickets, and other vets like me can sign up to get them.
Awesome. I love that idea. What a great way to give back. I'm so glad you told me about it, and it was amazing to see you and listen. Thank you for your service.
What would you give for a child you loved? To make their wish come true? To help them fight a critical illness? Just imagine what you'd do. You see, wishes are so powerful, and you can make them real. They can give a child back their childhood, even change the way they feel. Every single one of us can make the
WMAL, making sense of education, because what's happening in your kid's school matters. Download the WMAL app to stream us for free.
Any questions? Call 8444 the USA to get the answers. 844-484-3872. The Dan Bongino Show.
So here's what worried me so much. It was really the only tweet, X post, True Social post I put out over the vacation break because it's on my mind. There's no way to distract me from this because it's genuinely frightening to me, and not in a panicky kind of snowflakey way. But given my background and experience, what I did before I was a radio host, this is something I've been writing about for 10 years. And just getting right to the point, it's an attack and assassination attempts by drone. Now, there are very few people out there, even hardcore morons, who can run away from the fact that drones are a serious security threat. They're going to have a lot of, I don't want to stigmatize the technology. There's obviously an unbelievable amount of value in drone air-based technology too. Everything from delivery systems to surveillance to logistics to warfighting. But there's zero question that a threat coming from the sky creates a different box of security problems than a threat from the ground for a very simple reason. I can't say this enough. It's not hard to understand. We can't fly, so there's no way to mitigate it. You get a guy on the ground with a knife that's running around stabbing people. They ain't pretty solutions, and ain't a word in this case, but there's solutions. You grab a chair, you hit him with a chair, tackle him. You may get stabbed in the process, but there's at least a way for you to stop it. When you've got something coming from the sky, there are very few options for you if you're not sitting there with birdshot or some piece of technology, which most people and companies don't have. This is an incredible threat. So over a vacation break, I tweeted out, assassination attempts by drone should be on everyone's radar. We're in perilous territory, and liars and frauds in our government aren't being honest about the threat. What's got me particularly concerned, folks, is we have an inauguration coming up. And I believe, based on, let's leave that part out. I know that there are people in government right now who are lying to the Trump transition team about everything from what the FBI is up to what the Secret Service is up to. I know it. I know it because I've got the dirty deets on it. And I know from my sources, who I actually trust, who are serious whistleblowers and reformers inside the Secret Service, that they're not prepared. They're not. Now, you may be saying, oh, gosh, thankfully this hasn't happened before. But really? Here is a headline from USA Today from 2018. That was a few years ago, like a lot. Venezuela drone attack. Here's what happened with Nicolas Maduro. Now, Maduro's scum, but that's besides the point. This has already been, people get assassinated by drone all the time. All the time. This isn't new.
Now, it happens in war theaters, but there've already been assassination attempts, like Maduro and others, using this drone technology. Well, I'm trying to tell you something without telling you something, because I'm trying not to kind of burn people, because that's the most unethical thing you can do, especially when good friends trust you. But they're worried about it too. Folks, we've got inauguration coming up. It's in 2 weeks. And Donald Trump, as of right now, is the president-elect. He has a lot of political power. He has no... these things. The reforms necessary at the FBI and Secret Service for our security posture, or whatever word, SAT word you want to use to throw in there, to reform our security footprint, they're just not there. I am really concerned about this. And it's one of those scenarios, again, where I really hope I'm wrong. Unfortunately, our batting average has been very high on these matters. So combine my sources telling me the Secret Service is not ready with a massive event coming up, the inauguration. The Trump team with 1,000 different things on their plate. The crazy thing is, I'm not even sure, because I'm not in contact with the transition folks. That's not what I do. That's not the kind of relationship I have, okay? I'm not even sure if there's someone in his ear telling him, sir, I realize we've got 1,000 things we're dealing with that are really important, from offshore drilling bans to tariffs to the open border to the nuclear threat to the Volt Typhoon, China infrastructure attack. But we need you alive, and the security picture surrounding you is not very good right now. I'm not sure that conversation's even happening. They are not ready. There is no way between the Butler assassination attempt and now, given the slow-moving glacial pace of logistical and tactical change within the Secret Service, there is zero chance they've mitigated the drone nightmare, the attack from above. Zero. Now, combine that with this story that broke this weekend. Now, I want to hat tip some other people. Susan Crabtree and others have been writing about the Secret Service experience problem, veteran agents leaving, for a long time. So the story isn't new. However, the Washington Post still has a decent audience, which is insane considering how much they lie to people, but they do. And if they're going to put out a story that's going to highlight a problem, then I'm not going to crap on them just for the sake of doing it. Carol Leonnig, who I'm not a huge fan of, she's prone to, I think, exaggeration. Already kind of caught her on some stories. But she wrote this story in the Washington Post with Emmanuel Martinez. Years of inaction at the Secret Service set the stage for the Trump shooting at Butler. The gist of the story is that there's this experience crisis in the Secret Service. So we have these two kind of speeding trains headed at each other right now. The first, what I just told you about. The Secret Service is not prepared for a threat from the skies that cannot be easily mitigated. And we have a big, huge NSSE, National Special Security event, coming up in the inauguration in 2 weeks. And I'm telling you, they're just not ready. I don't care what they tell you publicly. My whistleblowers have been spot on, and my information's been way ahead of what they told you. Combine it with this story that there's this huge experience drought. And the problem is, it's not that they don't want to fix it. They don't want to be embarrassed. It's that they can't. They just don't have the right body of experience, to use the John Brennan corpus, a body of experience to fix the problem. Now, an example I used earlier, not the... Well, during my time working there, the Secret Service's experience it's not something, it's not a part of it, it's everything. All jobs are important. I'm not devaluing anyone's labor. Please don't take this the wrong way. It's meant to be an instructional example only. I worked in Key Food on Metropolitan Avenue when I was younger. It was a supermarket. And I was the aisle 4 guy. Stock shelves. We had vegetables and stuff in there. You know, it wasn't complicated. Back then, remember, you used to have the price gun? We put the little sticker. Remember the price stickers on top before everything was digital? That's what I would do. You mark up the cash, right? Folks, this was not a hard job to learn. Okay? I learned it in a week. You go downstairs, it said aisle 4. When green beans were missing, you went downstairs to the aisle 4 place. You got the green beans. You put stickers on them and you filled them in. That was the job. It didn't take a lot of on-the-ground experience to figure it out. That is not the Secret Service job. It's like being a surgeon. Any doctors out there in the audience, any surgeons, you know for a fact there is no replacement for experience. You cannot learn to operate from a Rumble YouTube video. You can't. You've got to do it. You've got to have a blood vessel burst. You got to have something go wrong with the anesthesia. It's like being a pilot or a surgeon. You're never going to know how to mitigate the problems. There's only so much you can do in a simulator. You got to get behind the pilot in the pilot seat, and you got to get in the operating room. The Secret Service is the same way. Folks, they have nobody with experience anymore. Listen, here's this from the Washington Post report. An exodus of veteran agents over the past 10 years has forced the agency to rely on less experienced agents. Recruits with 5 years or less on the job make up 13% of the agent workforce in 2015. This year, they make up nearly 40%. You listen to this? Nearly half the Secret Service is people with less than 5 years on the job. Now, let me tell you something from a cat who used to work there. You don't know squat on that job until you've been there at least 10 years, maybe more. I'll take a guy with 10 years experience who was in WFO, Washington field office, New York field office, or LA, because they've done a lot more protection, because they're big cities and protectees go there. If you're from a smaller office, Nebraska or something, doesn't get a lot of visits, I'm not even sure 10 years is enough. There is so much that goes into protecting the president. A 5-year guy or woman, they don't know anything. Nothing. Zero. These are the people right now. It's not a reflection of their character at all. They just don't know it. It's like the surgeon, maybe the greatest guy in the world. Do you want the guy who's done 5 operations on the open heart procedures, or do you want the guy who's done 500? Okay, 500 is not hard. Folks, they're not ready. And you've got a guy swearing in 2 weeks with this massive inauguration, with people in charge of the Secret Service who are inept cover-up artists, with people down below who are great people, but they're just not ready for prime time. Because all the experienced people are leaving. Because the job right now sucks. Because management made it suck. I get a message from, let's just say, a friend. I'm going to say, but the gist of it is the Secret Service is still telling people, oh, we need to do investigations. We need to do investigations. We shouldn't be focused on protection only. It makes us a better agent. Really? You guys have magically failed over and over. How's it making you a better agent? Makes it better at failing. These are 2 speeding trains running into each other. Now you've got even the Washington Post, blind squirrel, find it or not, reporting on this. These problems are real. Now I'm bringing this up also, I did the show in this order specifically, because this drone threat that scares me came up again this weekend. Sean Ryan, who's a fantastic podcaster, has an incredible resume, special forces operator. He has his own very successful show. He had a guest on this weekend, and it was about this Cybertruck blowing up in front of Trump Tower and drones. I'm going to play the clip for you after. It has a lot to do with this drone story. There's a lot of questions. I am throwing the hardcore Bongino rule on all of this, all of it. I'm just telling you what's in this email about drones, whether the email's accurate or not, what's in it about drones, I assure you, at least one part of it is absolutely true. The China portion. More on this coming up next. We'll be right back.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-469-1635. 800-469-1635. You have nothing to lose, but everything to gain. 800-469-1635.
News Talk 105.9 WMAL.
Making sense of the news.
Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with a good... relief. Here is Donna, a nurse sharing her story of what she experienced after visiting the Good Feet store.
Oh, I have to tell you, I have struggled with pain in my feet. I was diagnosed with plantar fasciitis. With the 3-step program, it really fits to your lifestyle. I'm a registered nurse, so being on my feet, walking throughout the hospital during the day, I am free from any type of pain. And after working a 12-hour shift, I go home and my feet do not hurt.
Whether you're a nurse or anyone... .com to book your appointment today.
If your furnace lets you down, call the show.
Hey, honey, it's freezing in here. You know, that furnace is 16 years old and it's not coming on. Can you check it out?
Sure, dear. Let me see what's going on.
Dave, get out of my room.
Whoa. Listen, angsty teenage furnace. I know you're 16 now, and you want to make your own decisions, but summer's over, and it's time to get to work.
Cool story, but I'm good. Bye-bye.
Okay. I'm going to reset the breaker and see if that changes your attitude.
Yeah, that's not going to work. I'm not 5 anymore.
Well, you leave me no choice. Honey, we got to give Meads a call and book a $79 furnace inspection.
Wow, that is so not chill. I hate you.
If you have a moody and unreliable teenage furnace like these poor souls, give the guys at Meads a call. They can get it straightened out in no time.
If your furnace lets you down, call the show.
Why do you go to Princeton Longevity Center?
We go to Princeton Longevity Center because my husband's cardiologist told him having this exam saved his life.
Because somehow 20 turned into 40, and now I need to take my health more seriously. The Princeton Longevity Center designed a program to keep me healthy and active, so 50 and 60 will be no sweat.
Because even though my cholesterol is high, it turned out my arteries are clear. That's a big relief.
Whether you want to make the most of your future years or just want peace of mind, you need the Princeton Longevity Center. Their comprehensive preventive exam combines the latest technology with caring experts to create your personal plan for staying well.
Because I shouldn't have to wait an hour for a 10-minute physical. I go to Princeton Longevity.
Center.com. Call 888-8000-PLC. That's 888-8000-PLC.
The most informative 3 hours you'll have all day. The Dan Bongino Show.
You know, the P1s, they know exactly what they're doing. If you're a hardcore, I mean like the P1 and P1 listeners, you know what's going on here. Jim's trying to start a controversy at the beginning of the year with our first show because he knows that Pantera recognizer, Eric, gets very upset because he insists that Joe D must be recognized as a formal recognition component of the portfolio of items that must be recognized. So if I don't at the beginning of the year, it's going to set a dangerous precedent for potential non-recognition in the future. So consider the fact that I'm talking about it, semi-recognition, and me defeating Jim at his efforts to totally unrecognize and put me in a box. I just Schrodinger's catted him, and he don't even know it. Okay? Because now Eric don't know what to do. Because if I didn't recognize it, I wouldn't mention it. But I mentioned the non-recognition. You get what I just did there? That was like some serious quantum physics stuff. The act of observation itself made it a recognition, did it not? Eric don't know what to do. He's very confused right now. I'm going to play this audio for you. Let me get this done, but I want to play this audio for you because this lit up the internet this weekend. This guy, Sam, what's his name? Sorry, Sam Shoemate, appears on Sean Ryan's podcast talking about the Cybertruck explosion at the Trump Tower in Las Vegas. And he claims to have gotten an email from either the guy in the truck or a guy pretending to be a guy in the truck. I have a bunch of questions about it. I'm going to play it. I want you to listen to it. Stand by, because this is important. It involves this whole drone threat, which I'm telling you is a huge threat for the inauguration and going forward. Are you still sleeping on the same old uncomfortable mattress? Listen, I sleep on a Helix, the best night's sleep I've ever had. I was talking earlier about how I was so tired. The only problem with getting a Helix is you never want to sleep on a hotel bed again because you're going to be spoiled by your Helix mattress. They're a big part of how I'm able to get a good night's sleep after busy work days. Guests to visit the new house we got, we put Helix mattresses in every room. A lot of people stayed over for the famous birthday party we had. They absolutely love the Helix mattress. They can help figure out, Helix, which mattress works best for you. Once you get the mattress delivered, you can finally get some restful, comforting sleep. Check them out. And right now, for my listeners, Helix, H-E-L-A-X, is offering 25% off site-wide plus 2 free dream pillows for all mattress orders when you order at helixsleep.com/Dan. That's helixsleep.com/Dan for 25% off site-wide plus 2 free dream pillows for all mattress orders. So go to helixsleep.com/Dan.
WMAL, making sense of the forecast. Because you never know what Mother Nature has in store. Download the WMAL app to stream us for free.
So, Jim, cue up for me, cut to. This is Sam Shoemate, who says he got an email from someone purporting to be the guy who drove the Cybertruck, the Trump Tower, and then detonated that bomb with the fireworks in there. The explosives, I should say, with the fireworks in there. And this is really interesting. Putting the Bongino rule in advance, putting the Bongino rule stamp, but you need to hear it. Check this out.
This email came in on December 31st at 10:42 a.m. That is Tuesday. He said, in case I do not make it to my decision point or on to the Mexico border, I am sending this now. Please do not release this until 1 January and keep my identity private until then. First off, I am not under duress or hostile influence or control. My first car was a 2006 black Ford Mustang V6 for verification. What we have been seeing with drones, he puts that in quotes, he says drones, is the operational use of gravitic propulsion systems powered aircraft by most recently China and the East Coast, but throughout history, the U.S. Only we in China have this capability. Our OPSEN, that's Operations Center, our OPSEN location for this activity is in the box below. China has been launching them from the Atlantic from submarines for years, but this activity recently has picked up. As of now, it is just a show of force, and they are using it similar to how they use the balloon for SIGINT and ISR, which are also part of the integrated comms system. There are dozens of those balloons in the air at any given time. The so what is because of the speed and stealth of these unmanned aircraft. They are the most dangerous threat to national security that has ever existed. They basically have an unlimited payload capacity and can park it over the White House if they wanted. It's checkmate. U.S. government needs to give the history of this, how we are employing it and weaponizing it, how China is employing them and what the way forward is. China is poised to attack anywhere in the East Coast.
Okay. If there was ever a time for the Bongino rule, this is it. I have some questions here. Is this email really from the guy inside the Cybertruck? Number one. Number 2, is it possible this guy was some kind of a patsy? Number 3, if it is real and he's not a patsy, does he even have access to those types of UAP programs? Occam's razor. More on this coming up in the next hour. Here.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go. And that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Providers. Speak with Big Lou at 800-239-1749. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Providers help thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-239-1749. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-239-1749. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-239-1749. 800-239-1749 or biglou.com.
Making sense of your world.
Thank you for everything you do for this country. We need more of you. News Talk 105.9 WNAL.
Making sense of the news.
WNAL FM, Woodbridge, Washington. Community media station.
Making sense of the news.
News Talk 105.9.
Vice President Kamala Harris has just certified President-elect Trump's 2024 electoral win, with 312 electoral votes to Harris's 226.
This announcement of the state of the vote by the President of the Senate shall be deemed a sufficient declaration of the persons elected President and Vice President of the United States, each for a term beginning on the 20th day of January, 2025.
Mr. Trump saying on Truth Social that today is a big moment in history, MAGA. Today's certification of electoral votes is the first of 3 events in the city this month, designated as National Special Security Events. An NSSE designation allows federal and local law enforcement officials to work together on security.
Matt McCool, the special agent in charge of the Secret Service's Washington field office, says the NSSE in effect today is unique.
This is the first time the NSSE designation has been granted for an election certification.
That's because 4 years ago today, the certification of Electoral College results was disrupted but not overturned by a deadly assault on the U.S. Capitol. Matt Coates on WMAL and WMAL.com.
We're getting a little break from it now, but it's coming back. A winter storm warning continues until 1 a.m. tomorrow. 7 News meteorologist Steve Rudin.
We will see likely additional snowfall as we head through the evening, perhaps another inch or two.
He says so far totals range from 3 to 8 inches. Road crews want you to stay off the roads, but if you're driving, you'll see them around the DMV cleaning up after the first big storm in 3 years. Montgomery County Department of Transportation's Chris Conklin.
We continue to treat primary and emergency routes at this time. We had hoped to move on to residential streets, but we continue to see continued snowfall, cold temperatures, roads becoming refrozen and recovered with fresh snow. So we are still in our emergency routes and primary routes phase.
And the snow has caused a massive water main break near Wisconsin Avenue, near the CBS and subway. And a section of the northbound part of that road is expected to be closed for hours as WSSC works to fix a broken water main that flooded the road and some buildings.
It's blocked off here between Willow and Elm, and some side streets are blocked off here too. This is Wisconsin Ave northbound. Now, the break we know happened sometime before 10 this morning. Fire crews are here and they are helping with the road closures.
WSSC says crews are marking underground utilities to make sure they don't hit a gas or other line as they dig to reach the broken main and figure out what kind of repair it needs. 7 News' Rebecca Turco reporting there. Checking your money, the Dow's up 21 points, the Nasdaq up 199. Traffic and weather next.
Hey there, I'm Paula Pan, host of the Afford Anything podcast. I help people make the smartest money decisions possible. How should that money get invested? Why value? Why not growth? We're going to answer all of these questions. All of them? All of them. From investing strategies and the thing about tariffs to economic trends and beyond.
In one episode.
One episode. Can you believe it?
I got to ask for a raise.
What's 5% of zero?
Oh, crap.
Afford Anything. Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
Stocks have done well, but now valuations are stretched to historically high levels. Is now the time to look beyond the market leaders? Every week, the Wise Investor Show discusses the latest financial trends and what investors need to know. To learn where to find value in a pricey environment and how to become a better informed, wise investor, listen at raymondjames.com/The Wise Investor Group, or just find us on your favorite podcast app.
This year, grow your hair back with multi-unit hair grafting and PRP, which grew my hair back. Call 703-763-0016 for a free consultation or go to growyourhairback.com. That's growyourhairback.com.
Traffic, weather, and news are brought to you by Douglas & Son Services. Go to douglasandSonservices.com.
Affordable. Expert technicians, Douglas & Sons.
Services for all your plumbing, gas, heating, and air conditioning needs, serving D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. If your shower is icy cold and your faucets are rather old, call Douglas & Son.
Here's Michelle Murray in the Hadid Carpet Cleaning Traffic Center.
Couple of accidents to watch out for on the Beltway. One on the inner loop between Pennsylvania Avenue and Allentown Road has the 2 right lanes blocked. That is a jackknife tractor trailer. On the outer loop in Greenbelt at the BW Parkway, an accident there also blocking the right side of the roadway. In Germantown, a portion of Maryland 27 Ridge Road is closed due to accident activity between Brink Road and Snowden Farm Parkway. And the George Washington Parkway is still closed due to hazardous driving conditions due to the weather between Spout Run Parkway and the Beltway. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com, the WMAL Storm Watch 7 forecast.
Although we have a bit of a lull with the snow, winter storm warning does continue until early tomorrow morning. Could see another 1 to 2 inches later this evening. Tomorrow it's cold and blustery, upper 20s to lower 30s. I'm 7 News meteorologist Steve Rudin of the First Alert Weather Center.
Right now, 27 degrees in Washington. I'm Heather Curtis, Sun News Talk 105.9 WMAL.
105.9 FM and streaming worldwide on the WMAL app.
Dan Bongino.
From the NYPD to the Secret Service to behind the microphone, taking the fight to the radical left and the putrid swamp. You're listening to the Dan Bongino Show. Here he is, Dan Bongino.
You know, they're giving out these presidential awards in the Biden White House, and it's like Darth Vader, George Soros. They couldn't give out a group of awards to a lesser qualified group of people. I bring that up because this actual reporter, I hate the word journalist because it's a slur, but actually deserves an award for her work. I think her and Darren Beatty are going to be remembered by history for 2 of the people who really covered January 6th in totality, honestly and candidly, despite overwhelming pressure to just shut up about it. You know her, she's a regular guest on the show. She has a book called January 6th. Jim, what do you think it's about?
January 6th.
Yeah, wow, that's amazing. You knew that. Julie Kelly, welcome back to the show. Always great to have you, especially on days like today.
Wow,
Dan, I just
Yeah,
your
it's
introduction
true.
there. Thank you. Well,
No, it's true.
our reporting goes nowhere without big platforms like yours. And you were as courageous as any of us in helping deconstruct this and bring this to all of your millions of followers and listeners. So, well, I really thank you. So if I get any award, which I won't, I will share it with you and Jim.
All right. Cool. I'll take it. That is a happy medium. Julie's been writing about this for a long time. And every time there's, alleged breaking news, and you'll understand why in a second, about this pipe bomber case, I have to talk to you about it because none of this is news. So, Julie, the transition period is happening. Donald Trump obviously wins, certified today on January 6th. He's 2 weeks away from taking office. Now, in what I'm sure you're laughing at is an incredible coincidence, the FBI is like, we found new video of the January 6th bomber. And amazingly, Julie, the frame rate appears different. It seems clearer, which is strange because how is it new video if the video has been sitting in the FBI evidence locker for 4 years now? It's almost like someone in the FBI knows the identity of this bomber and that Trump's going to find out and that they're trying to get ahead of losing their jobs or potentially going to jail over this.
There was a components that were used in these alleged devices. Then all of a sudden, Dan, February of 2021, less than 2 months after, this pipe bomber almost blew up Kamala Harris and Nancy Pelosi and police officers and passersby, the investigation went cold. They basically stopped looking for the pipe bomber. So to your point and what you were talking about earlier and what we've talked about, that is the highly suspicious angle. Why did they stop looking? They probably identified who it was, who that suspect was working for, and then all of a sudden they decided not to pursue anything.
Julie, it's like they found out who the pipe bomber is and wanted to unfind out. Bell, this is exactly what happens. So we've discussed this case often. I've been using your tweet in my show. So that folks, for those of you wondering why, I'm obsessed with this story, it's because I'm convinced it's the biggest scandal of our time. I'm convinced the person who planted that pipe bomb at the DNC on January 6th was there to create a fake assassination attempt because they needed to stop Republicans from questioning in front of a national TV audience what happened in the 2020 election. They wanted to run into the House chamber and go, stop questioning the election. Kamala Harris almost killed at the DNC, but they didn't need to because the riot broke out. So you tweeted out, more evidence of a doctored FBI pipe bomb video. Here's the side-by-side of two different cameras from the DNC security system. What was different about the video they just released about the alleged pipe bomber in contrast to the other one so the audience can be read in on this?
So, shocked to hear that the exact location, the two benches, the shrub outside of the DNC headquarters, oddly, in the most surveilled city in the world, somehow the camera pointing at where the bomb was planted wasn't working, or there wasn't one, or something weird. So the FBI relied. Moves at a much faster pace. So why is the one angle, and this is related to the quote unquote new footage that they released last week, why is that camera at 1 frame per second when the other camera is not? Well, what the FBI did and stupidly thought no one would catch it, which we did, is they slowed down the frame rate on the faster camera to make it look like it was in sync from the two different angles of the pipe bomber allegedly setting the device down. So, of course, we found that and exposed that as well. But what Darren has suggested, and you know this too, is that because it's at 1 frame per second, that lends itself to easily doctoring the video. Even more so, Dan, this footage, the FBI has had since early 2021, because at that time, in March of 2021, they posted a clip from that camera angle at 7:43 when the pipe bomber sat down and used his phone. So all of a sudden, magically, they have a new clip from the same camera angle just 9 minutes later, but they release it the day after House Republicans blow open their phony investigation and their stonewalling by the FBI and misrepresentation by the guy who headed the investigation.
Sum this whole case up for me. Do they really think we're stupid? I mean, there are people out there, you and Darren and others who've covered this, who are really smart, intelligent people. I mean, people don't have to agree with us on anything, but no one's going to challenge your reporting abilities. You've been covering the J6 trials and everything. You've been covering legal components. You're not even a lawyer, so you know that, and you've been covering and you've done a pretty darn good job at doing all of this. And they just keep every one of these talking points they put out keeps getting debunked the moment they put it out. I'll just give you an example, folks, of all of the things about the January 6th bomber that don't add up. And Julie, comment on this in kind of global in the totality. Number one, the Secret Service text messages that day about Kamala Harris's perilous safety situation as she's inside the DNC with the bomb outside have magically disappeared. Second, the Secret Service appears to have lied about it, saying it was a technology update, yet the agents were told only months later to turn in their devices to get rid of them. So it couldn't have been a technology update. You have the frame rate manipulated on the cameras that would make it easier to delete footage. Mike Benz has a tweet out right now that appears the FBI manipulated some of the video footage to cover the eyes so that no one could do any kind of biometric identification using like AI or anything like that. You have the cell phone records that day of the just don't want you to know who it is.
Exactly right. And, and it's not just that this suspect put the device outside the DNC. We're told that the same suspect planted the device the night before in an alleyway between the RNC headquarters and Capitol Hill Club. So we're also supposed to believe that both of those devices were laying there, especially the DNC one, in plain sight for 18 hours before they just happened to be discovered around the same time the joint session of Congress convened at 1 o'clock, around the same time as the Ray Epps breach, the exterior line on the west side of the Capitol. All of this is just a huge coincidence. Yes, it's okay. Bomb sniffing canines twice missed the device sitting outside the DNC. Sure, okay, we're supposed to believe that too. Numerous police officers from at least 3 departments, Capitol Police, DC Metro, and Secret Service also missed. The DNC pipe bomb was in plain sight, Dan. We've seen the pictures of it. I mean, even the funny video that the FBI released last week, I had to laugh at because that they highlighted, they turned it white, the device that was sitting there. And it wasn't discovered until 1:05 p.m. the next day. What you are putting together, this full account of all the discrepancies and all the lies and covered up, that's why we need FBI Director Kash Patel, because I don't think that he's going to be buying any of these stories that the current FBI is throwing out there to the public.
Julie, last question for you. We're talking to Julie Kelly. She has the authoritative book on January 6th. The title's easy to remember. It's called January 6th, and it is the definitive account of what really happened on that day. Exit question here. I know I'm asking you to speculate, but it's an opinion show, and you have one, but it's an informed one. Do you think that this release of this so-called new video of the J6 bomber, which again is obviously not new, it happened 4 years ago. Do you think that my coming director, Kash Patel, to be like, look, I tried to help. I mean, or is there another maybe more pernicious, malicious reason I'm missing as to why this stuff is magically coming out after Trump won?
I mean, could be it, but I definitely think to get ahead to make it look like their investigation was serious when we know by all evidence that it was wrapped up in February of 2021. Whether it was planted that morning, whether it was planted moments before, as the DNC video appears to demonstrate, that was, that no, that's not the case. This was a real pipe bomber, and here's a new clip to show you why.
Jim, I need you to prepare a formal award, like a real one, like a plaque for Julie. I'm not kidding. I'm not even messing with you, from the Dan Bongino show. Don't worry, I'll pay for it. When this story comes out,
God knows what he comes up with. I don't know.
Thanking you. I'm going to give one to Darren, too. I'm not even messing with you. I want you to put it on your wall. Thanking you, because I'm telling you, when this comes out, that the FBI knew the entire time the identity of this person and then tried to unknow it because it was an insider and an inside attack and a plot to, stop Republicans from questioning the election results. I'm serious. I'm bringing you to our new studio, and we are doing an entire show podcast. And Jim, I want it nice too. Like, I don't care about what it costs. I want this. She deserves it, because you have done yeoman's work on this, Julie, and you really deserve. Well, I'm telling you, we are just probably a month or so away from most of the story cracking wide open when Kash Patel swears in. Unfortunately, I'm out of time. She's Julie Kelly. You can follow her on X and on her Substack, and pick up her book, January 6th. She knows more about this than anyone out there. Julie, thanks for your time. We appreciate it.
You're the best, Dan. Thanks so much.
You got it. Jim, I'm dead serious. I want, from the Bongino Army, Julie Kelly and Darren Beatty, for your work in saving the country from another fake news story. We don't know the identity of the bomber. Sure you don't. More coming up next. We'll be right back.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 2085. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-555-2085. That's 800-555-2085. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with, call Big Lou at 800-555-2085.
News Talk 105.9 WMAL.
Making sense of the news. WMAL.
Making sense of the news.
Live
from the Home Paramount Pest Control Studios.
Home Paramount, the leader in pest control since 1939.
Well, there you have it. Sebastian found a new home. He's right at home over to JT's. Look at that. He found a fucking rent. Sebastian's got a home at JT's chat. You see that, Wiggin? See what these fuckers are doing? Huh? And you got Ross Stoop begging people in Vegas to go to JC's chat, Randy Man X, and all you suck fucks. Look at ya.
So, Chris, the first year you'll receive a 30.
Yeah, Sebastian, right at home at JT. Got a fucking home.
38% first.
Good for you. And then there's Matty Ice, you suck fuck, mad crew fucker. Look at you. Yeah, you're in there too. Right there it is, Roman noodles. There you are, Matty, over there sucking Gotti's cock. So you're praying to God, are you, Matt? You and Sebastian? Because Gotti's God. There it is, right there, Sebastian sucking JT's cock.
6.1% more and sell their homes twice as fast.
Gotta have a fucking chat to go to.
These results, and they've ranked Reynolds and Power Home Team the #1 team for families served in the DC metro area for the past 10 years. They're so confident in
Sorry, Matt, you got a fucking wrench over there. There it is, right there, you fucker.
They're guaranteed.
You're over there kissing that motherfucker's ass.
9 days with no.
JT the fucking punk. And then Gotti. How Gotti's trying to destroy him or not. He's already destroyed. I'll let Wiggin handle it.
That's 844-344.
Right, this chat is, you know, this chat is copyrighted for Chelsea. I'm all about raising money for Jaro for his kid. We gotta make sure Jaro's kid's taken care of. I consider him a friend.
One call to Cabinet Discount.
Fuck you guys.
One of our friendly designers.
Fuck you, Rusty. You bitch. Is Rain your illegitimate daughter? Something or what? And there it is. Sebastian's got a fucking home. He's got a ranch. Ain't nobody gonna go to JT's chat where you fuckers over there throwing wrenches at people. Vader did it to me yesterday. JT said, "Don't time nobody out," and he fucking left, and I fucking posted, and bam,
different. You drive different. They don't drive
right there. Come on, JT, you punk fuck. Bring your psychology up here. I got something to fucking show you. I'm not going to do it unless you come up here. You fucking come on up, JT. Don't be afraid. Just like you say in your fuck. You think I'm afraid to come on your fucking panel? JT, been fucking streaming for a whole day now.
Monday today. No, not next week.
Fucking Sebastian over there sucking that shit.
Sorry. Gotta be a P1.
You're pathetic, Sebastian. You and DA and Charlie, I timed you out. You're still part of fucking DA's little fucking bandwagon.
So, out of respect for the audience,
you didn't have to come up when Wiggin come up on my panel. I didn't want to let you up. I just let Wiggin know that you were back there. I wish now I hadn't let you up. To be honest with you, I didn't want to, because you're a fucking dumb fuck, Charlie.
And given that the show is eponymously named after me because I'm the host,
Sebastian over there crying about Angie.
And that's the punishment for me.
That's what Angie wants. That's what they do. Angie wants you to cry about her. You're racist and haters.
I have to stick by standards I would keep for the audience. If you called me, Mike, you're the call screener, right? If you had a guy call and said, "Dan, I need to discuss an analogy, 50 and 51 yard line."
There is no new crew. They started here. Then you got that fucking Q. I named the Elderverse. The Elderverse. Oh, the Elderverse. I wonder if he has any respect for his mother and his father and his grandparents.
Hey, we're in crunch time right now.
How about it, Q? There, you fucking the long curly hair there. You think you're beautiful or something, or what? You fucking lazy bastards.
Emergencies are always out there and they can happen. I'm not taking any chances I never have.
Make America think harder, whatever the fuck you want to call it. What a dumb fucker. These fucker thinks the world just started since they were born.
I have one for every member of my family. Jim has one. You should have one too. The kid has 2,000 calories a day and it lasts for 3 years.
Wow, and Sebastian's over there at fucking his chat It's fucking bullshit.
Rugged weather-proof buckets. Read that story about
Yeah. Get a good fucking read on that. Get a good fucking read on that. Huh?
Go to mypatientsfly.com right
Look at this fucking shit. Huh? Here's your buddy, DA. Here's the best Canadian fucking chatter.
Get $100.
There's Matt Galligan posting, LOL, I just timed that motherfucker out. There you are, you suck fucks. Sebastian, you coward motherfucker. Come on, boy.
Folks, I laid out the show today deliberately.
Ms. Liz, Randy, Nem, Ross, Whipperman, Billy Gaden, Doggo, Angie, Monica, and many others are dumb libtards. Calling me a libtard.
And we talked about the Secret Service being unprepared and the potential for a drone.
Turn your camera on, Sebastian, you piss pot motherfucker.
Sean Ryan, fascinating guest on this alleged email from this guy in the cyber.
They got one thing in common, the libtards. They stuck in the anti-white narrative. So JT's got a new memory. He's desperate for people to come into his chat. There's 10 fucking people there watching. I'm one of them. He is dumb fucker.
Many chronic diseases out there can be linked back to a
You too, Matt Galligan. You goofy looking fuck. You and Angie. Well, can't criticize Angie. She can criticize everybody else. All right. It's called affirmative wrench. Now, affirmative action, because they're black.
If you're 20, 30.
Oh, Angie says she's brown. She's not black. She's brown.
You can add PhD to your life, and they can help you drop the weight.
And she has epilepsy. If you have epilepsy, if you have seizures, why would you go into a chat where you got to watch the screen? Why? You're a lying fucker, Angie. You do not have epilepsy.
Schedule your call today. Visit myPhDweightloss.com.
You don't.
That's myPhDweightloss.com.
My evil McDonald. Go back to JC's where you belong. I just timed you out for 24 hours. Good luck. You had to make a new handle. I'm sure you got another one.
News Talk 105.9 WMAL.
Making sense of the news.
Making sense of your money. The state of the economy.
I'm not sure if that's something that Wigan would make or not, but I don't really know who you are. Join January 5, 2025. Been running around, running your suck fuck there, evil McDonald. Go back to JC's. You stupid fucker. And if it's Wigan, well, you'll get over it.
Maryland and Virginia have been designing
I only timed it out. I'm not blocking anybody. I got one person banned from my panel, and that's Andy. He wanted to come up and fucking try me.
My vision was declining because of macular degeneration. I was having
fuck you alcoholic motherfucker.
And he determined that I did in fact need the telescopic glasses. He really is.
I timed it out. I didn't block it. I timed it out. I guess I was right. That is you. No, sorry to out you.
Schedule your no-hassle consultation. That's 301-321-7.
JC saying, "Oh, I like that guy. Oh, I like that guy. Oh, I like that guy." So, if that's you, Wigan, I apologize. Sorry. Not in the mood. Wigan, I'm really not in the fucking mood. That fucking Lady Venom needs to take my mother's picture off of her fucking Facebook, off of her community page. That bitch doesn't take my mother's picture off. I ain't gonna be nice to nobody.
Allentown Road with the jackknife tractor trailer in the two right lanes, and the outer loop after the Eisenhower Avenue.
Yeah, I'm sick of Jason.
In the two right lanes on the outer loop in the off ramp to the Springfield interchange, an accident in the local lanes. The center lane is getting by. Now from
I can't block it using the wrench, Wigan. You know that I can't block it. You can either time it out. If I hit it, then I could unhide it. Okay, that's blocking, but I timed it out. And I'm not going to let them make another post. That handle. And if that's you, I'm sorry.
For my 401k to the 30+8 savings plan.
Yeah, I'm sick of her, Wigan.
8% first year locked in gain,
Yes, Chris.
I'm sick of that fucking bitch. I'm sick of all of them over there.
And is A+ rated.
Nina's up there, fucking in there, fucking posting, going away, fucking, you know.
Immediate match, and then each year for the next 10 years, your total match balance receives a minimum of 8% compound interest.
Well, we need to, and Sebastian's in JT's chat having a fucking grand old time.
Plus the 8% guaranteed interest credit, and that
Matt Galligan over to JT's asking me why I'm mad all the time. Dumb fuckers. Dumb motherfucker, Matt. I wish you were right face to face with me just once. Just fucking once. I fucking.
The holidays are over and you're done entertaining. And now you're ready for that special project, like remodeling the kitchen, bathroom, basement, or any room. I know it's
now you have control of my chat. We get, you know,
with one call to
decide, you know.
You'll meet one of our friendly designers. They'll walk you through the entire process.
You know what I bought me some sausage. Show you something I got.
Chris here to talk about what you need to do when your garage door breaks. Don't panic. The good people at Overhead Door Company at Washington, D.C. have your back. They've been helping families and businesses in the DMV for more than 50 years. Just listen to my friend and company president, Willie White.
For us, it's about way more.
I had time to do a cooking show. Now, I can make this from scratch. I know how to make it. Now, if you make this from scratch, country gravy, right? Sausage and biscuits, sausage gravy and biscuits, or whatever you want to turn it into. Chip beef on toast. All right. You always start out with, you know, some type of oil, a little bit of, you know, butter. And, you know, the Italians like to use shallots. They're an onion. Okay. But it doesn't, you can use any onion you want. You don't need much. All right, and you want to cook the sugar, and you want to, because sugar is a tenderizer. So you cook your onion first, and then you make your fucking roux, and you add your liquid. And when you add your liquid, you should have it on a separate burner warming up, so it's not cold when you hit that hot roux. You want it warmed up some. Lazy Vern, she's vituperative. That nobody's more bitter than that. I mean, her and Rusty are tied for first place. Most bitter woman on YouTube 2024. There's two of them. So I'm going to make that, and I'm going to doctor it up, and I'm going to have some nice gravy for my meal. Time is it? But you're helping me make a point, Wiggin, because I doubt JC knew. Well, maybe she did. I don't know, but she'll say she likes a certain person, and she doesn't even know who it is. I watch her do it time and time again. I haven't tried to butter up on that, you know, go into her chat and she don't know it's me. And it's just, you know, she's been crying about me. Their fucking people cry about me. They're fucking going to the other chat trying to, you got, you know, Rostitute. I swear the way Rostitute talks to JC, that's Josie Wales. I've heard him up on the panel. Well, that's not Jarl Wiggin, so that's, you know, you're not going to fool me, Will Durant. It's not going to work. So I know that evil McDonald is not Wiggin. That it's part of your fucking little shindig going on there, Will Durant, because that's not Jarl Wiggin. Guess what? You know what happens when you try to play Billy for a fool? You're not very fucking smart. because I'm being watched. Go away. Quit cloning Wiggin in my chat. Walter Burns. Gee, I wonder who you are, Walter Burns. Bye. You, I'm hiding. The fuck out of my chat, you stupid British fucks. I'm sick of you British motherfuckers. I'm sick of you fuckers. All of ya. Fuck the British. You motherfuckers giving them a bad name in these chats, Paul. Vanguard, Shadow Blue. Shadow Blue ain't been back since he did that. He figured, oh, Billy, I'll apologize and he'll fucking leave me alone. No, you're a suck fuck. Shouldn't have did it in the first place, but you did. Too late. Fuck you. No one cried to JC more than you did, Shadow Blue. I didn't really think your apology was sincere. You guys are fucked up in the head. There's Sebastian having a grand old. He gets to sit around all day and just post in fucking JT's chat like an idiot. So I'll turn that off. And I don't even want to give the fucker the view anymore. Will Durant, you're one fucked up man. You are fucked in the head. Wolfie, you're just as fucked up as he is, if not worse. Yeah, Wolfie. What about it? You gonna come up and defend your friend Billy against all these motherfuckers? I guess I'm not your friend.
If you don't know something, just shut up. If they ask you again, it's okay to say, I don't know. It's okay. It's okay. This. So, this is not the Cybertruck incident. This is the New Orleans attack. Here's an FBI agent. The truck drives down the street, speeds past the police barrier, has all the hallmarks of a terror attack. And this is what you get from the FBI. And this is why no one believes them about the Cybertruck or the New Orleans attack. Check this out.
Patrick said we'll be taking over the investigative lead for this event. This is not a terrorist event. What it is right now is their improvised explosive devices that was found. And we are working on confirming if it's a viable device or not.
Number one, I'm not even sure. If you cannot speak in public, just don't. And if what you're about to say sounds like it violates Occam's razor of keep it simple, stupid, then just don't say it. Why don't I believe the FBI version about the cyber truck explosives being put in it, and the FBI's take on this New Orleans terror attack?
Alvaro, why?
Reason to trust them. Now, obviously, playing video on a radio show is not going to do you much good. If you want to see the video, you can check out my podcast on Rumble. However, it's easy to explain. There was video footage of this vehicle attack in New Orleans released just hours after it happened. What do you see? You see a white truck.
Yeah. That looks like Paul Shepard's twin. I see Mina in there, old Paul Shepard. Okay, oh sweet Mina, you're fucked up in the head.
Video from an alleyway of a speeding car down the street.
What's great about Mina?
Now, I'm not. I may not be Stephen Hawking.
Just another woman.
An intelligence.
Yeah, they fucking make fun of Mary and that. You guys are such. You guys fucking bunch of grab ass motherfuckers.
This is most likely a terror attack. That the FBI agent just didn't go up there and say, at a minimum, hey, I just don't know yet, so I'm not in a position to draw a firm conclusion at this point. My role here is to investigate. Why do I?
Ozark. Aren't the Ozarks in
a TED Talk instructional on how to brief?
Isn't that where that fucktard tree hugger is?
Are you guys smart enough to do this? Here, Jim, here's how the brief
Made
goes.
last year.
Folks, we are the Federal Bureau of Investigation. We have an investigation going on.
Year before,
We are putting
2024.
A data set of facts. We'll be happy to get out to you and we can confirm them. Here's what we know at this point. We have this many injuries, this many dead bodies, and we know that the subject in here is deceased. We cannot conclusively nail down a motive at this time. When we do, we'll get back to you. I'm going to turn this over to others who may have
Bubbles or Bonzo? Which one?
This isn't a. Instead, you got this lady goes out there. She looks like she's never spoken on camera in her entire life. It's like, this is not a terror event, and everybody around her is looking at her like, really? What is it, a McDonald's birthday party? Like, did you miss it? You understand you're the FBI, right? And in case you're thinking, gosh, this can't possibly get any worse, magically it does. The FBI and a bunch of swampy Republicans who I challenged on the air by told us Jim, you remember this interview? We had Speaker Johnson on a while ago, and listen, unless you have an alternate plan for another speaker, I'm sorry. President Trump thinks this is the guy. Fine, whatever. Let them do their thing. Unless you have an alternate plan. If you don't have a plan for votes, I'm sorry, I don't want to hear it. You told me the same thing last time. We got to get rid of Kevin McCarthy. First of all, we got to go ice fishing. To get the other. Then we got to get rid of Kevin McCarthy. There's never a better choice. So I need a plan. Put that aside for a second. I had I don't want to say a fight, but a disagreement with Speaker Johnson on my show about FISA reform. They basically want to spy on the American people. The reason they're giving you collect your metadata.
I bought packets of sausage. I'm going to make sausage
Don't you think it'd be really helpful to actually stop a terror attack? It doesn't seem to be happening. Jim, if you would, cut 5. Here's an FBI official, unbelievably, they missed another one, saying how there were some indicators here of some leanings towards terrorism with this subject. And amazingly, despite every technological power at their hands, AI, data collection, data mining, data harvesting, and a unconstitutional, disgusting FISA bill allowing them to spy on us, they still amazingly missed it again. Check this out.
Online platform proclaiming his support for ISIS. There were 5 videos posted on Jabbar's Facebook account, which are timestamped beginning at 1:29 a.m. and the last at 3:02 a.m. In the first video, Jabbar explains he originally planned to harm his family and friends, but was concerned the news headlines would not focus on the, quote, war between the believers and the disbelievers, end quote. Additionally, he stated he had joined ISIS before this summer. He also
I've been able to find out who evil Ronald McDonald is. That's coming from Will Durant's fucking little corner. Him and that Ziggy. They're into fucking cloning and being a Ziggy admitted it. I'm a troll, Rusty, and I want you, Rusty. Rusty, I want a relationship with you, Rusty.
If you are one of those people,
you're pathetic, Ziggy. You're really a fucking idiot. You and Will Durant should just get married.
My liberty for security.
I don't care, High Tesla. They fucking called me worse than that.
I'm just
not even the real High Test. Let me look. Let me look. Oh, it's not the real High Test.
Drone attacks, terror attacks happening around the world.
It's like I'm being tested.
Despite OECD-based countries telling their rather intelligent, patriotic populations, we need to spy on you to stop those guys. Trade your liberty for security.
Ronald McDonald handle has a wrench over at that fucking JT chat. So there ain't no way that's fucking Wiggin. So don't get your hopes up that I fucking think it's Wiggin. I know it's not Wiggin.
Massive house.
But then again, I could be wrong, but I doubt that's Wiggin.
The Washington Times about it. You know, cash and the counterintelligence function. Listen, the FBI has not produced a functional.
Oh yeah, Ziggy over at JT in his chat earlier, like 12 hours ago or whatever the fuck it was.
in years now. And I'm sorry, folks. These guys just
he was pledging his love to her. He fucking wants a relationship with her.
Moms for Liberty, people
and then Jan, what a bunch of suck fucks over there.
There is an opportunity.
Sebastian's found a home.
An agent is in there.
Good on you, Sebastian.
Probably 8 hours a day. If you're spending 6 hours.
Oh, Rusty's a piece of work, isn't she? Hey, Rusty, come on up. Go backstage with me and turn your camera on. I won't tell anybody. I just want to see for myself. I'll keep my mouth shut.
Or in this coming up next, give us a call.
Like you guys. You guys would fucking promise something to somebody. You have no intention of keeping that promise.
Qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more?
You know, Rain, there's a difference between being naive and being sincerely ignorant.
National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelmed.
Oh, JC, as long as you're all buddy-buddy with Lady Venom, and you have been all along when I brought it up, she's been in your chat this whole time. You fucking got mad and denied it and all that shit. Fuck you, JC, you're the reason everybody has my mother's picture. And you want to use it to make me mad, and then when I do get mad over it, you want to say I shouldn't get mad. Don't work like that way. It doesn't work that way. Does not. I got my own chat. I fucking be able to say what the fuck I want. None of you JC sycophants dare come in here and fucking be yourself. You know, there it is again. Mina telling Bud, "Oh, be yourself." Bud's fucking explaining his feelings. Bud's such a great guy. Oh, Bud's a good guy. Yeah, Bud. Bud says he only answers to who, JC and who else? A dumb fucker. Oh, that's Angie's new squeeze, Bud. Bud. Only reason he went after Wolfie because he thought I fucking was, wanted her and all that shit, and I fucking had my arm right around cuddling her. He did it to make me mad. That's why he was doing that. Not one word from you, Wolfie. Wolfie, I wanted to like you. I kind of did like you, but, you ruined that. Yeah. You chose all of them stupid fucks over me. That's fine. I don't care. Like I said, you're a dime a dozen, Wolfie. Women like you is easy to find where I live. They're all over the fucking place. Yep. They want to come in here, Billy, and they're using your mother's picture over. Duh. Hey, I fucking think I don't know that. Hey, you think you're going to get me wound up? I take a different, I channel my anger a different way than you dumb fucks do. Because you're not very smart. It clouded up and it's snowing, and it's almost like there's more brightness right now with no sun shining. And if the sun was shining, it's fucking bright. White out. You ever been in a way of fucking snow blind? It's true. The snow can blind you. How long do you think it's before V and Rain start holding hands together and are best friends? Who was it? Mina was saying her and somebody used to fight at first that I forget. She posted it in JC's chat. They're reminiscing about Fox 46. Mina's the first one to come after me. She was the first one to come after me for me defending myself against her fucking stupid friends. DA over there trying to get chat credit, and, posting shit and talking about what a dumb fuck.
How much danger they're willing to put themselves in order to support their far left socialist communist agenda. It really is. I'm thinking about it in terms of the FBI missing yet another set of investigative footprints on the New Orleans.
I'm going to leave this chat up. It's
brought some up during the break.
I'll lose connection to my internet or something.
New York City voting for this guy Alvin
I'm going to
Bragg.
leave this motherfucker up.
Seemingly lets everybody out of jail outside of
I've been
Donald Trump.
live 7 hours and 42 minutes right now.
New York City subway set people on fire, rape, rob, and murder.
Shut the panel down and leave the side chat.
This are you really willing to take? And the answer appears to be more.
I'm the only wrench. That's the best thing about it right there. I'm the only wrench here.
Remember my question. Is it bad enough yet? The answer is, I don't think so.
I'm doing what JC won't
change
do.
Their behavior. I don't wish airline.
She won't remove those wrenches.
It's the amount of masochist behavior I see amongst the left.
Because she's not fast enough. She can't.
The FBI spied on Donald Trump. Really? You like the fact that
JC's the reason why women should never really be in charge of certain things.
That could be your family member.
Yeah.
Oh, I missed that.
Your feelings get in the way.
With increased tariffs on our trade
I told you, JC. I fucking warned you.
Learn why gold is a.
I told you I wasn't cloning you or anything, and you still keep your fucking bullshit up.
The only gold company I trust and use.
Fucking time me out, kick me from the piano.
Forward by Donald Trump.
You have to protect your little fucktards.
With Birch Gold's free information kit on gold. Text Bongino to the number 989898. Here are the facts. The national debt is exploding. Our interest payments on the national debt continue to increase. Gold is still
that's one thing
one of the best hedges against it. Birch Gold is still the company I trust to help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. Text Bongino.
I don't really know you. Don't tell me to behave.
Ultimate guide for gold in the Trump year.
I don't know you that well.
With an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau and thousands of happy customers, you too can trust Birch Gold.
Go tell Gotti to behave. Go tell JT and Rusty to behave. Go tell JC to behave. Spammer chat. Tell JC to behave.
Victory was so decisive, Democrats aren't even challenging the election results this time. Join us at 3 for the update.
Mike, this is a lot of pressure. This is the first call of the new year. This is a massive amount of pressure. I don't want to put any unnecessary anxiety on people's back, but let's go to the phones. Let's take Doug. Doug, you're on the Dan Bongino show. What do you got for us?
Hey, Dan, I got
Can't be trolled. I'm not even in JC's. I'm not even watching. Does no good. Don't really care. I can't stop people from posting what they want to post.
I love this guy. See, Mike, you did not
JC needs me.
Snoop Doggy Doug, I love you, bro. You go to the top of the list. You know why? Because you're trying to do for me what I cannot morally or ethically do for myself, which is make an excuse for my abhorrent behavior and my man card being totally lost and our football bona fides shot forever. I could have made up some obscene excuse like that. Like, yeah, we were thinking of the Canadian Football League. I mean, you know, the 51-year line. I could have saved Jim, Mike, and my reputation. You did it for us, bro. And I love you for it, but I can't accept it. I have to respectfully decline. I have to respectfully decline the gift you just put in front of us. Although you delivered it on a silver platter. And Doug, we love you. So Mike, Doug goes to the top of our list of preferred callers. But I have to respectfully decline the gift. We screwed up. We screwed up. I was thinking of 61 minutes and 51 got it right. It's no excuse. All right, let me get another call. James, you're on the Dan Bongino show. What do you got?
Hey, Dan, glad to have you back. I think we all do a little bit of withdrawal. My question is that, one, that we keep the KJP emojis going on the chat, and two, do you think they'll let her keep the binder after she leaves?
The binder, I don't. Here's the thing. I didn't think about that. That was an interesting question. Yes, and I'll tell you why. They probably trusted Karine Jean-Pierre. Jim, tell me if I'm crazy here, right? So little that the binder was probably like a paint by numbers thing with no classified information whatsoever. So there's zero conflict whatsoever. So to your first question, Yes, your second question, yes, it probably will. And your first question, can we keep the KJP emojis going? If you're not on my live chat, my podcast, you're kind of missing out a little bit. The answer is yes. James, we will credit that to you. And I think we should do it anytime any press flag pulls a Baghdad Bob moment like Karine Jean-Pierre. We should just include the KJP emoji. So yes, we can do that. Great calls. Good job. Although the 51-yard line, goofy glue all over it.
Want to play a game with me and Dad? Mommy's not feeling good.
You need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize?
Yeah, with Dayquil VapoCool. It's Dayquil plus a rush of Vicks vapors.
Whoa.
Come on, honey. Let's let mommy rest.
You guys are amazing.
Oh, the fucking advertisement. Fuckers. Oh.
Huh? It's 2 clips of her? Okay, we'll play the clip of her. I just want to say this because being in the conservative movement and being a part of other organizations, this happens more often than y'all think. Some people are for the streets, and we think they're good, wholesome Christians. Do y'all remember the controversy that happened at Liberty University? Wasn't that the guy at Liberty University? I don't know if y'all familiar with that. It's a guy, the head guy at Liberty, he had to resign. I think it was Liberty. Christian University. Faulkner. Or what's his name? Anyway, I can think his name. Y'all know what they were doing? This guy was the, I think, president or something for Liberty University. You put Liberty University scandal. I think it's Liberty. Somebody correct me in the comment section. This guy, yep, there you go. Farewell. That's him.
That's a live chat. I thought it was but it's not. That's a live chat. I'm not watching JC's. In fact, I'm gonna make me dinner. Didn't really have much of a lunch. Trying not to get fat. It'd be easy for me to, every time I get bored, eat something. Eat out of boredom. That's why Mary looks the way she does. She doesn't really have anybody in her life to distract her and, for her to interact with. And all she has is her mother. And then JC wants, Mary goes there, but JC should know better. I wouldn't do that to anybody in my chat. I wouldn't let anybody do it to her. She'll get responded to. She puts herself out there. JC brought her and let her come in. They wanted to silence my voice. Mary was every fucking day, all day long. Mary complained about what I was doing in Pines and Palms. And then came Sapphire. Yeah, those were the days. I really don't care. Lady Venom's, she's going to have to come here and show me that she did it. Because I'm not going to. It's known. So, Ra Patel, ever who you are. Why you guys do that? Why you? You know what? Oh, Zen's into you fucking Indian guru motherfucks. Zen and High Test are stuck up each other's ass, right, Zen? Because you're part Indian or whatever. You're part of that fucking, that culture's into the UK. Fuck you guys in the UK. I can't stand none of you. From what I see in here, you're certainly not the best the fucking UK has to offer. And then you show up like this dumb fuck right here, trying to troll me. Troll me all you want, it ain't gonna do you any good. I mean, look at Logical. That motherfucker does not dare come into this chat. Crazy Frog, that person doesn't dare come into this chat. They won't come in here. Yeah, they can talk about me all they want over at JC's, including Wigan. I don't give a shit. Ain't nothing I can do about that. I'm not gonna try to fucking. I'm not the thought police, and I'm not the speech police. Not worried about what people are fucking saying all the time. I comment on it if I feel like it. JC says she doesn't get into politics. You're full of shit. And then when you get fucking beat at the debate, you back off. You don't want to fight no more. Come back and finish the fight, JC. JC, you owe me $1,000 because Biden did not win in 2020. There was voter fraud. All those 34 felonies against Trump, there are no felonies. All ruse. Hey, you're never going to admit it. How about you, Mina? Huh? JC sits up there and lets all her friends bash Trump and all that, and the supporters. And now you got Sebastian hanging out at JT's chat. It looks a little strange. I'm gonna put some music on. I'm gonna mute myself, and you can go ahead. You want to spam my chat? Go ahead. If I'm looking, I might nail you. I'm cutting up some ham. There's a little piece of ham. Just a little piece. Everybody know who's that for. Fuck you, cocksuckers. Don't worry, Paul. I've shoveled more shit than what you're worth. Can't handle you. Look at you. You back to beg for more, are you there, short stuff? You fat fucker? Huh? What's the matter, Paul? Ain't got enough kittens to pet or what? Huh? You gonna cry if I time you out? You gonna say, "Oh, Billy can't handle me. Billy can't handle me. Billy can't handle me." Okay, I'll time you out. I'm more than happy to time your dumb ass out.
What was going on? Things was too hot down there. Didn't stay very long. Yeah. I so love this place. I didn't believe. All the people down there. Let's get one or two. I heard a woman scream. Yeah, I picked the door. Well, the girl was waiting on. I so love this place. All the people down there. Live on Wednesday, Wednesday.
Find your favorite TV shows on YouTube. Get Paramount Plus, Stars, MGM Plus, and more on YouTube.
Sauteed pineapple with cloves.
With hashtag, you can lock your part of the clever law people because if it's weird for real, weird for real.
Discover new music with a swipe on the YouTube Music app.
Just got done eating. I'm rolling a joint. Hey, VB. Glad you could come. Appreciate it. Hey, VB. Patrick Rowe doesn't understand what a bubble. He keeps submarine service. It's also silent service, and it is elite fighting group. Okay, submarine duty is arduous duty. Patrick can't get past that because he doesn't want to give me any credit, VB. So yes, I was part of an elite fighting force. I got fucking 5 years of my life underneath the surface of the ocean. Fuck you, Patrick. Fuck you, Paul, bitch life from fucking England, you fat fuck. You guys think this world is here for you. Well, part of it is, but not all of it. I'm just relaxing. I'm going to roll a joint, sit here, pass the time. I'll get to you here in a minute, VB. Hey, Amy. It's not artificial air, VB. VB, they they take the salt out of the water, and then they demineralize it, and you have pure water. It's pure water. So then they take that pure water and they separate the hydrogen and the oxygen. The hydrogen gets condensed to a liquid form and pumped overboard because it's highly volatile. All right, very flammable. The oxygen gets put into big old into oxygen flasks so we can breathe. So we're actually breathing pure oxygen. So the atmosphere, you can say we breathe recycled farts, but so out here you do too. Submarines is the best technology the United States has. That's the ultimate spaceship, a submarine. All the airplanes we have and all that, you ask pilots, right? It takes a special person to go to submarine duty. Something logical could never accomplish. Jealous motherfucker. BB, if I had pictures of your family and they never been in chat, and just because I'm mad at you, I wouldn't use your dead mother's picture. You know that. I don't go that low. BB or Lady Venom wants to cry about her dad. I only repeated what she said. She's the one who set it up on her panel. Her fucking father is a cokehead, and he fucking died because he was snorting coke. Had fentanyl in it. It's his own goddamn fault. But can't say nothing, though. But fuck you, Lady Venom, and anybody who supports that stupid bitch. Fuck you. Not BSing. Fucking serious. That Petros Papadiklis and his little fucking crew there. Come on, Sean, you drunk, stupid fucker. You fucking deadbeat father. And then there's LD. I hope you separate yourself from him, VB. That guy's a fucking He's a slug. Fucking weirdo. Oh, hey, the Navy has its own Air Force. Some of those Air Force pilots, they probably get a chance to land and take off from the flight deck on an aircraft carrier. That's a proud achievement. The Air Force really is Army Air Corps. It's just a branch of the Army. Navy made it, and Navy's got their own Air Force. I'm pro all of them. I don't favor one branch of the military over there. I treat them, they're all equal. I even have respect for those who try and for one reason or another can't make it. Let's take Kevin's channel. Now, it wasn't that he couldn't make it. He fucking started drinking and then he fucking smoked pot. He wanted to get kicked out after he was in. Couldn't just fucking do his job and then leave. You're on a good command. That's what your supervisors would advise you to do. Dun, 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 dun. Nothing can beat the U.S. Air Force. Aim high. Louis pot jar. Yeah, VB. People who choose the military for a career can have a very good life. The children learn a lot, the families, there's generations of people in the military in my family. It's one of the reasons why I joined. My dad was in the Navy. I have an uncle with the same name. JC had it up. It's Robert D. That's, she said that was my dad at first. No, that's my great uncle. Grandpa Hayden's brother has a brother named Robert Hayden. Mm-hmm. And then the woman that my grandfather Hayden is married to, she has a brother, was a pilot in World War II. Last name Austin. Yep. Some smart people in my family. Yeah, I'm not I'm not very happy with Gotti, by the way. Haven't been for that fucker. I cucked that motherfucker. He come in here, thought he was gonna fucking do whatever he thought he was gonna do. Ain't gonna happen. How about it, Gotti? Come on, you punk motherfucker. I'm sure if you went back to JC's and kissed her ass, she'd probably take it back, but I hope she doesn't. I don't know. I ain't gonna worry about it. Sebastian over there at JT's chat with the wrench, fucking going down all happy as fucking hell, playing grab ass. Isn't that something? A motherfucker cries, "Oh, you're anti-white libtard. What do you think JT is, you dumb fucker? What do you think, guy? What do you think Rusty is? Rusty hates Trump. You ever notice Rusty doesn't talk about politics? But who she surrounds herself with, they're Trump haters. First and foremost, that fucking bitch is a Trump hater. Now, you don't have to like the guy. But look what they do. You know, they harass people. They want to take away my right to support who I want politically. For Christ's sakes, they fucking tried to kill the man. Not one fucking word from JC. Rusty wouldn't care. Rusty'd be happy if that fucker would have got shot in the head. Wouldn't you, Rusty? You'd be happy if Trump was dead right now, wouldn't you? Make me sick. Then DA wants to go in JC's chat and make like he's the fucking all high and mighty on shit. Oh, Mr. fucking conspiracy theorist trying to, they run around and just try to make people mad, do it on purpose. Yeah, I'm ranting. What else is there to fucking rant about? I mean, they seated a new Congress. The president's fucking gonna, inauguration's coming. Votes are certified. Kamala Harris lost. When you lose, my nephew's home. This will be interesting. Hey, Gotti, you want to talk to my nephew? Well, come on. Hey, JT, you want to talk to my nephew? You guys might be close in age. Scotty was born in 93. So, he'll be 32 here in March. He'll be 32. He's 31 right now. Most people in the military, like you get stationed in Germany, costs a lot of money to take your family overseas. Not everybody gets to take their most of the soldiers that get stationed overseas, they're there without their families. Yeah, I didn't. My appointment's tomorrow. Fuck, it's cool. I'm live. Fucking. I went to Walton's. Keep having to get some fix-a-flat and put some fucking fix-a-flat in them front tires. I went there, but they were busy. I wanted them to fucking do something about it. We didn't do the front ones. I went to Langley Air Force Base a lot when I lived in Virginia. Oh, can you arrange it so you can ride into work with him? Did you get my text? I sent you a text. You know, and here, let me mute myself for I There, it's unmuted. Tell Andy he's not getting a wrench in my chat. Quit asking.
You're not getting a wrench. Quit fucking asking.
Call him slow mode.
Slow mode.
Slow mode Andy. What's your problem, Andy? My nephew's standing right here. You want to talk to him? Boy? Hey, this guy's friend, his name is Patrick Rowe. I believe that submarine service is a special force within the military. Fucking stupid or what? All right. He thinks he's trolling me. He's the only one that says it. Because my nephew's standing here. And we're smoking a joint. Not sure, Andy. Yeah, I banned you on the panel, didn't I? You ain't never coming on my panel again, Andy. Never. Don't need you. Going? I tell them my name's not Dude. You know how they're out here, they're always saying dude, you know, and they trust you as Dude.
And Dude's a gay cowboy.
Fucking Dude. We got your Dude right there. Where's that fucking gay Canadian Sebastian at? Fucking sawed off runt. I didn't say never. Did I say never? Yeah, wait for him to get. You gotta ask him if he'll. I'll give you the guys.
Sheffield
bought them up to Nick's. There, fucking Mark Weir gave me a ride home from the store.
Did you get your clan ones?
That was the fucking the black ones. They're down. Yeah, I think they're somewhere down at the church. So
those are good gloves. I wouldn't be losing those.
I bought them up to Nick's. They make. I need a needle and some fishing line so I can sew Dad's old mittens, the leather mittens. That's the best to wear out in the fucking.
Oh yeah.
He's had them forever.
They're good ice fishing.
Why are you asking me? Why you keep asking about wrenches, Andy? You just want me to time you out or what? How about this, Andy? I just ignore your dumb ass. Go ahead, post all you want. I don't give a shit. I can't with a wrench. I can ban him. You know, that's basically a block because I can undo it if I do that. But if you time them out, there's no. I don't know if the 5-minute deal works. They were talking the other night about it. Or 10-second, I'm not sure. Nobody been timed out in JC's chat more than I would. The first year she streamed, Scott. Oh yeah, they fucking in the CNN chat, go in there. Them anti-Trumpers, you know how CNN is. They believe that fucking shit.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
Trump's KKK, and you know went to Epstein's Island and all kinds of shit. Oh, he said grab him by the pussy. Oh.
You know Epstein's Island is the same shape as Disney logo?
I have no idea. I don't pay
Not
attention.
Disney, but what the fuck's that TV show?
Yeah, I don't watch it. They talk about that shit. So it's, you know, I know who the politicians are. I haven't watched Nickelodeon, and I couldn't tell you. Andy, if I wanted any lip from you, I'd scrape it off fucking Patty Cake's zipper. Go suck your friend's cock. You guys should get on your motorcycles together and fucking go right. Somebody made fun of him fucking calling his Harley Davidson Japanese made evil.
Mine's Japanese made evil.
That would be strange. Take your bike, that right? Put a Harley motor on that motherfucker.
My bike can put a fucking 120 kit.
I mean, yeah, that motor, that's a good motor. You know, you want to be hanging on, you fucking horse that motherfucker. That fucker's got some torque.
They make a 120
That fucker's got some torque.
for a stock bike.
You remember those smaller bikes they made, the fucking Virgos and that with the V's on it, right? Light little motherfuckers. With the Kawasaki, they had a motorcycle back in the 70s. They banned it. The front end company, it was a 3-cylinder. Fucking bring the front end right up off the ground.
Yeah. There's an hour like 180 horsepower.
Andy 504 says he's my number one fan. They were watching when I spilled my drink on my laptop. They picked at me about it, Scott.
You got it on video?
Christian did. They did. Yeah, they fucking. There's a woman. She goes by VB in here. She's got it on. She showed it on her stream the other night, laughing.
Video?
You should see the look on my face. All I did is lift my hand. You could tell I had a pretty good buzz. You know how I get, right? I fucking had a pretty good buzz on.
Which one is it on?
It was the one that I can't recover on that other computer. The one with all this.
Yeah, I was typing Billy Hayden.
It won't let me recover it.
Still watch the videos.
Yeah, that, but I can't use the channel. And so I ain't paying for no StreamYard yet, but that's what I got to do. I'm gonna have to renew my StreamYard. So if I want to, like this one right here, this is one of the 20 hours. I'm over it now. I've been live. I'm just gonna let this motherfucker stand. So the best you can hope for is that I lose connection to my fucking server or some shit, or somebody's able to use malware and zap me off the air. That's a good joint right there. It's out of that big. That's out of that big jar. Oh, my hat's on. Call me Gaden. Okay.
No.
You ever see me joke about gays? Why you this guy asking personal questions about my female friend visiting and shit. He says he's my number one fan. He wants me to time him out, Scott. Yeah, I don't really want to miss it tomorrow. So tell him he'll be doing me a favor. I'll get him something he likes to drink or some shit. I love you. Yeah, bye. Andy, you have an alcoholic's voice. Oh, you want me to put my Santa Claus hat on? Is that the deal? You're a day late and $1 short, Andy. You really are. You're a day late and $1 short. And if I time you out, you're just gonna go back to JC's and brag and shit. I did ban you from the fucking panel. You'll never come on my panel again, Andy, because you're a fucktard. Bye. I just turned the music on too, by the way. Train kept rolling all night long. Wow, I'm thinking about shutting it down. I've been live 9 hours and 28 minutes. My hours are probably up on it by now. Planned it that way. So if I have 3 streams, 20 free hours, that's 60 hours. All right. If I go live just an hour a day, that's 20 days. And in the last hour, I go live and I could stay live for, long as I don't lose my connection or I disconnect it. It's like buying YouTube Premium. Kind of looked the same, but you were pretty. From New York City, walking down that old fair lane. I'm in heat, I'm in love, but I just couldn't tell her so. The train kept rolling all night long. 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 This fucking thing is fucking slow. Fuck. Yeah, you can have a wrench. Yeah, you can have a wrench. I'll give you a wrench. Okay, I'll give you a wrench, Andy. You just give me a minute. Holy fuck! Ah. Wants a wrench. I'll give you a wrench. Give me a second. I'm gonna make you famous, Andy. I'm gonna help your career out, Andy. You can go brag. You're gonna be able to go brag to people. You got a wrench in my chat. I gave you your way, Andy. You got your wish, Andy. This is how nice a guy I am right here. You know what I mean? Huh? Andy, I hope you appreciate this, Andy. I hope you appreciate it. There you go, Andy. You got a wrench. There's your wrench. There you go. Yeah, I cloned your fucking ass. I'm gonna steal all your avatars, every single one of them. How you like that? Flirting with disaster. Here you are, Andy. Huh? You like that? You like yourself in blue? Go to the man, everything's running faster. Money, not a function, destruction. How much more can we take of all of this disruption? Ah! Weather affects everybody's sinuses. And try not to spam the chat. You can stare at it. What are you going to do now, Andy? Huh? Andy, you know, you're giving me inspiration, Andy. You're motivating me, Andy. You're making me think. Okay? All right. So we'll do this. Okay? Why are you cloning me, Andy? I'm Andy. You're a clown. This is fun. Go tell Gotti and JT and all of them you got a wrench in my chat. See what they say. What you want to bet? I go to JC's chat with that and she'll fucking time me out. No need to thank me. Driver's seat. Right in the fucking driver's seat. There you are, Andy. No, I don't feel like doing a panel right now. Not unless I know you. If I know you, maybe. Maybe. If I know you, maybe. Oh, you guys are fucking funny, huh? You guys love this technology, don't you? Huh? Yeah, well, if I don't know you, you're fucking shit out of luck. You don't stand a chance. If I don't know who you are, I want to talk to you. And you ain't going to post in my chat. I don't need a bunch of wrenches. I've had enough of you, Andy. You got your wish. I gave you a wrench. Shut the fuck up. You and Patrick been doing funny things at the beach on them motorcycles. No, you guys ain't getting laid. Andy's another one. He likes to hit on other men's women. You can get away with it in here, because it's you're protected. He would never do that at the bar. He wouldn't get drunk and fucking make stupid jokes like that at the bar. They fucking find him tied up with that long hair. Know what you are. Most people with long hair are lazy motherfuckers and never accomplish much. Most of them. You ain't no rock star. Fuckers think they look like rock stars. I'm listening to Lenny, Stevie Ray Vaughan. That's right, Andy, you're gay. Pretty much. Enough of that fucker to light again, take another puff, not like I need it. He smokes cigarettes and he's a boozer. That's why he sounds the way he does. Oh, he's so wrong with my. Yeah, it's from fucking drinking and using your voice. Drunk and shit. Typical drunk. I bet you get fucking, you don't eat and go to bed till you're fucking hammered. Yeah. You one of them guys that drinks on an empty stomach? I know a guy that does that. He's fucking dumbest drunk there ever is. He lives close by. I timed you out, Andy. What's that make? 3 accounts now? Not sure. You got your wrench. Gave you a wrench. I hope you're happy. You better bring Alvaro's army with you, Andy. You're going to need it. But it still ain't going to help you. The people who ask for wrenches. Wow. Yeah, that first year at JC's chat is all about wrenches. All right. Yeah, Kuba Khan and the other ones, JC and her fucking little mob family she's got going on up there. Yeah. I don't like to make assumptions. I got a feeling that maybe VB doesn't really like Lady Venom. I could see a point there. Despite what VB does, okay. I mean, I mean, everybody's doing the same shit. They'll change their mind or something, but VB actually has been the nicest to me out of all of them. And Kellyanne, and I don't know what the deal is going on there. You don't see Kellyanne. And it's fucking Rusty's out there with the fucking her claws never retract. That fucker has permanent claws. Makes her a reptile. She no cat. She's a fucking reptile. Reptilian. T-Rex arms. Yeah, King Rob, I caught you in the White House chat today there, fucking Greek salad. I haven't really checked, see who's live and what's going on. Yeah. Sebastian was making a fool of himself in JT's chat. I see that. One minute they're fighting, and the next minute they're fucking holding hands. I watched Ziggy drive Rusty right off of JT's panel this morning. She's an obstinate little fuck. Everybody likes Satanists. Doesn't even know what it really means. How about it, Ziggy? You dumb fucker. Ziggy. Ain't nothing Ziggy about you. Someone thinks they're cool out here on the internet. Showed a box of stuff to prove he was in the military or whatever. Yeah, fuck you. Fucking ignorant. Same with you, Gotti. How can you not have respect for Wiggin and fucker turn this camera on? You fuckers won't turn your camera on. That fucker could be walking around with a cane and everything, still doing you dumb fuckers. You need them to turn their camera on so you got something to talk about, because you can't turn your camera on, because if we talk about you, well, you guys are offended too easily. Huh, Rusty? Why are you always offended all the time, Rusty? What is up with that? And you think you're the elite out here doing this, a streamer? You say 1 minute you say you're not a streamer, and then you say you're a streamer. She always wants it both ways. I wanted to do this at fucking Wiggins chat, but I was prevented from it. Yeah, I respected his wishes. Now it's coming out. And everything I say now, I wanted to fucking say a long time ago about you, you fucking stupid bitch. Hey, I keep money in my house. You want to come steal it? I don't know how much pot I got, how much it's worth now. It's fucking legal. You ain't gonna get no $280, not $10 a gram's fucking gone. Selling booms, $10 a pop. That's over with. I bet. Huh? Angie comes into fucking up on a panel, recommends something on YouTube or some shit to watch, and it's a good show. It has the N-word in it. If you can get past the N-word, it's a good show. That's what she said. But I have to walk on eggshells. I can't sit here and say the N-word instead of the F word all the time. Can I say the N-word? Can I say nigger all the time? Google, you're gonna shut me down for if I do that? But you, YouTube. JC. I guarantee I'm more international right now than you are. Especially intercontinental. Most Americans aren't going to like you, JC. I guarantee it. Or your friends. You've been caught. The FBI cheated. Biden shouldn't have been president for the last 4 years. You'd be rid of fucking Trump, he'd be gone. Dumb fuckers. Yeah, bring your political talk up here, Nem. Come on. Nem, come up here and tell me how I'm supposed to be part of the fucking, what do you want to call it? Globalist. You want me to be a globalist. You want me to hate my own country. We're polluting the world, right? Nem? I bet you JC's fucking seething right now. Should check, see what's going on, but I'm not gonna. I guarantee you, JC, they find out how you really feel in that military families. They ain't gonna like you. In fact, they don't. Yeah, you claim your daughter and your son are both in the military. You're full of shit. You fucking lied about being raped. You lied about your marriage. You just fucking Betty Crocker ready to spread frosting is what you are, JC, back then. You want to talk about other people's relationships. Sit there and laugh and bellow at shit that's fucking not even funny. Dutchie sent you a dick pic. Edward James sent you a dick pic. Imagine if I sent JC a dick pic. I just wanted to go to the casino and win some money with her. Hey, I met somebody on the internet and live close by. You're in Canada. You know what I mean? She took it the wrong way, and here we are. And it's Josie Wales the one talking dirty to her all the fucking time. I think he cucked both of them, her and Shannon. Men fucking scamming women on the internet for money because you're a bunch of dumb fucks. Correct me if I'm wrong, please. What's the matter, Andy? Fucking Mark Levin's an hour away. Ziggy, you know I'm a troll. Rusty, I want a relationship with you. Rusty, I want a relationship with you. Ziggy. Yeah, they talk this community, that community. They use that word community. It's just so fucking superficial. Try not to use the F word. It's just superficial. Has an F in it. Come on, JT. You're so well educated. Bring your fucking education up here. Come on. I'll put my fucking teaching degree against you any fucking day. And I won't talk about the Bible. Is at this point, the Bible is useless for what's been going on. Part of the state militia. I have a right to make a citizen's arrest. It's fucking right. If I see you trying to slice my neighbor's head off, I'm gonna fucking shoot you in the head. It's that simple. How you like that, Google? Because we have that right. In fact, it's your civic duty. You're not gonna sit there and watch your neighbors get murdered and not do nothing or call for help. The fuck? JC said, shoot the tires out. That strike. Andrea, you're welcome to come here. I remember you. Okay, I brought it up. I knew she'd say it. She'd call you birthday. I remember the pigeons. You know what I mean? So what? I liked Andrea. She wasn't. She didn't have. She doesn't have a bad attitude. Not. I mean, we talked about diet. I hope she's not a pure vegan. You can't, women can't be pure vegans. You guys need protein. Otherwise, when you get older, it's going to have an effect on you. It's a fact. Menopause comes and it gets worse. Alvaro, you absolutely are the fucking dumbest motherfucker here. And that's the top. You should have been dumbest motherfucker forever. You'll hold that title, and nobody will beat you out for that, Alvaro. 9 hours and 54 minutes. You're not coming back, Andy? Should I go to Vegas with that? I think I will. See what they do in Vegas. 5 seconds. Wait 5 seconds. And as soon as I knew what the fucking they were doing, right? It's the first post I made said, wait 5 seconds before I was like, I didn't even fuck. That's the first time I posted. It fucking made me grin. Look at these fuckers playing games. The cook knows what goes on. Don't fuck with the cook. Takes a lot of intelligence to peel a potato, right? How about a DA? Like taking credit for things you didn't think of. Steal people's material all the time. Fucking plagiarist. DA. Gonna do destruction of Hayden on your piano. You knew you get nailed for it. That dumb fuck. That's what I figured. All right, I'm gonna go do something. I got something I gotta do. I've been waiting for this.
Up on TV. By the way, I don't think it's Joe. I think AI gone bad. Like somebody shoved a sun-baked turd into the AI computer, and this thing came out that people are claiming are Joe Biden that somebody thinks is the president. This guy, back when Ozzy I love Ozzy. Ozzy made a lot of substance abuse mistakes, but what a great, great rock and roll icon. I love Ozzy. I love the Black Sabbath music. I love the Ozzy Osbourne music. I love Ozzy. I love his family. I love Ozzy. Well, Nugent hates the Osbournes. I love the Osbournes. But listen to the guy try to form a syllable is just hysterical. And the only guy that beats Ozzy Osbourne in mutilating syllables would be this thing people call Joe Biden. Well, that's disrespectful to the presidency of the. You want to talk disrespectful? Prop up that thing claiming to be the commander in chief. And that is the definition of disrespecting the people of America.
That's gold right there. You ain't gonna get that at JC's. Randy likes Ozzy Osbourne, by the way. Iron Man is his favorite tune. Did you know that? Right, Andy? Or Andy. Right, Randy? Randy Justice, where the fuck are you, you giant fucking rash of a man? Bring your knives up here. And see, I'd let him up if I knew it was him fucking doing that. He'd probably want to try to porn bomb me. There you go. Ted Nugent loves Ozzy Osbourne. I bet you didn't know that. I knew it a long time ago. Stray Cat, you're next. You fat fucker. Hey, JC, your wrench against my wrench. You don't dare. You need wrenches. Oh, he's got wrenches on all of. I'm using one. Ain't nobody else doing it but me. Fucking sore loser. JC owes me $1,000. She didn't win that bet in the 2020 election. They cheated. So fuck you, JC. Right, JC. Fucking happily married at 17 to a 42-year-old with 2 kids already. What do you call that? Convenient? Gold digging? Who fucking divorces their husband and then goes online and brags about it? Wow. Wow, JC. Huh? Stray cat needs fucking wrench. Why stray cat need a wrench? JC, you sitting there, I got wrenches on all, but I'm the only one with a wrench though. You know what I mean? Doesn't matter. You think I'm going to sit here with fucking 5 different wrenches? I only need to use one. Oh, I love my name. Oh, hey, stray cat. You'll never do it. You're a big fucking lard ass stray cat, you fat fucker. Fatso motherfuck. Laughed that day and you said I smoked too much pot. Look at you. You fucking drunk fucking fat fucker. Hypochondriac, always sick, can't fucking move. You think you know what's best for everybody else? You're hiding underneath JC's fucking wrench. You can't even be a side chatter. You have to have a fucking wrench. You're a real fucktard, JC. I can't wait for Levin to come on. This is really going to stir your fucking ass up. Yeah. More minutes.
95.9 WMAL.
Now, brother, in the underground in the bowels of a hidden bunker, somewhere under the brick and steel of a nondescript building, we've once again made contact with our the band.
Hello, Mark Levin here. Our number 877-381-3811. 877-381-3811. It's wonderful to be back. I've been itching to get back. Chomping at the bit, as they say. Hope you had a great few days out there, a couple of weeks, I guess. And we'll make sure this year's like no other, in a very good way. And I hope you had a wonderful Christmas and Hanukkah and New Year's night, New Year's Day. And now we proceed, because today was the official constitutional certification under the 12th Amendment of the Constitution of Donald Trump as President of the United States. An overwhelming victory. He won as you know, the popular vote, 312 votes in the Electoral College. That's a landslide, every single so-called battleground state. A landslide. And so from this moment forward, the Democrat Party is plotting to sabotage Donald Trump's presidency. That's what they're doing. Just as they plotted to sabotage his presidency when he won in 2016. You know, the media and the Democrats and the usual morons and reprobates, they like to talk about January 6, 2020, but they don't talk about what happened before January 6, 2020. 2 phony impeachments, phony criminal investigations, every effort possible at a coup against Donald Trump to get him removed from office, to smear him, to destroy him. Oh, that's right. They act like January 6, 2020 just happened in a vacuum. And then they pretend they're lawyers like Mark Elias and other slip and fall lawyers. Weren't in courtrooms all over the country, states all over the country, changing the election rules, which is exactly what they did. Then we're told it's the cleanest election in American history, even though it had the fewest protections against fraud in American history, and they still do. Well, how come you're not challenging this election, Mark? Well, because Donald Trump doesn't cheat to get elected president. The Republicans don't cheat to get electoral votes. And whatever was taking place, the Republicans overcame it, didn't they? Yes, they did. You know now in the state of California, still a state, isn't it, Mr. Producer? Some people say we should swap it with Canada. I told President Trump today, he said, you know, Canada, 51 state. I said to him, yeah, but it's very liberal. It'll be a very liberal 51st state. He said, well, we can work on that, Mark. That's the truth. Okay, very good. But that said, California has a law in place. The localities are not allowed, they're not permitted under state law to require voter identification. So you have massive illegal immigration in the state of California and no voter identification. Gee, I wonder why. Is that put in there to ensure that only citizens vote? Is that put in there to ensure the legitimacy of an election? No, of course. It's put in there to sanction, to institutionalize fraud. And then if you raise it, oh, you're an election denier. Sometimes I am. Sometimes I am. So we have a peaceful transfer of power, we're told, and of course we do.
But then the maniacs, the revolutionaries, the Islamists, the Marxists, and the rest of the reprobates in the Democrat Party and their media, they're going at it, ladies and gentlemen. They're going to do everything they can to block Kash Patel, yes, Hegseth, and others. They're going to do everything they can right now to make sure that Donald Trump can't make his personnel decisions. So over at the Office of Personnel Management, they're changing the rules as I speak. They want to make sure that we're not energy independent as we were in 2016 to 2020. Because Joe Biden today, the dictator, the Putinoid, the hemorrhoid, Joe Biden, who is depraved, not only demented, but depraved. With a magic wand, he said, you know what? No more drilling for oil or gas in federal waters. Well, almost all waters are federal. The ocean. No more. And that's on top of what he did in August. Entire Arctic Ocean barred from drilling for gas and oil. Barred. 28 acres of Alaskan land in August. Barred. I should say 28 million acres. Barred. And he's seeking to do the same in Nevada. No gas and oil leasing on 264,000 acres. He's starving us of energy. Why? So we have to buy energy from his buddies in Iran and Saudi Arabia. That's why. Biden's a depraved imbecile. And that's besides the dimension. A depraved imbecile. How come they don't talk about what happened before January 6th, 2020? All the efforts at an insurrection against Donald Trump. Peaceful transfer of power. No, it's not. They're plotting to destroy the Trump presidency as I speak. Joe Biden is stacking every vacant district court judgeship and appellate judgeship with radical left-wingers right now. So you and I and normal Americans and Donald Trump doesn't have a chance in court. We've seen these judges in New York. We see how they conduct themselves. Destroying Rudy Giuliani today. A federal judge in New York held him in contempt. The guy's broke. He's destitute. He's sued. You see, libel. Used to be libel cases against public officials. Don't even bother. But now, sure bother. We got the judges in place. They'll do just fine. What else has Biden done, the depraved maniac? U.S. Steel. Nippon Steel in Japan was going to acquire U.S. Steel. Now, maybe some of you folks out there say, we can't have that. By the way, it's the third largest steel company in America, not the first, but nonetheless, we can't have that. We need for our national security. Why? Is Japan going to move all the steel and the material to Japan? Of course not. Do you know why U.S. Steel wanted to be bought out by Nippon Steel? Because they don't have enough capital to do what steel companies do. Mine, refine, create usable steel. They need more capital. And so effectively, they were going to combine with Nippon Steel, an ally. An ally. Joe Biden magic wand says no. The union guys don't like it, so the answer is no. But the union guys are going to suffer, whether their bosses like it or not. They're going to suffer when there's layoffs because they don't have the capital they want. But Joe's very busy. Water heaters that are in most of your homes. Well, if you need to replace them, in many cases, old water heater types, that technology, he's banning them. How did he do it? He waved his magic wand. We're going to ban all future water heaters of the kind that most of us have. They're going to drive up the cost of heating your own water for senior citizens, for poor people, because this is how we save the planet. No, this is how stupid and insane this moron is, and same with his advocates who are running the country. Then he takes the Medal of Freedom, even destroys that institution. He hands it to Soros, who is an evil, evil human being. He may have been born Jewish, but he's a Jew hater. He's an Israel hater. But he's a big sugar daddy for the Democrat Party, the radical left, the anti-Jewish left, the anti-American left. He's given to 500 organizations, thousands of grants. What else has Joe Biden done? He's commuted the sentences of murderers. Who were the worst 37 or 39 murderers in the federal prison system? What did he do? I'm going to commute their sentences. Remember the first 1,500 pardons and commutations he gave out? They were to nonviolent people. Then they're starting, wait a minute, this woman murdered 2 of her husbands and 1 boyfriend. Oops, excuse me. But these people are in federal prison because they're murderers. One guy murdered a family. You got these guys with the raping and the murdering and so forth. He commuted their sentences, excuse me. This is what he does. This is what he's doing. This is a sick bastard. Let's just admit it. Let's just admit it. I've only just begun, of course. It's a brand new year. To me, 1 year is like the next year. You wake up every day, have some energy, go on offense, live your life, and do what you need to do. People say, what is your New Year's resolution? What New Year's resolution? Every day I have a resolution. To do what's right. To have some fun. To love my family and love my country. What other resolution is there? Honestly, I don't know. And people had to lose weight. And of course, they never do. I'll be right back.
What? Hey.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their 2nd month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
You know, Americans love using their credit cards, one of the most secure and hassle-free ways to pay. But DC politicians want to change that with the Durbin-Marshall credit card bill. This bill lets corporate megastores pick how your credit card is processed, allowing them to use untested payment networks that jeopardize your data security and rewards. Tell Congress to guard your card because Americans lose when politicians choose. Learn more at guardyourcard.com, guardyourcard.com, paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
Individuals and businesses.
Watch out for accident activity in Fairfax on westbound 66 at Route 50 Fair Oaks, and that currently takes up the right lane. On the outer loop of the Beltway after the Eisenhower Avenue connector, the accident there still along the right side. And on the outer loop just before 236, an accident reported in the right lane. No delays there, but use extra caution. On the inner loop before the Clara Barton Parkway, there is debris reported to be closing down the right lane. In the district, P Street is closed with fire department activity between 3rd Avenue and 4th Street in Southwest. The George Washington Parkway is still closed in both directions between Spoutland Parkway and the Beltway due to hazardous driving conditions due to the weather. Now from GarageRepair.com, the WMAL Still March 7 forecast.
Winter storm warning in effect until 1 a.m. Snow ending by midnight, clearing, lows in the lower 20s. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, blustery, highs in the upper 20s to lower 30s.
This report is sponsored by Rapid Radios. Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage and no subscription ever. Perfect for instant contact with an aging parent. For a limited time, go to rapidradios.com and you'll get an extra 60% off, free UPS shipping, and add code RADIO for an extra 5% off.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter. By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms and conditions apply. Available at realsuccess.com. Text stop to opt out at any time.
Would $213,601 change your life?
Yeah. You bet it would.
Real Success can help. According to the Motley Fool, the average gross profit from house flipping in Washington, D.C. is $213,601. Learn how you could flip homes and secure rental properties, potentially without using your own money and in your spare time. With Real Success. If you're ready to take control of your financial future, we're offering a chance to attend our live workshop in Washington, D.C. for free. That's right. Text EARN to 64,000 and get 2 free tickets to our upcoming event. Washington, D.C. is an ideal market for flipping houses and building rental income. Don't miss your chance. Seats are filling up fast. Text EARN to 64,000 for your 2 free tickets. And if you text in the next 10 minutes, you'll also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Again, text EARN to 64,000 for your tickets and guide.
Made to learn. And the highest things of life are the best things to learn. One of these, it turns out, is the way we govern ourselves. And one of the best examples of that is the Constitution of the United States. It explains what our government should look like and how it should function to best protect our rights. It was created to give us the freedom to make choices about the way we wish to live. Unfortunately, most colleges and universities today fail to teach our Constitution. When they do, they often denigrate it. This is dangerous because it is impossible to preserve our liberty if we don't understand where it comes from and how to protect it. Having a proper civics education is essential to preserving our freedom.
To learn more and get a free pocket constitution, visit constitutionminute.com.
This Constitution Minute was furnished by Hillsdale College.
WMAL.
Making sense of the news.
Live
From the Home Paramount Pest Control Studios.
Home Paramount, the leader in pest control since 1939.
WMAL. Making sense of mainstream media because the double standard is real. Download the WMAL app to stream us for free.
Sad day, really, in this era of Americanism. To have a demented, depraved, nasty, stupid man as president of the United States for 4 years, and he's getting worse by the minute. He's literally getting worse by the minute. He took care of his own business, took care of his son, who took care of his business. But today's a good day because this happened today, officially. Cut 1, Mr. Producer. Go.
The state of the vote for the President of the United States, as delivered to the President of the Senate, is as follows. The whole number of the electors appointed to vote for President of the United States is 538. Within that whole number, the majority is 270. The votes for President of the United States are as follows. Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida has received 312 votes. Kamala B. Harris Kamala B. Harris of the state of California has received 226 votes. The whole number of electors appointed to vote for Vice President of the United States is 538. Within that whole number, a majority is 270. The votes for Vice President of the United States are as follows. J.D. Vance of the state of Ohio has received 312 votes. Tim Walz of the state of Minnesota has received 226 votes. This announcement of the state of the vote by the President of the Senate shall be deemed a sufficient declaration of the persons elected President and Vice President of the United States, each for a term beginning on the 20th day of January, 2025, and shall be entered together with the list of the votes on the journals of the House and the Senate. Thank you very much.
Now, keep in mind, they want to get rid of this process in its entirety, the Electoral College, because it's harder to manipulate than the popular vote. And so they blame the framers of the Constitution as being racists who did this to preserve slavery, although nobody has any idea what the hell they're talking about. They just say that stuff. So they want to get rid of the Electoral College. So basically 11 blue states and really metropolitan areas decide the presidency. If she won, that was one of her objectives. But don't worry, we've been told over and over today that this is a peaceful transfer of power. So we got, you see, to get rid of the manner in which we transfer power, the Electoral College. And then we got to get rid of Trump. We got to kill his agenda. We got to block his nominees. We've got Mr. depraved, demented Joe Biden in there. He's issuing executive orders and rules and dictates like he's Vladimir Putin himself. And he's doing it. From water heaters to drilling, taking good care of murderers in the federal prison system. Oh, yeah, he's handing out Medal of Freedom to guys like George Soros, who funded prosecutors who wouldn't prosecute criminals. So much. See, he doesn't give a damn about the American people. Borders wide open. Criminals. Soros, one of their big radical nut job sugar daddies. It's all fine. Because he thinks he's building a legacy for the left. The left-wing historians, turns out almost all of them, not all, but almost all, it's what they've told him to do. And so the demented, depraved Joe Biden, he's building his legacy. Oh, he's the most progressive president in American history. Oh, my God. He stood for the little guy. Yeah. He stood for people who wanted to come into the country or had different backgrounds and so forth. He's just fantastic. That's right. He stood for people who were prosecuted. He stood for the little guy. He stands for himself. He's a grotesque farce. That's what he is. That's what he's always been. When we come back, speaking of grotesque farces, Judge Michon, trying to eviscerate that little bastard. I'll be right back. You voted big government out and efficient government in. Well, now it's time to trim the fat from big wireless. If you're still on the other big name providers, I have one question. Why? Pure Talk, my cell phone company, gives you the exact same service on the exact same towers with better customer service because they're based right here in the United States, all for half the cost. That's right. There's simply no need to spend $85 or $100 per person on your wireless bill, not when you could get unlimited talk, text, and 15 gigs of data with mobile hotspot, just $35 a month. My friends, the average family of four could save about $1,000 a year with Pure Talk while enjoying one of America's most dependable 5G networks. So cut the fat out of your wireless bill, switch to Pure Talk by dialing pound 250 and saying keyword Mark Levin. From your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say the keyword Mark Levin, and you'll save an additional 50% off your first month with Pure Talk, America's wireless company.
Media station. Making sense of the news. News now.
WMAL News at 6:30. I'm Heather Curtis. 4 years after rioters disrupted the certification of the 2020 election, today's certification of President-elect Trump's win went over without a hitch, overseen by Vice President Kamala Harris. She said this should be the norm.
One of the most important pillars of our democracy is that there will be a peaceful transfer of power.
Harris becomes the third president to certify their own election loss. Snow's starting to pick up again, dumping another inch or two around our region tonight. 7 News meteorologist Steve Rudin.
Then that will taper to flurries, and then it gets cold and windy overnight and into early tomorrow morning.
He expects icy roads tomorrow as temperatures drop into the teens in the overnight. Traffic and weather next.
This report is sponsored by Rapid Radios. Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage and no subscription ever. A great alternative to a mobile phone for your kids. For a limited time, go to rapidradios.com and you'll get 60% off. Free UPS shipping. Add code radio and get an extra 5% off.
Here's Michelle Murray in the Hadid Carpet Cleaning Traffic Center.
You will still find accident activity on the outer loop of the Beltway after the Eisenhower Avenue connector in the right lane. And on the outer loop just before 236, an accident there is also reported in the right lane, so use extra caution there. There is crash activity now reported on 66 westbound just past Route 50 Fair Oaks, and that affects the right lane and the right shoulder. And in Bethesda, Wisconsin Avenue still remains closed northbound between Elm Street and Willow Lane. That due to the water main break, but you can use Woodmont Avenue or Connecticut Avenue to get around it. Now from GarageRepair.com, the WMAL Stormwatch 7 forecast.
Tonight, another inch or two of snow accumulation is possible, clearing up around 10. A winter storm warning still in effect until 1 a.m., lows in the lower 20s. I'm Heather Curtis on WMAL.
The new year brings new health goals and wealth goals. Protecting your identity is an important step. Your info is in endless places that could expose you to identity theft, leading to lost funds. LifeLock monitors millions of data points per second. If your identity is stolen, our restoration specialists will fix it, guaranteed, or your money back. Resolve to make identity health and wealth part of your New Year's goals with LifeLock. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS. Visit LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
You okay?
I can't sleep with this cough.
Sounds like you need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize?
Yeah, with NyQuil VapoCool. It's NyQuil plus a rush of Vicks vapors.
Whoa.
So you ready to get some sleep? Thank you, NyQuil VapoCool.
NyQuil VapoCool, the vaporizing nighttime coughing, aching, fever, best sleep with a cold medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Interest rate cuts have arrived, but don't be fooled. The fate of fixed income securities is increasingly shaped by broader market dynamics than just Fed actions. Every week, the Wise Investor Show discusses the latest financial trends and what investors need to know. Want to navigate this new era of Fed policy and make smarter investment choices? Listen to RaymondJames.com/The Wise Investor Group, or find us on your favorite podcast app.
Hi, it's Larry. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Reynolds and Power Home team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000, 800-763-3000.
There are conditions almost there, but not when mercy is there. Mercy brings love to the lost and forgotten. To learn more, go to mercyships.org.
WMAL, making sense of the border, because laws either matter or they don't. Download the WMAL app to stream us for free.
Saving America, one show at a time. The Mark Levin Show, 877-381-3811.
Welcome back, America. So we have this state acting judge in New York, Mershon, Manhattan. He's never had it so good as a small-time nobody with a massive ego, loves the attention, loves the power, he's power hungry. And this case was being discussed in the media before it was even brought, this phony case against Trump. Mershon, hoping he'd get the case, no doubt, had already made up his mind. He was going to create a spectacle. He was going to try and prevent Trump from winning the Republican nomination, the general election. He would gag him because they know he likes to talk. He would force him in the courtroom for weeks at a time. They didn't even have a law to hang their hat on. They had to basically create one that had already died, a misdemeanor. A state reporting misdemeanor, which they magically turned into 34 felonies. By using federal campaign law, which was not violated, which they have no jurisdiction over, without mentioning federal campaign finance law. told the jury, look, you can decide which of three underlying crimes you want to pick from. We've never seen this in American history. This stuff was rejected over 1,000 years ago. Well, maybe not over 1,000, but about, with the Magna Carta. But we've regressed in Democrat courtroom circles, have we not? The judge orchestrated the entire trial. He prevented Bradley Smith, an expert on federal campaign law, from testifying about federal campaign law. He berated, undermined, narrowed what defense witnesses could say. Conversely, prosecution witnesses like Cohen and others, they could talk all they want about things they know nothing of. Salaciousness was constant in the courtroom. That's not probative, that's prejudicial. Cohen's opinion, or the opinion of the former owner of the National Enquirer on whether federal campaign law is violated, that's not probative, it's prejudicial. Didn't matter, and it goes on and on and on. Judge knew it. The judge orchestrated the whole thing. So, you might recall the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York, no friend of Donald Trump's, decided not to take the case. So not only did the rogue prosecutor and the Stalinist judge violate the Supremacy Clause and litigate federal issues without stating the federal issues, those issues that weren't stated were already rejected by the federal prosecutors. And to put a fine point on this so everybody can understand it, the basic gist of this is that Donald Trump had hush money, non-disclosure agreements, which are very common in businesses. It's not hush money. But nonetheless, the media are what they are. Lying rat-faced skunks. The reporting wouldn't have taken place until 2017, after the election. So none of this could have possibly affected the election, violated federal election law. There was no misdemeanor violation by Trump in New York or the federal level. There were no felonies until they concocted them. And they took one reporting case and turned it into 34 felonies. But the media are fine with this. Biden's more than happy with it. The Democrats think this is fantastic. No, they couldn't beat him in the Republican primary with it. They couldn't beat him in the general election. It backfired. But you know what? We're going to put that scarlet phrase on Donald Trump's head forevermore. Convicted felon. Because once the sentencing is determined, that's it. You can appeal it, but you've been convicted officially. And Mershon knows it. So he decides last Friday that this coming Friday, he's going to have a sentencing hearing. He's going to sentence Donald Trump, but don't worry, he's not going to put him in prison. Well, of course, if he tried to put him in prison, the weight of the federal law enforcement and the judiciary would fall on his head. He can't have an incoming president in prison. Mershon knows this. So he's not going there. He's not going with an ankle bracelet. He's not doing those things. Maybe he'll fine him. I read the opinion. It doesn't say he won't fine him. The media is saying that. But whatever. Whatever he does, it'll be shy of anything significant. Because all they care about is convicted felon, to try and smear him, sully his presidency, weaken him as a leader, weaken the respect for our country and him with foreign leaders. They will repeat things about convicted felon like they're stutterers, just can't stop repeating it. This is exactly what the federal law enforcement, the Department of Justice, for a half a century said must never happen. Must never happen, which is why federal prosecutors are not free to do what Bragg did and what Mershon orchestrated. So if federal prosecutors aren't free to do it, how is it that a DA is free to do it and an acting state judge? They're not. They're not allowed to interfere with the federal constitutional construct, the federal constitutional system, to adjudicate federal law, to interfere with a federal primary process, to interfere with a federal election, and now they interfere with the presidency. I hear these idiots on TV say, well, now it's final, he can appeal. So the president, during his presidency, is going to be litigating this matter in appellate courts that are also hostile to him. Now, God willing, he'll win. But I wouldn't bet on it. It's New York. And I will repeat what I've said for months. Why did anybody think that the very man who orchestrated this, a corrupt, conflicted Democrat hack with an IQ of peanut butter, in a black robe, an acting state judge? What a proper name, acting like he's a state judge. Just because he puts on a black robe and has a gavel, likes to find Donald Trump, issue orders out of his backside, doesn't mean he gets respect. Let me tell you what I've said a long time ago when I wrote Men in Black. If judges don't respect the law, why should we respect the judges who don't respect the law? Well, I don't. And I won't. So about an hour ago, he ruled in the latest Trump lawyer filings. He basically dismissed them. He said, no, we're moving ahead with the 10th. Of course, he's orchestrated this. Why would the very corrupt judge, conflicted judge, who orchestrated this in the most horrendous trial I've ever seen, ever, suddenly say, you know what, I was wrong? Mr. Producer, that ever make sense to you? You know what, I'm going to dismiss the case because I was wrong. You know what, I'm going to dismiss the case because of the immunity issue with the Supreme Court. He rolled right through the Supreme Court immunity decision. He wouldn't even put a brake. He wouldn't even tap the brakes on his case when the court was considering immunity. I've never thought that's the strongest point, by the way. It is a point worth arguing. The supremacy clause is the strongest point. They have no jurisdiction. Did somebody nominate him? Was he confirmed by the Senate to be a federal judge? Did I miss this? So it's a logical matter, ladies and gentlemen. You're a lawyer. Do you keep bringing appeals to the guy that orchestrated this? Do you, Mr. Producer? You can, but you're not going to win. And so I confess, I've never been a defense lawyer, thank goodness. I've never been a prosecutor, thank goodness. But they're lawyers who litigate, who do other things. Important things. Powerful things. And I've spent 45 years doing this, as have so many wonderful colleagues of mine, a Landmark Legal Foundation and other foundations, of which, by the way, I officially retired. I'm now the chairman emeritus, Mr. Producer, after all these decades. Got to make room for the next crowd. You just do. That's a good thing. So we've litigated against the Department of Justice. We've litigated against the CIA. We've litigated against the IRS. We've litigated against the Treasury Department. We've litigated against so many departments of government and units of government, I can't even keep them straight. We're the ones that filed the petition in Judge Wright's court in Arkansas to have Bill Clinton held in contempt. Oh, you can't do that. Well, we did it. Well, you don't have standing. We didn't need standing. We filed something else. This is what I mean. If you're a paint-by-the-numbers defense lawyer or former prosecutor, you don't get this stuff. You don't know how it works. Or you view it as just too weird. No, this is how you win. The whole issue of school choice, we and one or two other conservative foundations, we litigated this in the Supreme Court of Wisconsin over and over again. We litigated it in the Supreme Court of the United States, and we won. The whole issue of school choice wouldn't even be on the table, but for what Landmark and some other groups did. Thinking outside the box, litigating, being aggressive, being persistent, not willing to accept defeat. And here we have lawyers saying, well, there's really not much Trump can do on TV. Unfortunately, there's not much he can do. And Mershon has lit a match to the jurisdictional issues, to the supremacy clause. He's lit a match to our electoral system. He's interfered in our constitutional process like no judge ever before him. He's a rogue judge. And we just wring our hands and say, well, there's really nothing we can do because they're stuck in the New York gulag. There's really nothing we can do. I've talked about common law writs. And to keep it non-legal, to keep it simple, all that means in fancy language is a court can look for a device if the device is provided to the court by a lawyer to take up a case, even if there isn't a statutory pathway to taking up the case, or even if there's not typically a judicial process for taking up the case. Really, I would call it a case in equity. In other words, a court says, wait a minute, this is a problem. We need to look at this. But they can't reach in and take it. Somebody has to bring it to them. Now, do they normally do that? Vast majority of times, no. But this has never been done before. What's taking place has never been done before. And you take it to the Supreme Court, takes 4 justices to vote to take up a case. And if they vote not to take it up, you're no worse off than before. Well, you'll have a PR problem, the argument goes. Now, the Supreme Court said no. Let me tell you something. If the justices on the Supreme Court say no, this is going to follow them for the rest of their tenure on the court, and the court is not going to be able to duck this because there's, give or take, 15,000 DA offices. And there's now a precedent in place that a local DA in one community, in one state, has the power to influence a federal election or to try to influence a federal election to affect every other community, 49 other states, the federal system, where there now is apparently no difference between federal and state. It's an absolute abomination, a violation of the 5th Amendment, the 6th Amendment, the 8th Amendment, the 14th Amendment, the Supremacy Clause. If there ever was a case the court should take up, it's this one. But the longer they wait and the more they litigate and the more they're bogged down in the New York gulag, the less likely the court's going to take it. I'm blue in the face. I don't know how many more times I can say it. Apparently it doesn't matter. I'm glad they're throwing things at this court. They are seeking an emergency appeal with the New York courts, but I suspect the New York courts aren't that interested in an emergency appeal. Ask Rudy Giuliani about his experience with a federal judge in Manhattan who's destroying him. Just held him in contempt today. Man is broke. He's given up most of his possessions, but the judge says, you know, you've been playing games with me, Rudy. But he was appointed by Trump. I've explained this before. The way district court judges are appointed, typically in Democrat states where you have a Republican president, he's trying to get through some judges at the district court level in the state, say in New York. So rather than have the senators block, let's say, 3 appointments to federal courts, the deal is made, and it's been made for about a century now, that a Republican, as an example, can get 2 judges and the Democrats get 1. But they're calling that one Democrat judge, oh, it's a Trump judge. It's not a Trump judge. And the media know it, but they lie to you. Look what that federal judge did to Donald Trump in the libel case. It's funny how Trump can't win a case in New York. Rudy can't win a case in New York. Most Republicans can't win a case in New York, and now we're stuck in New York. Why? I'll be right back.
Okay.
News Talk 105.9 WMAL.
Making sense of the news. Your phone has a lot of apps, but how many of them help you make sense of your world?
The new WMAL app gives you the latest headlines, perspective from the voices you trust, and weather info to keep you in the know.
All without having to remember yet another password.
Yeah, I'm all right with that.
Stream your favorite shows.
Get the day's top headlines.
And access our podcast archives.
All with the new WMAL app.
Thank you. Get the WMAL app today on Google Play or the Apple App Store and stay connected.
In Alexandria, there was still the accident activity on the outer loop after the Eisenhower Avenue connector in the 2 right lanes, but the crash on the outer loop at the Little River Turnpike has now been cleared from the roadway. In Fairfax, watch out for the crash on Union Mill Road at Braddock Road, and there is an accident on North Kings Highway at Huntington Park Drive. And in Falls Church, use extra caution at Glen Carlin Drive at the Leesburg Pike. The traffic lights are not working correctly at that intersection. GW Parkway remains closed this evening between Spoutmore Parkway and the Beltway due to hazardous driving conditions due to the weather. Now from GarageRepair.com, the WMAL Storm Watch 7 forecast.
Winter storm warning in effect until 1 a.m. Snow ending by midnight, clearing, lows in the lower 20s. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, blustery.
Cars for kids. They cars for kids. One, cars for kids. Donate your car today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title? No problem. Call 877 Cars for Kids or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hi, I'm Winter Troxel, and we're building the bridge from working to retirement right here on WMAL. When it comes to retirement, saving is the easy part. Knowing how to spend your nest egg without having a heart attack is hard. You can cross your fingers and hope or build a plan for the journey ahead. Give my team a call, 301-850-0683 to build your plan and join me every weekend on the Winter Troxel Radio Show here on WMAL.
Investment advisory services offered through Monumental Financial Group, doing business as Brickmark Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through MFG Insurance Services Inc. and its associated insurance licensed agents.
Making sense of your world.
Thank you for your clear insights.
News Talk 105.9 WMAL. This is a major wake-up call.
Making sense of the news.
Did you see what the Federal Reserve did literally days after President Trump's victory? It's lowered interest rates by a quarter. Do you know why it did that? It's worried about the economy. It's worried about the fact that jobs aren't being created. We're seeing all kinds of shifts in our portfolios, and it's important to stay aware. That's why I'm urging everyone to diversify and consider gold as one of your financial shields. Now, gold has weathered every kind of economic downturn throughout history. I want you to call Advantage Gold. They're the best of the best, folks. I've dealt with all of them. They're the best. They're my gold company. 1-800-900-8000. Get a free gold investment kit to see how you can get started with gold. I recommend Advantage Gold to anyone who's serious about protecting their wealth, and that's you. Call 800-900-8000 for your free gold investment kit, and you can even qualify for up to $1,000 in free silver. That's 800-900-8000. Call them now. Tell them Mark Levin sent you. You'll be very happy with them. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Traffic, weather, and news are brought to you by Douglas & Son Services. Go to douglasonsonservices.com.
Affordable. Expert technicians, Douglas & Son.
Services for all your plumbing, gas, heating, and air conditioning needs, serving D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. If your pipes are leaking and you are a freaking, call Douglas & Son. News Talk 105.9
WMAL.
I assume it's going to be, it's going to have like padded rooms for him. Something like that. You know, their buddy, Tim Wally had the Tampon Tim in the boys' bathrooms. I guess Tim got confused. Maybe they have tampons in his bathrooms at home. I don't know what they do with them, but to each his own. But I think in the Biden library and mental institution, in addition to padded walls, they will have, rather than tampons, Depends. They'll have Depends dispensers. Not for visitors, for him, as he shuffles from room to room and bumps his head. He'll probably be wearing a helmet with his slippers. Probably have a spittle catcher just hanging from his chin. It'll be quite the spectacle. Quite the spectacle. First 100 days of President Trump's new administration will shape the future of our country. My friends at AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, they're holding our leaders accountable with the first 100 days tracker. This is big, the first 100 days tracker. Now, this powerful tool keeps you informed of the administration's progress and tracks key priorities. And during these critical first 100 days, AMAC is offering an exclusive deal, 47% off of a 5-year membership. Normally $60. You join now, it's $32 for 5 years. Hello. That's like taking 2 kids into a fast food drive-through. There's an association of mature American citizens. And by the way, anybody can join. You could be immature too. You're not just staying informed, you're unlocking valuable benefits and discounts, huge benefits and discounts. I've used them on travel, insurance, retail, a long list of items and services, and receiving America's #1 conservative magazine, and it's a beauty. Plus, you'll have a voice through AMAC Action and join a community that stands for conservative values and a brighter future. No matter your age, that's right, this is your moment to get involved, to get the benefits. Visit amac.us/Levin. Hello, amac.us/LEVIN. Join now at this special rate and access the first 100 days tracker. That's amac.us/Levin to join AMAC at a 47% discount on a 5-year deal. $32. The benefits and discounts alone massively pay for this. Become part of the movement. It's going to make sure America is great again and stays great again and backs Donald Trump and his agenda. Well, that's our first hour of the new year. We're about to enter our second hour of the new year. We'll be right back.
Making sense of your world.
News Talk 105.9 WMAL.
Greatly appreciated. Making sense of the news.
Men, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE, True Vitality Medical Center gets your sex life back in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough medical treatments eliminate ED and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? True Vitality Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. Patients see instant results on their first visit.
True Vitality Medical Center's breakthrough treatments restore your sex life regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. Plus, you'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients get their testosterone checked free. Call 703-637-1222. 703-637-1222. To regain your sex life in just one visit, call now. 703-637-1222.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-515-6608. 800-515-6608. 800-515-6608.
Making sense of your world.
And you got good analysis on stuff.
News Talk 105.9 WMAL.
And I wanted to say how much I appreciate that.
Making sense of the news.
Which one's okay? Cumulus Media Station.
Making sense of the news. News now.
WMAL News at 7. I'm Heather Curtis. It's falling again. 7 News meteorologist Veronica Johnson says we'll see light snow on and off until 10 p.m., dropping another inch of snow on the region, which has already seen between 3 and 9 inches.
Flurries from 11 p.m. until 1 a.m., and you'll start to hear the wind pick up. Now, between 2 o'clock in the morning and about 6 a.m., it is going to be dry, but we've got to deal with the cold, the wind, the hard freeze. Maybe you do have to get on the road. Not going to be great driving conditions at all.
She says roads could be frozen tomorrow morning. And Governor Wes Moore warning you the same thing.
Please stay off the roads.
So crews can plow and you can stay safe.
If you find yourself in a precarious position, you are not just putting yourself at risk, you are putting emergency personnel at risk as well.
Maryland's Transportation Secretary Paul Wiedefeld says crews are out 24/7 trading and plowing the 17,000 lane miles the state's responsible for.
We're trying to, in effect, touch every one of those every 90 minutes. So it's a big operation.
Maryland State Police say they've responded to more than 170 accidents and 200 disabled vehicles. An update on a water main break we've been telling you about that's had the northbound section of Wisconsin Avenue near the CVS in downtown Bethesda closed since around 9:45 a.m. WSSC says repairs should be getting underway this hour. They need to replace at least one section of the 16-inch pipe and restore water to people in the immediate area.
They had to wait pretty much all day for another contractor to mark off the other utilities so they don't hit another pipe, whether that is a gas pipe or a fiber optics pipe. Christian Flores, 7 News.
A winter weather-dependent tradition returned to town this morning.
Hundreds of people gathered at Meridian Hill Park in Northwest to face off in the somewhat annual DC Snowball Fight, now celebrating its 15th anniversary. The first rule, there are no rules.
Really, you don't need to do too much to get people to have a good time.
Organizer Michael Lippin tells WMAL's O'Connor and Company you never know what'll happen.
He had a guy show up with a sound system. He started playing music and it turned into a dance party.
One problem this year, the snow was too cold for snowballs, leaving people to fling powder at each other. John Matthews on WMAL and WMAL.com.
Concerns about a repeat of January 6th, 2021 did not happen today as Congress certified the 2024 election without issues.
Vice President Kamala Harris presided over a joint session of the House and Senate for the certification of the electoral vote, declaring Donald Trump the winner of the presidential election.
Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida has received 312 votes. Kamala V. Harris.
Without any interruption or protest, the session lasted just minutes, 4 years after supporters of then-President Trump stormed the Capitol in a deadly riot that stalled the certification for hours. Jared Halpern, Fox News.
D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser standing by today as President Biden signed the RFK Memorial Stadium Campus Revitalization Act into law, transferring control of the site from the National Park Service to the city. Traffic and weather next on WMAL.
O'Connor and Company with Larry O'Connor. We'll be talking about this election 100 years from now. And we've had a front row seat for it.
Oh, it's very exciting.
Weekday mornings, 5 to 9.
The News Talk 105.9.
WMAL.
Making sense of the news.
This is Dr. Riggleman with DMV Weight Loss. In 2024, we were able to change the lives of thousands of people on our Metabolic Reset weight loss program. We know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day with no exercising, no prepackaged meals, no counting points or calories, no drugs, no surgery, and no injections with the risk of serious side effects. There's no better time than now to give yourself the gift of a new you in this new year. Our team at DMV Weight Loss can help you thrive in 2025. For your free consultation, go to dmvweightloss.com.
Here's Katie with her success story.
Lost 30 pounds in 90 days. I just feel better overall. I don't have an afternoon crash anymore. I have so much more energy to keep up with my kid. I feel so much more confident. I can fit back into all my pre-pregnancy clothes. It's so simple. The health coaches are with you every step of the way to help you achieve your goals.
The DMV weight loss program has successfully helped thousands of people lose up to 10 to 20% of their body weight in 60 days. You can start the program in person or virtually from anywhere you live. Schedule your free consultation today by calling 571-532-5700 or dmvweightloss.com. That's dmvweightloss.com. Results may vary.
Here's Michelle Murray in the Hadid Carpet Cleaning Traffic Center.
In Arlington, you'll still find a portion of the George Washington Parkway closed between Spout Run Parkway and the Beltway due to the hazardous driving conditions due to the storm. And in Germantown, Ridge Road is still closed between Brink Road and Snowden Farm Parkway due to an accident involving a damaged signal light support. The accident on the outer loop of the Beltway after the Eisenhower Avenue connector has now been cleared. Delays have eased, and there is an accident on the shoulder on the outer loop before 450. And in Bethesda, Wisconsin Avenue is still closed northbound between Leland Avenue and Elm. Use Woodrun Avenue or Connecticut Avenue to get around the incident. This is all due to a water main break. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com, the WMAL Stormwatch 7 forecast.
Storm warning until late tonight. Any additional accumulations will come after dark, 1 to 2 inches possible by 10 p.m. For tonight, it's cold. Our skies will gradually clear. Tomorrow, it's windy, upper 20s to lower 30s. I'm 7 News meteorologist Steve Rudin in the first alert weather
Right now, 25 degrees in Haymarket, 27 in Waldorf, and 28 degrees here in Washington and snowing. I'm Heather Curtis, Sun News Talk 105.9 WMAL.
He's here.